Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. Welcome, everybody. I am so glad to have all of us here together. Thank you to all of our audience who are joining us early. We had so many guests who wanted to speak that we had to extend and start early. So welcome to the Global Women's Leadership Symposium, the first annual. We are going to have these every year. And I wanted to thank Mo Rock for providing platforms for women to share our voices, because that was one of the things that attracted me to the Tribune, was that Mo said, let's flip that narrative. We have, 85% men on these stages. Let's have more women. And Mary Glorfield and Michael Silvers are instrumental in making that happen with the Women's Journal, with all of these events. And so I wanted to welcome all of you and thank you for being here today. Two of our matriarchs at the Los Angeles Tribune are with us. We have Dr. Emily Latran and Marie Diamond, and we also have a special guest who may or may not be able to be with us, and that is Dame Doria Cordova. And she is on a cruise, but she may be able to pop in. So we are hoping that we will be able to have her as well. And Sharon Lecter was hoping to be with us, but she's traveling. And so we have so many amazing women, but this is how we're going to start off our morning. And I wanted to introduce Mary Glorfield. She is the former executive vice president for Tony Robbins for 18 years. She puts women on stages, and she is using all of her expertise to put women on stages. Welcome, Mary.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Summit, the Global Women's Leadership Summit, and I'm excited to be here and welcome everybody that's on virtually, as well as all of our speakers. And Dr. Emily and Marie Diamond, thank you so much for being our first speakers. And Alicia, it's great to see you this morning as well. So it's going to be an exciting day. I'm going to be listening to everybody because I'm excited to learn and to hear all the women speakers.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Alicia, for being with us. And Daniel Rousseau is in the background running our tech. We are so grateful to have Daniel with us as well. And so thank you so much. I also wanted to give a shout out to our sponsors, to the Los Angeles Tribune, to 90210 Enterprises, who helped us to connect and bring our keynote speaker, Dr. Harbeen Aurora Rai, and her husband, Vinay Rai, and also to the NeuroEvolve Institute for Applied Transformative Neuroscience. And so we'll be hearing more from the chair, Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis, later today. So we're going to start with Dr. Emily, and thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Emily.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute honor to be on here. I just got upgraded to be a matriarch by you. It's always a pleasure to be on a platform where everybody share the same goals, the same values. You just mentioned Dr. Harbeen. I've known Dr. Harbeen since, I want to say 2017 or 2018, spoken to several of her Women Economic Forum. And it's always wonderful to see, I'm on a platform and all of a sudden people from all over the world come and join. Alicia did this to me before when we did the women leadership, right? All of a sudden she brought a guest from the UK. And it made me cry. We are not crying today, Alicia.
Okay.
We're crying. I'm not going to set that tone, right?
Oh, well, and Alicia, I wanted to allow you to welcome the guests too. We're so glad. Alicia has been running everything at the Tribune, and she is the Chief Strategic Officer. And we are so grateful for Alicia and for her expertise, for all that she does. She is always just keeping everything together for all of us. This morning, I was just like, hey, so grateful you're here. So, Alicia, would you like to add anything to welcome everybody today?
Yes, I would like to thank you so much, Karen. Thank you so much, Dr. Emily. Thank you to you all who are joining in from all around the world. We appreciate you here with us today. We're here to celebrate women that are making an impact all around the world. And Dr. Emily, it's such an honor that you are our guest, our first guest of the day today, because last year during Women's History Month, we recognized you for all that you do you're a serial entrepreneur. You have taken the entertainment industry by storm. There are so many exciting announcements that you'll be making this year around entertainment. So I'll say that to you. But we just want to say, if you're tuning in, please share your comments in the chat. Share this with people in your community. And we encourage you to watch the replay. But you're going to hear from phenomenal women that work in industries all around the world that have so many gems of insights to share with you today. So back to you, Karen.
All right. Thank you. And Dr. Emily, tell us more about you and about your role in leadership, because you have done some amazing things as a woman entrepreneur.
Yes, well, my background is I'm actually from Vietnam originally, and I came here as a refugee. And I've been so blessed to have all these opportunities in the U.S. With the help of the government from the very beginning, being a refugee and the family getting food stamp, and we had Section 8, and I slept on the floor and all that wonderful things, and going through all of those challenges and being able to get an education, almost free because I got the scholarship and the grant, again, the opportunity, and then finishing dental school. And then once I finished that, I have the opportunity of working and sharing my experience and my expertise with all the patients in the community. And one of the things that I realized very early is leadership and giving back are the two main things that make you stand out, right? And leadership is just a lot of time it's just participation, showing up, doing things that you know is right, getting and listing people to do what you believe in. So one of the things when I'm coaching business owners is you got to give back. You got to give back from where you are. You already have a location. Do something for free for the community. Do something for somebody, who's needing it. And then I think the saying is birds of the same kind flock together, right? Or feathers of the same, something like that. But I think the past just led me to people like Sharon Lecter, who I believe she supports child help for decades, right? And then I get to work with Mo Rock and the whole Los Angeles Tribune team. And one of his key things is philanthropy. So these are the things that all of the leaders have in common. And that's one of the things I encourage people to think. You think that you have to be big in this way, you have to be an expert in that way. I think a lot of time leadership is with the heart, right? You have your heart in the right way. It leads you to act the right way. And then you attract people who support you, who have the same values, who are on that same journey with you. They could be at different times, but you're all doing the same thing. And I'm just so blessed. And I think leadership, sometimes it seems like it comes naturally, but it's not. It's you with osmosis. You just, you absorb everything around you from all the great people that you're working with. And then every one of us have an audience or the people that we influence. And if each one of us reach out and take the time and share all of those values, this is how we grow as leaders.
Right. Oh, I just love that, Dr. Emily, about how you give back, and so many of us are just, we're climbing the corporate ladder. We're doing so many things. We have teams that we worry about. And sometimes we forget that part about giving back and about being heart-centered. And I appreciate your generosity and your graciousness and how you do give back, because I have seen you empower so many women. When you did your Vietnam panel and at the marketing event and several different events, and with the Vietnamese Journal. You have done some amazing things to empower people who work with you. Can you tell us more about your philosophy about how you empower these people?
Yes, and I have to thank Alicia, who is right now quietly sitting there, uh, and people like Alicia hosts and creates those platforms where we can share, right? A lot of time we think, oh, I gotta have that big voice, I gotta talk to everyone, I gotta travel to different cities, different countries, which is what I've already done before I met Mo and the Los Angeles Tribune team. But once I'm part of this, it really is leveraging the media, the platforms that is already existing. Right? You can create your own stage, and I absolutely believe that you should, because that's something that you own. Right? You can tell people, "Hey, I host this event, I host that event." But what's more important is now you're in the public eye with a trusted brand, right? And if the brand already has all of these platforms. So we started with the like I mentioned earlier. Last year, I was part of the Los Angeles Tribune platform recognizing women leadership, and then after that, we were in a Vietnamese movie. So that's one platform, and then we went to the Vietnam Journal, and now we're going to multiple journals, and now, like you mentioned, dabbling into entertainment, right? And before that, I was already writing books. But all of these things are ways for you to step up and create your your influence. I'll call it that, knowing that you have done the work.
Right.
I had this conversation with somebody before. They mentioned the imposter syndrome, right? I don't think any of the women should have an imposter syndrome, because if you have a kid, you've done the work, right? One kid, two kids, you've done the work. You led the team in the house. You own a business, you've done the work. You led your team of employees. This is just about sharing those values and expertise with the whole world.
Right.
And the Los Angeles Tribune, with the multitude of verticals, every time I talk to Mo and Michael Silva, there's something else new coming up, and I said, can I just stay in the 10 things that I think I'm working on, right? And so much opportunities. So I think all of us women, we just have to say, you know what, it is time. I'm going to step up. I'll talk to any one of these ladies. Where does my talent and expertise fit? And you just choose that one first, because you don't need to be stressed out. Trying to learn to be a speaker, if you have just wrote a book, let's just stick to the book, right? And to me, I like writing, so the book, it goes well with the journal. And
Right.
then if you want to find more content, then you ask people. So now you're doing interviews, right? So a lot of my friends, I go, well, you're doing what, journalism now? Where did that come from? And I said, it just go from the book to the journal to talking to people. So recognizing that you already have the talent, that you already know all of these stuff, and now it's just fitting yourself onto the platform where you can share the most, because ultimately it's the impact that we want to create.
Oh, that was really powerful. Alicia, did you have
Powerful.
any takeaways from
Dr. Emily, you're so inspiring. You're an amazing mother. You are an amazing dentist. You teach, you speak, you mentor people, and you pour into people. But you truly believe that everyone has a story, and everyone's story matters, and create space and hold space to amplify that within people. So beautiful. Dr. Emily, would love for you to share, who is a woman who's inspired you and why? And how did she kind of help transform you from the inside out?
Well, one of the women that inspired me, after my mom, because my mom passed away when I was 8, would be my aunt. So my aunt is my dad's youngest sister. And when we escaped from Vietnam, we went with her. So it was her. She had 2 younger children. They just finished 1st and 3rd grade, I think. And then me and my brother, we were 13, 14, and then there are 2 other cousins, 15, 16. So as a woman, she came to the US with 6 kids, right? and only 2 of them are her own. So she put up with the other 4. And then there were 2 of my other cousins who came. So now we have this big family, and she chose to sacrifice. She used to be a pharmacist in Vietnam. She didn't want to go back to school because at that time to go to get like the accelerated school where you can use some of your credits from Vietnam, like a transfer, we would have to move to another town. We were in Riverside, California. We would have to move to, I think, somewhere in Orange County. And she chose not to do that because all of us started going to school and we just started our own little life. We get to know friends. And so she chose not to do that. She chose to never really went back to school. She did things, she did little jobs. And so that way we would still qualify for the government help, right? But it's pretty hard to support 6 or 8 kids without some kind of help. And now in that family, we got dentists, we got nurses, we got several people, entrepreneurs owning nail shops, and it all came from her. And so what I learned is sacrifice, which I think is almost inherent to all the women. We just do it. It's just part of us. But it's also showing, you can do things. You come to a new country, you don't know the language. I was just joking with somebody yesterday. My aunt with the 8 kids, she never learned how to drive until the last one leave the house. Then now she really has to drive.
Yeah.
But we got 1 car, and then we got 2 cars, and we just all take her everywhere. But until everybody left the house going to school, I think my youngest cousin went to school. She went to U Michigan. That's when my aunt actually started learning how to drive, because now she really has to be on her own, right? She took care of everyone. And I want everybody to think it. Of course, I have a lot of people who inspire me, like Mom Sharon Lecter, right? But sometimes the person who inspires you is like they live with you. You've been watching them all your life. And so now, for me, I'm going to set an example for these 3 kids that live with me, right? I don't need to try to change the world. Let me just change these 3 little people.
Oh, Dr. Emily, that's so wonderful. And you are the best mom and an amazing entrepreneur. And to go from being a dentist, first of all, to get your education and the language issues, my goodness, and to become a dentist and to have all of these dental offices now as an entrepreneur. And then to be, over the film festival, the International Film Festival at the Los Angeles Tribune, the Vietnamese Journal, and so additional journals that are launching. Congratulations on all your success and for the shout out to your aunt. What a beautiful thing that our mentor, that we can actually live with our mentor, and then we can be the mentor to the people that we live with. I'd love to have you continue on, but we're going to bring up Marie Diamond next, and we will have you on again. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, 2 superstars. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in this segment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Well, thank you so much. Alicia, would you like to introduce Marie?
Yes. Hello, Marie. You all, it is such an honor to introduce Marie Diamond. She is such a light in this world. She encourages people through feng shui education, but understanding their space, and most importantly, making an impact. I'll never forget how you talk about what is your impact number? Who are you trying to impact around the world? You are a speaker around the world. You inspire so many people. You are an author. Marie, would love for you to share in your own words with everyone that is tuning in from around the world, for you, what leadership means as a woman, as an individual who is sharing more about energy work and educating people all around the world today with our audience. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me here. What an amazing thing at the beginning of spring to have the Global Women Leadership Symposium. I love being part of it. Thank you so much for having me here. So as a woman, to be a leader in your field is something that I don't think you really focus on, that of making it happen. I mean, I never thought I would become a leader in the self-development world. I mean, that was not on my radar even when I started in my journey. So, but one of the things I really knew that it was important to help people. Like I wanted people to be inspired. I want people to empower. And I remember when I had this conversation with my father and mother, and I was about 16 years old. And I said, how can I really contribute to society? And they said, well, not by following, but by leading. And I was like, how can I lead? And so he said, well, there are always opportunities that you can contribute to local communities. I mean, at that time, I'm, raised in a Catholic church. Perhaps in the church, there are some opportunities. And I was one of the first women in my local church that took on tasks that, were normally dedicated to men in the church. So I was like, oh, it's just finding opportunities for it, like looking for it also, not just waiting for it to happen. And so, like, being part of a youth movement and see if you can, be trained as a leader to run the events. So it's just always like looking for these opportunities to see how you can really impact people. And when you follow, you perhaps will impact the people just close to you. But when you lead, you can always really impact a bigger crowd. And I remember the first time I was on stage with the movement of the youth movement I was part of, and I was 18, and there were like 5,000 children that we gathered from all over Belgium because where I was from, and I was just letting them sing together and letting them dance together, and organize games for them. And I was like, oh, I get it. This is like, it takes courage to do it. It takes courage to step up. I have to be honest. That was not the easiest thing to do. But it was like, once you have done that, once you stepped into it, I was like, yeah, this is my natural energy, right? And so, and I do believe all women have that natural energy. And I was like, because at 16, I felt like I got permission from my parents. Yeah. Not just from my mother, who was an amazing local leader, but also I had like permission of my father, right? That was uncommon at that time. So I always looked for what are the needs of my community. Yeah. What can I step up? Can I check if I can contribute in some way? And leadership is not about ego, right? Leadership is like, my dear friend just shared with us, is about heart. It's like you want to really contribute, and the biggest way to contribute is to lead the way, not to follow the leader sometimes.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. And Marie, you are a world-renowned feng shui master, transformational teacher. You are a star of The Secret. You have so many years of experience helping millions of people, CEOs, celebrities, individuals from all around the world transform their environments using energy to attract success, money, harmony. What is it about your path of the permission that your parents gave you as you were growing up that enabled you to dive in to understand the energy around you? Because it can sometimes be so subtle, but it's really nuanced, but it really does. Energy around you does impact how you engage with everyday life and how you navigate the relationships in your life. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. So, we all know that our environment is impacting us. I mean, we come to places where we feel great, and then there are other areas we feel like, I'm never going back there. We have this sixth sense somehow to feel if a space is uplifting or not for us, especially women, I think. And what we do is right away, when something doesn't feel right, we're going to declutter, we're going to clean things up, we're going to perhaps put some other colors out. We're feeling something is off. Now, feng shui is an ancient energy system from China that has created the knowledge and the system and the principles how to do that, so to always uplift your vibration. And I, in my newest book, Your Home is a Vision Board, I really share how manifestation and feng shui are working together. And so I always say to people, just do a home audit, like literally go to your home and go and ask yourself 2 questions. The first question is this who I am? And the second question is this who I want to be? Because everything around you is influencing you subconsciously. So let's say as a woman, you are in a relationship and you go into the bedroom, which is like the place where we anchor our relationship. And you look at this like, is this who I am? Is this who I am in my relationship? They're all images of single women hanging out. Like, yeah, I feel lonely in this relationship. Do I want to change it? Is this who I want to be? Yeah, I want something else. Right? I want passion. I want togetherness. I want a loving partner that really supports me on my journey. Then hang other things around it and just see, not just to journal, but just to see that, everything around you is affecting you. So hang other images up, put other colors in. Like today, I wear specifically the color fuchsia because it's actually the color of feminine collaboration. So I felt that it was appropriate to use that because we're all women collaborating. So if you feel you want more of that, or if you feel like you want more passion, you can add some reds to your bedroom, for example. You want more tenderness, and you would go for lighter pinks, or you would go for orange. That means I'm joyful, right? So depending on what you are wanting to have in your life, you can work with colors, you can work with images. And so this is like simple steps, but these are the 2 questions you have to ask. Like even in your workspace, some of your entrepreneurs go into your workspace like, is this who I am? Is this, still perhaps books or images or things from a past job that you had or a past career? And is this who I want to be? Is like, well, perhaps I can change the images, change the books, change the colors. Well, like I need to relate with who I'm going to be. So these are just 2 simple questions you can start with.
Wow, that's really powerful. Your home is your vision board. The comments are just blowing up. Everybody loved that. Just thinking about that, and ask yourself, is this who I want to be? These are such great questions. Could you tell us a story about a paradigm shift that you have had in your life as a leader?
Well, I think a paradigm shift happened for me actually with going to the Money and You course with Dame Doria. So I think that was 2006. I just had arrived in America. I had immigrated a few years before. And, I come from a background that is not related with business. Even if I studied being a lawyer, there was no family members that was into business. So I had really no idea how to grow, right? How to expand. And so I remember talking to Jack Canfield, and I asked him, what is the only course you would take again in your life? And he said, well, it will be Money and You with DC Cordova at that time, Doria now. And I was like, okay. So I went there, and that was the first time I really saw so many women leaders together in one group, because at that point I was like the exception. Like I was speaking on stage, but I was like the only female speaker most of the cases. So there was like Dame Doria, of course, in all her glory, right? And then other speakers. And I was like, oh my God, this is really possible here in this country, because I came from Belgium. And it also helped me to understand that I had to have a different mindset around money. And, coming from, focusing on impact, I never really understood that impact also has value, right? And that, I was more in that mindset of still like, when I give impact, people would give whatever they want. And now it's like, no, I can really tell what my value is. Yeah, I can share my value. And that was a huge change in my life. It was just before The Secret came out, so it was perfect timing. And then when The Secret came out, I really understood like I contributed with value, and I need to receive and be open. as a woman specifically to receive value for that, if that's value of recognition, value of finances, value of abundance. So that was a major, big shift for me.
Wow. Well, Marie, we would love to hear you continue on. And it's amazing to have two powerhouse women to start us off, two immigrants who have just done amazing things with your life. You know, you think about where you were and where you want to go, and to have both of you, Dr. Emily and Marie, to have these dreams, and then to meet, you know, Dame Doria, and to attend Money and You, and then to have these paradigm shifts where you realize what's possible, where you see other women who are entrepreneurs. That's what we're all about here today at the Global Women's Leadership Symposium. So thank you, Marie, for being with us.
Thank you so much. Good luck, ladies.
Yes,
Thank you so much, Marie. If you haven't read it, highly encourage you to read Your Home is a Vision Board. It really made me rethink and remap the space in my place. And then I gifted it to my mother so she could do the same thing. Marie, we are delighted that you will also be part of the upcoming film, The Pillars of Power, produced by Mo Rock and Donald Campbell, the VP of the Los Angeles Tribune Film Division. I had the pleasure of being there at filming, and there were so many things that you said that sent chills. I'm so excited for people to see you in this beautiful film, The Pillars of Power. I know that we will see you soon. Thank you so much, Marie.
Thank you.
All right. And our next guest is Denine White. And we are so grateful to have Denine with us. So Denine, thank you so much. We are so happy. And if you could tell us about the things that you are doing in this world, because you are a mover and a shaker.
Oh my gosh. We have so much going on around here. So currently we have a couple different things. So I work with actors, models, and musicians to help them elevate their success in the entertainment industry. We also work with entrepreneurs where we have a high-level mastermind called Legend Circle. So we have entrepreneurs from all over the world that are a part of this mastermind that are getting to work with people like Brian Tracy. Mo Rock actually just spoke on our at our mastermind this week. And Alicia, you were there too. So that was awesome. We also we're working on a partnership with Dr. Joe Vitale. We're doing a co-authorship with him. So we're all over the place doing a lot of amazing things, working with tremendous people. And before we go on, I just want to thank you, Karen, so much, and Alicia and the LA Tribune for having me on today. This is such an honor. I want to give you guys a shout out for putting this together. This is an amazing event already. I was like, when I was listening to the last two speakers, I was like, oh my gosh, this is hitting the ground running here.
Exactly. And you're just knocking it out of the park already. I mean, the people that you are working with and the way that you are empowering the people that are just starting out in the entertainment world. Could you tell us as a leader how you do that?
Well, with people in the entertainment industry, it's funny because when I got my start, I knew nothing at all about the entertainment industry. I was like, I want nothing to do with that. I want nothing to do with it. But I found that being mentored by people who are amazing will help you do anything in life. So I have the opportunity to work with Michael Fonkin and Alicia Kabak, who started VIP Ignite, and they've connected me with people who literally are doing things that other people wish they could do. We work with people like Bobby Finaro, who is one of the stars of The Sopranos, who was best friends with James Gandolfini. So when I'm learning about acting, I'm learning about it from people who work with like Martin Scorsese himself. So my role in helping actors and models is mindset, because a lot of times people come in, and I think women can definitely relate to this, okay? Because we want to help people, right? But we're like, oh, can I do this? Am I good enough? Am I this enough? Am I that enough? And it's my job to give people permission in the entertainment industry to say, you know what? Yes, you are good enough. Are you willing to do what it takes to be good enough? So I have the opportunity to be the mindset coach of a lot of up and coming actors and models. Some of them are already doing tremendous things, and some of them are like 2 degrees off of boiling before they're going to do tremendous things. So for me, I give people permission to be themselves.
Wow, that is fantastic. And I love that. 2 degrees off from boiling. I mean, you know, you watch, and the little bubbles are coming up. 2 degrees off from making something happen, and just hang on. You know, this makes me think, what about you when you thought you weren't good enough? Could you tell us a story about how you moved through that to where you believed that you were?
Yeah. Do you have a couple hours? I know I only have so much time, but for me, I mean, it happened. I think imposter syndrome is something that I've fought through my whole entire life. Okay. Because like I've always known that I was a leader, but you know, when you're a kid and you're told, oh, you're bossy. No, that's code for girl, you're a leader, right? Can anyone relate to that? But for me, the imposter syndrome has come so many times, especially over the last 5 years. I'll give you a great example. I host a podcast called Coffee in the Green Room, and I had the opportunity to interview Mitzi Perdue. So if you don't know who she is the heir to the Sheraton empire. Her father created the Sheraton hotels. Not only that, but she was married to the heir to the Perdue dynasty. So here I am, a little girl from a small town in South Jersey, interviewing someone who's 93 years old, going through like she literally was in Ukraine, walking through minefields to help save people from human trafficking. Talk about feeling inferior, right? But the thing that I've realized that helps me get through that imposter syndrome, that gets me through, oh my gosh, I'm not good enough, is every person that I've ever met, from the person who serves me when I go to Starbucks to get my coffee, to Mitzi Perdue, to Mark Victor Hansen, to all of these amazing people, the one thing I've learned from all of them is that they genuinely just want human connection. So leadership for me isn't about being on stage and everyone going, yay, you're here. Leadership is about raising people up to be who they are. And every person I've ever met, the most successful people, that's all they want for each and every person they meet. So for me, like, do I feel not worthy? Sometimes I do, but then I also realize that God put me on this earth to make a difference in the world. And if I shrink back from that, then I'm hurting people. So the way I get through not feeling worthy is understanding that God put me here for this reason.
Oh, that is so powerful to remember. I think all of us have felt like the little girl from South Jersey, and watching these world famous people who are doing these big things. But yes, God put us here for a reason. And that is something that can ground us and empower us to even greater heights. And so thank you so much for sharing that. Alicia, I am sure that you have a burning question. I know you already met her at the Legend Circle and how
we had the opportunity also to meet in San Diego, which was amazing.
Yeah, that was amazing. Denine, you are such a phenomenal advocate for people to see the light that they have within them and help it shine. You see that in the Legend Circle, you see that in your coaching. Curious, because the entertainment industry, there is so much going on. People are constantly auditioning, expanding, and getting themselves out there. How do you advise the people that you're coaching or you're speaking with on how to balance ambition, but also self-care, going back to that mental, so that they have that endurance, that their energy is protected, and that they can show up in all of the light that they have to give to the world?
That's a great question, because I think there's a myth that when you're doing things that you really love, that there's this thing called balance. And I found that there really isn't. And this may be a very unpopular opinion, but there are certain seasons of your life where you are just going and going and going. And the way to make your ambition, your self-care, is to fall in love with the process. So an example I like to give our talent is this. So you have to go out and, like, part of being a part of the entertainment industry, part of being an entrepreneur is you have to be able to sell. You have to be able to go out and put in the reps in order to get that level of success, right? So you have to fall in love with the process. And once you fall in love with the process, it doesn't become so much of a chore as it becomes something you look forward to. It's kind of like going to the gym, right? I started working with a personal trainer about a month ago. And the first day I was like, I don't want to go at 7 a.m. Whose idea was this, right? But then this morning I went to the gym and I was up at 5:15. I was like, let's go. We're going to the gym. And like, it could, for some people, when you're first starting out, it's like, oh God, this is so hard. This is so hard. This is so hard. But when you are an actor or a model or an entrepreneur, you have to fall in love with the things that you have to do to make you successful. So it almost becomes part of self-care. And then also, obviously, like turning off your phone. There are certain times where you have to set boundaries. and do different things. But falling in love with the process, I think, is the first thing. But then just some simple things, being mindful. Like I spend at least 10 minutes a day meditating. And if I don't do that, I see that my performance is affected throughout the day. I also go to the gym. I make sure I take time for walks. I've also completely changed my diet so that I can operate at a higher level of performance. Right now, you won't find me eating very much sugar, only natural sugar. I've cut out seed oils. I've cut out all these things. And again, it's like for the first bit of time, it's like so hard. But once you start realizing that you're the sum of all of the parts. You're not just one part. So you're not just an actor. You're not just an entrepreneur. You're not just a mom. You're not just an aunt. You're not just a sister. You're the sum of all of these things. So falling in love with the process, self-care just kind of falls into it, if that makes sense. I think I gave you a really long-winded answer. I hope that made sense.
No, I love that. I think that was so good for everyone that's tuning in, falling in love with the process, because you can really apply that to any aspect of your life. But when you can fall in love with the process, it allows you to just be present and engage with all that is going on around you. And it is energizing. So I actually really, really love that you shared that. Thank you so much. Karen, back to you.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my goodness. Everybody loves this falling in love with the process. They're just commenting. And Ashley Borromeo said, and the process is becoming. And so what a powerful thing that you have done, because you actually are loving going to the gym. You're loving eating healthy. And boy, that takes a mind shift right there. And
it took 49 years to get to this point.
I know. I get to the point and then I'm not there. And then I get to the point and then I'm not there. It is a process. And to give ourselves grace and to love ourselves while we go through that process. So I wonder if you could tell us about someone that has been a mentor in your life that has helped you and empowered you.
Well, I'm going to have to give a shout out to Michael Pumpkin right now, because when we first met, I was always telling him, oh, I see the power in you, but I didn't quite have the vision for myself. But over the last 10 years, he's been not only my best friend, not only my partner, but he's been my mentor too, because he's introduced me to this whole world that I didn't know existed, first of all. Okay. Again, I'm a girl from South Jersey. Okay. 10,000 people in my hometown. I used to joke that everyone, when I sneezed, 9,999 people said, God bless you. Okay. But Michael has been pivotal in pushing me forward and seeing me for more than who I ever thought I was. The first thing he did was he called me one day. I was in the dental field. Dr. Emily and I have bonded over dentistry in the past, but I was in the dental field and he called me. He was like, I need you to host a podcast for my company. I was like, I'm an introvert. I've never hosted a podcast. I know nothing about the entertainment industry. What do you mean? And then 2 days later, I'm sitting on my couch interviewing the former art director of Vogue on a podcast. I'm like I'm sweating in places I'm like, and I was terrible. But the thing is, I kept doing it and I kept doing it. So each podcast, I got a little bit better. And then all of a sudden I was like at 600 podcasts. I've interviewed all these amazing people. But if he hadn't given me the opportunity that first time, I wouldn't be standing here right now. And furthermore, if he hadn't given me opportunities, I went to an event with VIP Ignite. He's like, okay, you need to talk on stage. I'm like, huh? What do you want me to do? You want to do what? And so, but I got on stage and I spoke. And then again, it's just level after level after level. He's opened up the world to me. And he's been that person who, when I'm like, I can't do it, he's like, get up and go. And I'm like, okay, let's do this. But he's also given me the tools. I've worked with Tony Robbins, Russell Brunson, again, Mark Victor Hansen. I keep mentioning his name because he's been so pivotal in my life as well. But Michael's been the driving force to get me where I am right now.
Wow. What a great shout out to Michael Pumpkin. I was so happy that I got to interview him at our marketing summit and get to know him. What a tremendous person, just so generous. And to say, yes, I want you to host my podcast. Who, me, an introvert? Yes, you. And all of you introverts out there, I want you to know that I have been terrified about speaking in public and hearing my voice on a podcast. At first, I was like, I don't even like the way my voice sounds. How could anybody ever want to hear it? But then I grew. And just like Denine was saying, we take each step and we gain more confidence. And you too can gain that confidence, just like Denine has done in her own life. And thank you for being such a great example of empowering people, of helping them to help their dreams come true, Denine. I am so grateful to have you with us today, and we would love to have you again another time, but thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. This has been so much fun.
Well, you're so much fun, and I love your energy and the all the comments. Everybody loves your energy, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Fall in love with the process. I'm going to be thinking about that all day. Thank you so much, Denine, for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, we are going to bring up Michael Silvers, and he is the Vice President of the Los Angeles Tribune. And because of Michael Silvers, I am here today. And so I am very grateful for Michael for offering me the opportunity to be with the executive director of the Women's Journal, to be part of the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network, and to now be a trainer and the executive director of the Spanish Journal. So without Michael Silvers, I wouldn't be doing all these things. Thank you, Michael, for making it possible for other women to tap into their leadership and to learn the skills and to take those baby steps to realize the introvert in them can also be a podcaster. Thank you, Michael.
Oh, you're so welcome. And hello, Alicia.
Hi, Michael.
It's great to have everybody on. I'm actually, you broadcast wherever you need to be, and hopefully you don't hear any background, because I'm in a favorite place, which is a wonderful place called Starbucks. Not that I'm in Seattle, not that it has anything to do with that. But the thing is that you really carry your message forward. And the great thing about carrying your message is, I didn't know Karen. It's not even been a year and a half yet. And it was literally on a broadcast. We were talking about podcasting, and she just stepped up and said, I'm in. There was no hesitation. And that's what you're looking for when you look for people around you. Another one in my life who did that about 12 years ago was somebody called Misty Kerrigan, who you'll be seeing later, who literally in the middle of a peak potentials course as I'm on stage, didn't even let me get 5 minutes in and just said, I'm in, where do I sign up? So it's those people in your life that you're looking for who move you forward, who continue to drive you forward. And for myself and Mr. Mo Rock, we just are still excited to have this beautiful broadcast today. The message of really healing and enrichment and enhancement and becoming better at everything that we do. It's a beautiful day.
Yes, it is. And I wanted to acknowledge Chef Rosie. Chef Rosie is going to be on later this afternoon at 4:20. But Chef Rosie is a woman who is empowering people, and she is such a service mindset. And so I wanted to welcome Chef Rosie and let everybody get to hear from her, a little teaser for later in the day.
Well, thank you so much. I'm excited to be here, and thank you for the invitation. It's incredible. I'm already trusting the process. I'm falling in love with the process. I am going to paint my office and get the colors to energize me, but whatever I can do to be a better human being, because I really do believe that as souls we're connected. And if I can do better and be better today, I know somehow I'll affect not only my family, my community, but a stranger. We're all connected. So community service is where it's at.
That's right. And you are very instrumental in providing so much community service and meals to those in need. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to Chef Rosie and let all of you see her, because she's going to be talking later today. We're going to get to hear more of her story. I'm also going to bring to the stage Mary Glorfield, who is the former executive vice president for Tony Robbins. And she put Tony in 82 countries and became a household name. And our next guest that is going to join us is Becky Robbins. And I wanted Mary to be able to introduce Becky, and Michael to say a couple of words, and Alicia as well. Mary.
You're on mute, Michael.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna jump in just for a minute. Mary has been my mentor. Mary has been a sort of that person in your life that they're just always there, and that they're really about you. And that's what Mary has done for me. Because the first time Mary and I met at an event to do things together, we bumped heads, and then we bumped heads again, and we bumped heads. And you know what though? We worked it out. And since then, we've been fast friends, let alone business partners. And Mary, what you created in your career and the millions and millions and millions of lives you affected, honored to have you here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Karen. Well, Karen, I know you're going to introduce Becky, so please go ahead, and then I will say a few things after that.
Okay, well, I wanted to give you a chance if there was something else that you wanted to say first before we get into that.
Well, I'm honored to have Becky here. I've known Becky, I think we've known each other since 1990. So I'm honored to have you here and to share your wisdom and grace with everybody listening today. I'm so excited and grateful that you're here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, we are going to hear from Becky now. And so Becky, oh my goodness, Becky is just such a beautiful soul. I'm so grateful to be connected with her. As you can see, she just glows. She just has this very beautiful energy about her. And Becky, as I mentioned, she is the co-founder of Robbins Research International. Becky is an incredible artist. Her art looks like a photograph, and it is so spiritual in nature. Well, it reflects what is in Becky's heart, because Becky is very intuitive in her art and very inspirational. And being in the personal development world, Becky has internalized so much of this in her own life. Becky, could you tell us a little bit more about your journey and things that have been instrumental that you have learned in your own life?
Oh my gosh, I've been around a few decades, Karen. Take a while. My journey has been an interesting, we can all say that, right? I think that I believe that we are all put here for a reason. I think that there was an intention, a divine intention for each one of us individually to be here and to contribute what we have to contribute. And sometimes we don't know what that is for a while. And then sometimes that, often that changes midstream. And I think for me, I have 3 children and 2 of them have children. So my life has been such an interesting trajectory of being in service. I was a nurse for a little while, and then I found that that wasn't my calling. But I love anatomy and biology and all of that, but I knew that wasn't exactly what I was here for. And when I met Tony, and we at the very, very beginning, there wasn't even such a thing as coaching when I met him. And that was such an amazing time for me, because that, as you know, Mary, that's like calls you to your highest to be able to work in that environment. And what we created there, all of us together, was magic and busy and taught me everything I needed for my next step, which is where I've been in this last decade and a half, or however long that's been. And you're going to have to ask me some more questions, Karen, because I know you have a list.
Yes, I do have a list. I think we all have a list. We all want to
definitely. Yeah.
Well, we all want to know, well, Becky, what are some of the things? We hear about, being on the stage and putting on the events, and you're doing all the things, but what was going on in your own life? Because rising to that highest level, all of us, 99% of us, have something that we have had to overcome to help propel us forward, to be able to have the courage to do the thing. What are some of the things that you had to overcome before you even got into personal development?
I think probably the biggest thing was that, and I didn't even realize it at the time, like how much it would impact me. But when I was 11, my mom, and I had a younger brother, and who was 2 years younger than me. And my mom left and went to Mexico for a few years, which was the craziest thing. She just up and left, and she stayed there for several years. And so I was thinking about that a couple of years ago, because I was creating something with Steve Hardison, who's an amazing mentor. When you were asking Denine about mentors, I was thinking about him. And we do something called your document, your declaration of who you are. And in the process of doing that, I was thinking like, wow, Becky's always had to nurture everybody else, and nobody's ever really nurtured Becky. And all of a sudden it hit me like, oh my God, my mom left, and no wonder, because I raised myself. I never had that. and I think that's why I'm so committed as a mother, and you know, and all of that. That it really impacted me in that way for sure. And then just to be resilient, because I know we use that word a lot these days, but when I was in the thick of it, you know, I was young. I was like 11, 12, 13, you know, in those kind of crazy years that we go through, and you know, and figuring like, who am I and what am I even, that didn't even occur to me to ask that, because I was just trying to get along in life and help my dad get through his grief and my little brother. And so that was probably the biggest thing.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And I think all of us have things in our life, oftentimes more than one thing that we are having to get over. And, you know, one of the things that I want you all to know is that Becky is so brave. She is brave, beautiful, unstoppable Becky. And I am so touched by her and by her life, by her energy, by her unselfishness to hear, you know, her mother is gone. She's taking care of the family. She's nurturing and loving. And that is who she is. And that is how she has lived her life, and continuing as a mother and now as a grandma and leading. And this is tremendous, you know, putting all of these pieces together. And so, Mary, I want to know, do you have another question that you would like to ask Becky?
Thank you, Karen. Yes. Well, Becky, I know the amazing success you have had in creating a company, being a mother, a nurse. I think you were a nurse in your early career. And I'm just interested because I know we've shared some experiences where, you know, every other day we were on a plane, you know, traveling 298 days out of the year. And so every day is scheduled. You know, you've got 5 a.m. crew calls and constantly working. And then when you have the ability to have your own schedule, to create your own schedule, how do you go about doing that? What system or process do you have that creates, because I know you get up early, I know you're a ferocious reader, I know you're always learning. So how do you overcome procrastination and create a system for yourself to keep motivated?
Thanks, Mary. And it's not hard for me to be motivated because I'm such a curious person. I feel like I wish I had a clone of me. So, you know, that would be easier, I think. I love learning, like you said, and I love serving, being in service, and figuring out exactly how can I do that, and what do I do as far as my days are concerned. Like I do get up early because I like to enter the day kind of gently and slowly, and like I don't jump up and run to the gym first thing like you, Doreen. Like that has to come a little bit later. But anyway, I get up and I do a process called heart math, which is a way of meditation, which is a science basically of how you have your heart, like your EKG and your EEG of your brain, like on the same wavelength, you know. And so that's really powerful for me because it blends your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems, and it helps create intuition. It's really powerful process. So I do that for like 15 or 20 minutes, maybe sometimes longer. And then at the end, one of the reasons I love that is because it was a promise to me, like, and when you do that, you can drop into a deeper meditation. And we all know, like, oh my gosh, I have so much going on in life and in my head. Like, how do I like clear that out so that I can go into a place, because I really love that feeling. And I get amazing information that way of what, like, I'm creating a television show that came in the silence of meditation. It never would have occurred to me to do that. My art, you know, there's a lot of things that have to do with my art that come through in meditation, or even in the middle of the night, I'll get an idea for an image. So I do that because I think that prepares me. And then the other thing is that I'm really committed to health and well-being. I just have to do that. And I want to do that for myself and for my family. So lucky for me, I live near the beach and I get about 4 miles in every day. Not every day, but let's say 5 days a week, walking back and forth on the beach. And yesterday I was walking on the beach and there was a seal on the beach, like a seal, like a SeaWorld seal, you know. And what in the heck? I mean, walking on the beach and seeing this seal, but you know, I love that. So I thrive on learning and I thrive on creativity. And I'm really excited about creativity these days because I think it can solve all kinds of issues in life.
You know, that we've got a comment in the chat from Erica Cassie. She's therapeutic chief operating officer, and she says, yes, our creativity heals us. Can you talk about how creativity can help us with anxiety and how it can help heal us?
Well, first of all, thanks. I think, first of all, we are never not creating. We're creating. This is a powerful thing. We're creating with every thought and with every word. I mean, there's a phrase that I heard that I really love, and it's frequency, like your frequency, where you're thinking, where that falls. Your frequency is your agency and your currency. So to me, that's a big responsibility, because if I'm going to walk around and be depressed or anxious or nervous or frustrated or even just complacent or something, that lowers all that down. And then I don't have access to creativity that way. And on the other hand, though, when I am in one of those places, if I step up to my easel or get into a creative zone, I can overcome that easily, because when I'm creating, I'm not thinking. So it takes all that creating, all of that energy and focuses it into one area, which is so rewarding for me, whether it's music or whether it's dancing or whether it's figuring out you want to make something that you've never done before. And also doing something hard. That's been proven that it affects your brain in a different way, is to do something that's really hard. So when I'm painting, I don't know how I got into this thing about creating images that are so hard to do, but I like complicated, and it's like rewarding on the other side of that.
Oh my goodness. I think all of us have been in that place where we're feeling anxious, where we're feeling, the dip in our frequency of some sort, and we feel stuck. And how do we get out of that? And moving, walking on the beach, changing our mindset. But sometimes when we're trying to even change our mindset, but creating causes us to think about the thing we're creating. And we use a different part of our brain. So the art, I love how the art has been healing in your life as well, and how you feel divine downloads when you are creating. That I think that, when we're creating, we're like the creator. And so I believe that there is a definite connection, a very strong connection with feeling connected to our creator when we are creating. Has that been your experience as well?
Yes, absolutely. And the other thing is, I think we are all contributing to one another. I have you can't really see it very clearly in here, but I have a neon sign behind me in my studio. Welcome to my art studio, everyone. And this sign in there, it says we belong to one another. And I believe that my I'll say frequency, but who I'm being in the moment, like being is the seed of doing, and doing is the seed of having. We have, that's like body, mind, and spirit for me. And I feel like when we are in that place, whatever place we're in, we're contributing to the whole. So if I'm in a terrible mood or a terrible place, it's not okay for me to do that, even in traffic or anything, because I know that I'm adding to someone else's good day or someone else's bad day, including my own.
Right. Oh, it's so true. Alicia, is this bringing up a question inside of you that you would like to ask?
It really is. And Becky, thank you so much for joining us. Becky, if this was your experience, when did you realize that you were the one that you were waiting for? And what shifted for you? Because you walk so empowered and bright and owning all that you are and committed to that exploration and the curiosity of who you are. So, if there was that moment, when did you realize that you were the one that you were waiting for, that it was no one else but within yourself?
Wow, Alicia, that's that hits me in a deep place, because I think I actually did a painting of this big painting of a woman, and I wrote that exact phrase, "You are the one you've been looking for," on that painting. And it was only one of a kind painting that I did, and she bought it. Mary, it was Heather Spangler. Remember her?
I do.
Yeah. I think that I think there's not maybe a lightning strike moment, but I think that, when you go through, no one gets married expecting to get divorced, and it was a really, really hard time for me. And I think that it was a process of figuring out who I was and what I'm here for. And in fact, I used to go to this, it's great, this trying to remember the name of it, Agape Church up in LA. I used to drive up there from San Diego and on Sunday morning because it just was so, it filled me up. And there was one thing that at the end of the church service, they sang a song called Use Me. And, you know, and I just asked Cynthia James for the, if she could send me the song, and she did, because she used to go there too. And I remember one time, to specifically answer that, I was renting this little teeny house that I'd moved into with all I had was my books and my clothes. And I moved into this little furnished house, and I was standing there in front of, they had like a, you know, stereo system or something. I plopped that cassette in the cassette time back, you know, that song Used Me. And I remember standing there just singing my heart out and crying, like, use me, God, like, what am I here for now? Like, now what, you know? And I think those moments when you are like stripped of everything, which feels like awful in the moment, and when you can get past that and know that, and have some kind of feeling that you're guided for a reason to be here, and trust that even when it feels horrible and terrible, those are enlightening moments, or can be, you know, if you can get out of that that's victimhood space. So
that is so good, Becky. And I think many of us have been in that space where we have been stripped. Some of us have had massive financial setbacks. Some of us have had, you know, life changes. Some of us have gone through divorce. We've lost our business. All of us have gone through some kind of a loss, a massive loss. And that part of that grieving, we do feel like a victim at some point in there, and getting over that feeling and moving through that grieving process. Can you talk to us about the things that you have learned that have shifted your mindset and how you have worked through that?
Yeah, I can, because I had to, you know, there was no choice other than that. And also, I mentioned, like, I have a family, you know, and they depend on me to be I don't think it's my job, my kids' job to take care of my feelings. You know, it's kind of like the opposite. Like, I don't want to be a burden on them. And I'm glad for that, because I realized, I was reading a wonderful book called The Book of Mastery. And I was speaking in England a year ago, and I knew exactly what I was going to talk about. And I was all ready to go on, you know, to go. And the night before, I opened this page in this book, and it was talking about victims and villains. And I thought, oh my God, it didn't say the word villain, but I got that. It was sort of like, okay, so victims. And so I changed everything I was going to talk about. And I talked about this. It was like, victims need villains, and villains need victims. So if you're going to be a victim, you're going to continue to create another villain, another villain, another villain, whether it's the stock market or politics or another lover or whatever, or a situation, a financial situation. And oh my gosh, you know, then that's when the work starts, because the promise was, if you can get past that, and this was a hard thing for me, honestly, if you can get past the thing about a villain, if you get past that, then you have freedom. Then you have freedom, because we're making it all up in our head somehow anyway. And maybe, and we're so good at that, you know, we creators can make up anything, but it's what we choose to focus on. And when I realized, like, oh my gosh, you know, I'm creating all this myself, by myself. And I'm happy to report that I'm on the other side of that. I found a greeting card a long, long time ago. I wish I would have I kept it for years, and I don't even know what happened to it. But it was a greeting card. On the front was this black and white photograph of, like, back in the 20s when there were flappers or something like that. You know, it's this forlorn looking woman. And she was in front of the card, said, "In the rags to riches saga of my life." And then you open up the card. It says, "I'm happy to report that I've successfully completed phase 1. So it's sort of like, you could say in the victim villain thing, you could say all that, you know, it's like, so I'm happy to report that I've completed phase 1 and 2.
Yay. That is so awesome. Okay, so if I'm in that state, I've been wronged. I have, you know, had all these losses. Maybe someone has done something that caused some of these losses in my life. What would you say to me if I am in that victim mindset? If I'm really struggling with the judgment that I feel, what advice would you give me to help me to be able to move to the next phase?
that's what I spoke about in Scottsdale recently, because what's the aftermath of figuring out the victim villain thing was all about forgiveness. And the way that happened for me was actually in the middle of the night again. I got this song came through for me that was an Eagles song. And I think that the title of this song is The Heart of the Matter, but it included the whole song came through in a dream, like with the lyrics and the music and everything. And it was about, and part of the music, it says it's about forgiveness, even if you don't love me anymore. And I got up thinking about that. And I realized that for me, it's about forgiving myself for spending so much time in that feeling of being a victim. It was also about forgiving, I had to really think about this, because I even asked a really dear friend of mine, Ben Buckley in India, to talk to me about that, because I said, I want to, because people feel justified in doing what they do. And I feel justified in doing what I do. And how can somebody that you think is a villain, and how can you get past that and make your life work again? And so I asked him, I said, even tell me, about Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. I said, they knew what they were doing. Explain that to me. I don't get that. He said, well, in the moment, people justify the decisions that they make. Maybe not always, and maybe not for good always, but in a moment, people think they're right. And if you can get past that, Becky, you're saying, you will experience a freedom like you don't even know. And he's right. And I feel like that. And the self-forgiveness part is I forgive myself for judging myself. Judging myself as being someone who doesn't deserve to be loved, or doesn't deserve to be cared for, or forgiving because of course I do. I'm a child of God, I mean, my kids, if my kids felt like that they didn't deserve something like that, I would have the same thought for them too. Wow, we forgive yourself. You are so amazing. We can do that with our kids. Why don't we do that with ourselves?
Right. It's so easy to see with our children, and to help them to realize that they are a child of God and a divine being. But we forget that with ourselves, especially when we are in that lower frequency. And it is work, and it takes effort to be able to change the way that we are thinking about that, and to drop that judgment about ourselves. That is so beautiful, to be able to tap into that love, because you can either have grievance or you can have a miracle, and the miracles happen in our life when we are able to tap into love. And that's exactly what you have done. Mary, I know you have a question. I want to allow you to be able to ask Becky a question now.
Thank you. That was so powerful, Becky. I did watch the video where I think you were in England or something when you gave that talk. That was so powerful. And so many, particularly women today, are going through reinvention, so what would be some suggestions you might give to older women, younger women that are going through change? Maybe their children are gone, or maybe they're just having children and have to leave a career because of their children. How do they go through that process and create magic in their life?
I love that you asked me that question, because it reminded me of one of my dearest friends who had been one of my attorneys, and she had a bad health issue right at the beginning, and she had to bow out. And I ran into her at Come On In La Jolla. And I said, tell me how you are, and what are you doing? And she said, I'll tell you what I'm doing. She said, I'm taking gardening lessons, Spanish lessons, piano lessons, art lessons. I went, oh my gosh. She goes, well, come with me to something. And so she said, there's an art class tomorrow. So I did. I went with her to that art class, because I was also, Mary, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Like you said, we were busy every minute of every day of every year. For 14 years I did that. And so all of a sudden now I'm in exile, and I don't know, what am I going to do with myself? I had no idea who I was going to be or anything. And it was that's why I say art found me, because it never occurred to me to be an artist. I'm not a trained artist. I never went to school to be an artist. And so I went with her to an art class, and they actually taught us how to draw a straight line, how to draw a circle. I mean, this is the beginning of art. So my suggestion is to try a bunch of stuff and just put yourself out into the world. I love that and I still love doing that because, I love adventure, so now I can say, oh my gosh, I've skydived. I love scuba diving. I've been around the world diving. All kinds of things. I learned to fly helicopters. I learned so many things because of my quest to, I'm curious, and I love the fulfilling feeling, even if it's something hard, which now they're proving in your brain when you do things that you think you don't want to do, like go jump in that ocean water, which is really cold right now. Like, not when the seal is on the beach, but like go jump in that ocean when you don't really want to, or whatever that might be. I don't have to do daredevil stuff anymore, but I definitely feel like this is really an opportunity to try a bunch of stuff, meet new and different people, read new and different things. But you know what? It's a commitment to do that, because otherwise you could just stay stuck. And I know people who've stayed stuck and I feel bad for them. And you know what? I can see by looking at them, it's like in their countenance, in their body, like, come on, we have this one life to live. That's where I am right now. It's like, there's so much I want to do.
Right.
There's so much I want to become, like who I want to become in the process of all of this.
I love your curiosity. And so many people are commenting on that in the chat. And they're also, Nicole Cowley said, I love that art healed your heart. And that's so beautiful how not only are you blessing people as they see your art and the feeling that they get when they look at your art, but blessing yourself and helping your heart to heal as you are reinventing yourself. And all of us, just like Mary said, when we have children, when our children leave the home, when we change jobs or have, different things happen, our lives are never stagnant. And there's one thing we can count on, and that's change. And so to be able to be resilient, you are such a huge example of resilience. And Mary and Alicia, you are powerful ladies who are great examples of resilience to me as well. And Becky, I wonder if you would like to share with us some things that your mentor, Steve Hardison, has taught you about resilience.
Oh my gosh, I worked with him for 50 hours. So that's a long time. Like every other week, I would fly to Phoenix to work with him for 2 or 3 hours. And the first thing he taught me was the world is as you see it. So that's powerful when you really think about that. I mean, because we all have a completely different, our perspective is everything. And I can change my perspective 10 times a day and still have a different outcome. And Mary, you remember the tiger story.
I do.
I don't. Do you want me to tell that? Is there time for that?
Yeah, please.
I can tell that shortly because it tells you everything about what the questions you just asked me. So there, we always used to do when we'd have a big event once or twice a year, we would call in people like the David Copperfield magician people, and they would teach some fancy tricks, so that at the beginning of the event there would be some big, huge, monumental experience for people walking in the room. So they felt like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. So this time in particular, there was a tiger backstage, an actual real tiger, like from LA, from some, I don't know, Mary, where in the world you could find these things, but you did. And so there was and they didn't want us to go backstage, or anybody to go backstage, because this tiger, they were keeping it in the dark and calm and all of that. Okay, so now it's time for the show to start. And so I'm the one that is going to get in the cage, and I'm going to disappear and turn into a tiger. So the way the trick goes is that you're not supposed to tell magician tricks, but I'm going to tell you. So I walk out on stage and everybody's cheering, and there's some stairs, little stairs for me to walk up because it's high. And I get into this cage. Well, that tiger is behind a false wall, which is right in back of me. So that tiger is pushing. I mean, there's hardly room in there for the tiger, much less tiger plus Becky. So that tiger I think that wall was probably about the thickness of an Amazon box. I'm not kidding. And so now, like, behind me is pushing on my back and breathing down my neck. And that cat spray smell, that was also happening. And then, and this tiger is like animated, because we open the doors for all these people to come running in, and there's like fire and music is really loud, and you can imagine what that did to that tiger. So now what I have to do, and then a guy walks out, the magician walks out, and they throw this shroud over the cage, which makes it pitch black in there. And now I have to reach down between my legs, and I have to pull one little ring up that was in the top of the cage, at the bottom of the cage rather. And then I had to pull another one up with my other hand and slide down into those stairs, which were hollow. And I had to slide my body down into those stairs. And I had only seconds to do that. But as soon as, if I would have dropped one of those rings that held the floor up, that was the mechanism that caused the false wall to come down. I would have been in there with that tiger.
Yeah.
So I had to do it right the one and only time. So then I got into the stairs. They wheeled me off the stage. I climbed out of that. I had to run all the way around the back of this big convention center, get into the back of the room, climb up on this platform, and then the light swiveled around, and there was Becky, the tiger. Here's the tiger. Here's Becky. So I was telling Steve Hardison this story, sitting in front of him, and I said to him, so obviously, I told him the story, and he was like, oh my God. And I said, yeah, so obviously Becky was disposable. And he said, what did you say? I said, oh my God, I never even realized that I had felt that way. That was such a crazy moment for me. And for him too. We both just sat there for a second. And I realized like the perspective I just mentioned, that perspective is everything. So sitting in front of him, we talked about that because, I mean, I know that there are instances in our lives when we feel like we're worthless, or I don't know about worthless, but I mean, not worthy of something, or inadequate in some way. And then when we feel that way, the world reflects that just right back to us. And so there's got to be a change, a switch up that happens for us so that we can realize. And I hope that people watching all these amazing women today get a lot of this benefit from this. If it's up to us, It's up to us to say, I'm unwilling to live like this. I'm unwilling to have my identity be that. And the reinvention is when that happens.
Oh, Becky, this is.
I've never heard you say that before, Becky. That brings me to tears. I was there though. Yeah, I've never heard you express that before. I always saw you as the heart of the company. So you were never disposable.
Becky, that you just bring up something that is so universal. And first of all, like Mary said, thank you for your vulnerability to share that story with us, because that's a very powerful story. And that is something that we have tigers that are right there breathing on our neck, whether it's the imminent loss that we know is about to happen, or, there's so many different tigers, and to feel that breathing down your neck, that it could consume you. Sometimes we feel like this hard thing that we're going through is going to consume us, and to feel like that we are disposable, that worth issue. I think we all struggle at times with our feelings of worth, and yet to make that shift, to move into hope, to move through it, and to move into resilience. You are such a beacon of hope, such a powerful beacon of hope. And I want you to know that your message today, the people in the comments are just loving what you are saying. We are all falling in love with you, Becky. And thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your heart with us today.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Becky, I feel like you just gave so many people that are tuning in right now and that will see this after, that space. You just held so much space for people to be seen and be heard and be open and to truly share, and then to experience everything that's on the other side of that. So just want to say thank you. That was just such a beautiful moment, and we appreciate you sharing with us.
Thank you, Alicia. And thank you, Karen and Mary. Thank you so much, Mary, because Mary, without you, I wouldn't even be here, because I wouldn't have known that you guys were even doing this amazing thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Becky. You've always been an inspiration for me, and I know for thousands and thousands of other people, women and men alike. So I so appreciate you being here, and I'm so grateful for your time and your wisdom and your grace.
Thank you so much. I'll see you in person soon.
Yes, for sure.
Can't wait. Thank you so much, Becky. It was just a joy to have you on, and everybody just has loved everything that you have had to say. And we'll have you again. So this was awesome.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Wow. Was that just incredible, ladies?
Oh my God. She's an amazing woman.
Yeah. Oh, I just, I think about how universal what she said, the journey that she has been through, and trying to navigate this so that we are able to come to the other side. I think about that card that she have. Congratulations, I have successfully made it through to the end of phase 1 and into phase 2.
Absolutely. And yeah, having to, losing what you believe is your identity, your whole identity, and how to recreate that.
Yeah.
She's done a beautiful job.
Yeah. And so many people go through that in so many different ways. I think her perspective that she shared.
I think particularly women go through that more than men. However, I had President George Bush on stage once, and I was backstage talking to him, and I said, when did you realize that you were an artist? Because after his presidency, he became an incredible artist. And he said, every 15 minutes of my life was scheduled when I was president. And the day after I left office, I had nothing to do. I had to figure out who I was.
Yes.
So so men go through it too.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that when you have that loss of identity, and I think as leaders, that's one of the things that many times we have gone through that teaches us those lessons so that we can lead other people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Those inflection points, because they, like curiosity, like Becky was saying, leads to creativity. And the thing is, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you like if you've never experienced it before. But that openness and that willingness to try new things and to put yourself out there and to really explore, it shifts. It's so transformational, because what is on the other side? And the other side can be part of your destiny, but you do have to take that step, and you do have to try. You do have to pick up that marker or that paintbrush and start that first stroke. So I think that it's such an important reminder, because I think we can see glimpses of that in our everyday lives, really. And then as a leader, how can that actually lend itself to what it is that you're doing in the world, and how can you be curious and innovative? So I love that.
Yeah,
that's
that
why
is
what Los Angeles Tribune is doing is so critical. And the Global Women's Symposium is, so many women are going to have aha moments today.
right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Those things that when we're wanting to overcome, a lot of times, one of the things that I have found is that when we articulate what is going on within us and the things that we have learned, that is when the healing happens. I think that's part of that creative process that Becky was talking about, that being creative and being aligned with our creator. And when we say the words, when we write the words, when we publish our story, when we get on the stage and speak our truth, there is such a powerful healing. I know that's happened for me. Has that been the case for you, ladies?
Definitely.
Definitely.
Because I think healing and clearing is part of a daily process. But the clarity that brings is, it takes time to figure out what that looks like. And, it's like what Denine said earlier, you have to fall in love with the process because it's always occurring. So I don't know. What about for you, Mary?
Absolutely. I mean, yes, you're constantly changing. And I think that's what makes life so interesting. It can be painful at times, but when you get through that pain of whether it's, losing a spouse or divorce, or having your children grown up and becoming an empty nester, or changing careers, the excitement is what creates an amazing life and a magical life.
Right. I remember when I broke up with a fellow, we were about to get engaged. And then he told me that actually he was going to go back to his old girlfriend. And I was heartbroken. I was so heartbroken. I felt so rejected. Talking about lack of worth, it just absolutely broke my heart because I adored him. and I remember my mom said, I was at college and my mom said, "Why don't you learn to play the piano?" And I didn't, of course, in an apartment, I didn't have a piano, but but there was a piano in the lobby. And I was like, oh, well, that sounds like a fun idea. Maybe I should do that. So I took piano lessons, and that act of creating used a different part of my brain, and I felt something come alive in me. And then when I started speaking and I felt that connection with the audience, I didn't feel so alone. And then as I shared my vulnerable stories, I realized we're not alone. Just like Becky said, we all belong to each other. What a beautiful thing to know and to believe that we all belong to each other.
Yeah, I love that. That's so key. I mean, Karen, for you, what is a part of your own journey that you're most proud of, but you rarely talk about? But when you look back and you reflect, you're like, I'm really proud of myself for that, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I think like Becky, one of the things that I am most proud about is overcoming the pain that I have felt with judgment, because I have felt judged by other people. I have experienced when I have been judgmental of myself and of other people. And I learned those same lessons that Becky talked about dropping that judgment, about forgiving myself. And it takes so much empathy for myself to forgive myself. And I remember when Becky was saying, when we forget that we're a child of God, that we are of worth, that can be very challenging to be able to remember. But if our child was struggling with that, we wouldn't have any problem reassuring them of their worth and of their divine identity. And so what is ironic is that as I have had children, they remind me when I forget, they'll say, "Mom," and they'll tell me something. And I was talking to one of my daughters, and I was telling her my feelings of inadequacy. And I was just really hard on myself. I knew better, and I didn't do this thing. And she said, "Mom, would you ever say that to me?" And I just stopped. And just like Becky said, never. I would never say that to my daughter. I would say, "Well, that's understandable. Of course, you forgot. And of course you didn't do the thing." And so for me, that process of learning to have empathy for myself has helped me to learn to regulate my emotions. And it's helped me to learn emotional intelligence so that now I can teach that to other people, because when I regulate my emotions, I can come back to love quicker, and I can remember my divine identity quicker. And so that's been one of the most powerful things. Well, our next guests are ready to join us. And so thank you both for being with us. Thank you, Mary Glorfield. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you
for being the conduit to bring us Becky, and for your beautiful light that you share with the world.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you so much for having me here today. And I've obviously enjoyed Becky and I learned so much, actually things I didn't even know and I've known her for so long. So I'm excited to hear more today.
Yeah, it was exciting. And the audience absolutely loved. They just fell in love with Becky and for the hope and the resilience that she emulates, that she stands for in her life. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Thanks, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Mary. Looking forward to so many more of the amazing global leaders. We literally have people that are going to be speaking here from all around the world. For those of you that are tuning in, we encourage you to comment, to share this program, and most importantly, to reflect and think about how you can apply something that you've learned today to your life today. So back to you, Karen, but it's been phenomenal being here.
Thank you. Well, our next guests hail from Germany, Astrid Ahrens, and she is the president of Voice Aid and Depeche. Astrid, welcome.
Yes, I say also welcome to you, Karen. It is a great honor for me to speak here and to work with you. Yes, I will say hello to the audience, and I think we have a nice evening.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's evening in Germany, and so we appreciate you being with us. Yes. And we are also being joined by Dr. Jennifer Randive. And Dr. Jennifer Randive is hailing to us from Dubai. So welcome.
Hello there. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Yes.
Well, Astrid is also the president of Voice Aid Association, and Dr. Jennifer Randive is known as the Maverick CEO. And these women are powerhouse women, and I am so excited to have them share their story with you. So, Astrid, if you could tell us a little bit about Dr. Randive and how you met each other.
What do you say? I have a little break in the conversation.
How
Yes.
you met Dr. Randive.
ladies,
Yes.
if I may ask you to please just address me as Jennifer, not Dr.
Okay.
Pat, it's okay. Jennifer, it's fine.
Jennifer, okay.
I have met Jennifer, yes, here for some weeks. We make together a very wonderful podcast, yes. And Jennifer was such a wonderful moderator, yes. And she has a good feeling for the people which talks with her. And it was wonderful. Thank you, Jennifer, for this moment.
Thank you.
Yes, and Jennifer, I know on that podcast that you had with Astrid, you were speaking about sustainability, and sustainability as leaders is very important. We're becoming more conscious about sustainability in our world, but what is another aspect as far as sustainability in relationships that you have learned as a leader?
I think that's a brilliant question. First of all, thank you so much, Karen, for having us. And thanks to Natalie and to Ashkan and to Astrid as well, who's actually made this possible. So, to answer your question, sustainability for me goes a very, very long way. It's not just about buildings and greenhouses, but it's also being sustainable as far as relationships goes and how it is that you show up. So, when I'm talking about sustainability, I'd love to see how I can sustain myself first, because without me being sustained, I really can't sustain anyone else. So it's always starting with us individually to be able to fill ourselves up so we can then fulfill somebody else too. So for me, that is very, very essential.
Yes, that you know what we'd always talk about, you can't fill from an empty pitcher. So we have to fill the pitcher first. How do you do that?
Good question. So now we experience a lot of stuff in our life, and I've been hearing the amazing speakers that have come before us. It is always about taking some quiet time because we're so busy in the rut of doing stuff. We're always doing, and doing, but we forget about being. And for me, being is very important because unless you're not being you, you really can't authentically do anything that is going to be of value to anybody, quite honestly. And I personally was burnt out because of that, because we tend to be, as women, people pleasers, right? So it's always about wanting to help somebody else, wanting to help somebody else. And it took me some time to figure out, like, gee whiz, what the hell am I doing here? Am I really being of value to me? And as a result of that, I actually had to get out of my own way, Karen. And the way that I got out of my own way was to actually to stop. I've created an SLA, the service level agreements that we have with everyone, suppliers and companies, the service level agreements. I had to create an SLA for me. And that was stop, listen, and ask questions. Because when you're asking questions, you actually become aware. So that's how I actually got out of my own way to be truly sustainable within myself, to be of any value to anyone else. Because it's otherwise, it's a thankless game and you get burnt out. And we don't want to get burnt out if you're going to be of bad value, right? Doesn't work that way at all.
Yes, and you brought up such a powerful point here because, the sustainability starts with sustaining ourselves. And you talked about regulating your emotions and emotional intelligence right there. So I appreciate all of your wisdom and the things that you have learned through your life. Uh, Could you talk to us as well about your thoughts about sustainability in relationships?
Yes, I will say I will start with the first point. Yes, we say it in Germany: love it, change it, or leave it. Yes, that is very important for a good sustainable life. Yes, because everybody must reflect yourself and what do you do? Do it with love. Yes, and what is comfortable for you when when a thing is comfortable for you, then you be relaxed, you have love. Yes, you like it to communicate. And so I will say that is a good part of your life and for your work time when you speak with other people. Then for me it is so my experience say to me, women often find it very difficult to let go something. Yes, they often try to get everything right down to the last minute. Yes, just to feel harmony, which is very important aspect for many, and clearly goes hand in hand with my first point. And the first point for me is by making yourself independent of the opinion of others. That is so important. Women are very receptive to what others say about them.
Yes.
This something causes a lot of strange, and also it is very stressful. The focus leads away from our energy, maybe to demotivation. So we can decide every time. It is my point. Every day I make a new decision, and my special topics are the situation that we like it to make a decision. Yes, decision are the points from where we can go forward. A decision clear the situation. Yes, and we must look about very make sure that communication is very constructive with positive words, because positive words have positive energy. And so we are more attractive for other people. Yes, we come to the heart to the other people. Yes, get away from warriors concerns or problemizing, go to hope, opportunities, and solutions.
Wow, you talked about something again that is so universal. Put a 1 in the chat if you worry about what people think about you sometimes.
I've got something to add over there, Karen.
Please.
If you can actually learn to make yourself the most important person on your agenda,
yes,
that is what it is that is so required. And maybe people think that you're being selfish, but quite honestly, if you really have to be a value addition to anybody, you've got to be you authentically. Period.
Right.
Without authenticity, you ain't going to make any difference to anybody, because it will be like a facade. And
yes.
what we actually have to get is a facade actually retards who we truly be.
Oh, yes, the facade
must be authentic.
Yes, we must.
Really,
I think
authenticity is the game.
absolutely authenticity is the name of the game. I think it's interesting what Sarah Barthel said. She said, "It's none of my business what others think about me."
Absolutely, that's exactly what I just said. Because what other people, I always used to tell the people that I coach is, if you can make yourself the most important person on the agenda, then what actually happens is And what I tell them is, please do not make it your business. It's none of your business what other people think about you. So please don't make it your business by reacting. It's like, oh my God, what are they doing? Why are they saying this to me? It's like, give it a rest, take a breath, and then look in within yourself, because it's an inside out job. It's not an outside in. We have, for eons and eons of lifetimes, being reactive to what's happening on the outside. I think all of us know, and especially our women here, that because we're so intuitive, is like it's time to look within, because within is where it is that you can shift and change the barometer of how it is you're actually showing up in your world.
Yes.
It's very essential.
Very powerful, very powerful. That looking within and being able to know of our worth, independent of what anybody else says. We talk about detaching and detaching from those opinions of others is very important. When we know the truth about who we really are and who we are as a divine being, that is one of the most empowering things in the world. And so thank you both, because that's really amazing. If you could share us a story where you had to do that, where maybe it was challenging for you to let go of the opinion of someone else. Jennifer, have you had a experience that you could share?
Big time. I was a corporate junkie, Karen. I had to actually do everything that I had learned. I mean, that was the environment, right? So you've got to be a good leader. You've got to do this, then you'll be a good leader. So I actually followed everything to the T, quite honestly. What happened is that it actually used to work for a little while, and then it would be like, but it's not happening. So what used to occur is I used to go into judgment of myself. I know people have talked about judgment, but when you're in judgment of yourself, then what you need to do is to actually prove that you're not wrong. Then you need to justify that you're not wrong. So it's an amazing game. So you judge, you justify, and then you prove. That does not affect any change. You carry on the hamster wheel for the longest time ever, because you're in the circle of having to prove something about you, right? So I actually went through that for a long time, till I had to do the SLA for me. Stop, listen, and actually ask questions. I used to ask questions for a living because I was a headhunter, right?
Right.
I never ever asked any questions of me. So I actually had to sit down and say, okay, fine, Jennifer, sit down there and actually ask yourself some very uncomfortable questions that may not be something that you would appreciate. But in that process, something actually occurred, and this is what it was. I recognized the fact that every place that I was judging myself was actually judging the experience that I had created. The experience was not me as a being, right? So if I was this powerful person who was creating something that didn't work for me, then I was equally powerful to actually choose to create something totally different, which actually empowered me to look at things in a totally different perspective. Because our perspective is reflective of what it is we experience in our world, right?
Wow, there's a mic drop moment. Our perspective is reflective. Oh my goodness.
What we actually see in our world.
Yes, what we see in our world. Oh my goodness, that is so powerful. And stopping, listening.
Yeah, just stop. Yeah, just stop. Because this is what it is. You've seen the dominoes, right? The dominoes. So you click one and then all the rest start falling. But if you interrupt the domino, the hypothetical domino, by a question and say, is this really me? Or is it someone else's story I'm actually living out? But we do not. This is another thing. Most of the time that when we are experiencing something, we always make ourselves wrong. But also remember, everybody, that it may not be yours, but it's something that you've inherited, something that you've bought into as a child. From the ages of 1 to 7, you're in theta mode, right? You're a sponge. You absorb everything from your environment. But when you're absorbing everything, by the time you become 12 and 13, what happens is that you think that that is who you are.
Right.
And then you start reacting to everything and start thinking that that is who you're supposed to be. And that's when stopping and asking questions to get the awareness like, oh my God, is this even mine? Or does it belong to somebody else?
Wow, that is another mic drop moment. When we come to that question, and that is one of the most powerful things, because that takes increased awareness, a higher consciousness, and very high emotional intelligence to ask ourselves and recognize, wait a minute, is this the truth?
This is really me.
Is
Yeah,
this really
really
me?
me.
Yes, and do I want this story? Does it belong to me, or do I want to reject this story? And Astrid, I would like to ask you if you have had a moment where you've had a turning point like that, where you realize, no, this is not the story that I want to carry. And whose story was this? And you were able to move past that.
Yes. It is so. I have a very crazy life, yes, and it gave a very hard time for me where I sit down in my home. Yes, I was alone. I have a right side, my son Mario, and I have on the left side, my son Arne. Yes, we have we have. It was a hard time, yes, because I have change. I have made a change in my life. Yes, I go away from my husband, and I lose many business contacts. Yes, I stand. Yes. I was in a point, yes, I don't know what is my next step. Yes. It was so unbelievable for me, yes. My tears go over the face, yes. But my parents, my not parents, my child, yes, give me the power, yes. The two boys, give me the power and say, "Mom, you can do it. When you want it, you can do it. Please do it, yes." And we have only we had only money for a little bit coffee, milk for the sons, and we eat toast with marmalade. Yes, whole weeks long. And then I speak with the boss. Yes, the boss say to me, "Mom, do all things what you need for to find your way." Yes, and this was the best motivation for me. Yes, and I go this way. I find to myself. I reflect myself. What are the things which I can do? Yes, what I am. And this was a key. This was a key, yes, for myself, for my career. And I say, yes, I will do it. I can do it. Yes, it is only my personality, yes, which say, stop, I don't want this crazy scenario. I want to find a good way in my life. It is my right. It is my birth. I don't know the right word in English.
Birthright.
My birthright.
Yes.
Yes, it is my birthright. Yes, to go this way. Yes, that is when I speak about it. Whoa, I feel it. I feel it in my whole body. Yes, and that is the point. I can use the emotions for to get more power.
Yes, you touched on something.
Live the emotion.
Yes, and I wanted to share with you that you really touched on a point that is resonating with our audience. So many people are saying, and Sandra Horton just said, our kids are our motivation in those deep times of change, and they are empowering to us. Becky Robbins talked about that in her life. That's been my experience. And for you to, having your milk and your toast with marmalade, and yet you gained that strength for your children. And I think so many of us as women, as leaders, many times it is our children that keep us going. It is our children that give us our why. Is that your case too, Jennifer?
Absolutely. I was blessed with a daughter 38 years back who was born with Down syndrome. Okay. And Sasha, her name is Sasha. Sasha's 38 today, a young, strapping lady. and has been employed by HSBC the bank, for the past 17 years. Okay. Now, this child has taught me so much: how to be resilient, how to take things in my stride, how not to react, but to act inspired. Okay. She had 5 defects in her heart when she was born. She's had 3 major surgeries. But then again, that resilience that that child had to actually come out of it, because she used to tell me, Mama, I'm strong, I'm powerful, this is going to be okay. Now, if a child is going through that and can yet be that to make me feel comfortable as a mom, I've actually learned everything that I do today is because of Sasha.
That is so powerful. Thank you. What a tender story about Sasha and showing you that she believed that she was strong, to remind you of who you really were, to remind you of your divine identity and everything that you've learned from Sasha. Oh my goodness, this is your conversation is resonating so deeply with our audience, and I would love to have more time with you ladies. This is just fantastic. I absolutely love hearing what you have to say. If you could just leave us with one last takeaway that you would like to share with our audience. And Astrid, I'm going to take that and let you answer that first, and then Jennifer.
Yes, very important point for to come in a good energy. Yes, is when you live here and now. That is very important. You can learn out of the past, but here on the point, I can create a good future. I can find the belief to my good future for me, for my family. Yes, I can create with a decision the right power for to create this wonderful future for me. Yes. In my experience, I see that many people live in the past, but in the past, I cannot create my future. So that is the important point also for leaders with works with employees, yes, or when I have a company, yes. I cannot be in the past. I must be every time in the here and now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. The here and now, that we cannot create the future from the past. We have to create it right now. And what we are doing now makes all the difference. How about you, and Jennifer? What parting words would
Something
you?
I'd love to share with everyone, because I think it is quite remarkable when I actually got it. Maybe it may be able to help somebody else or inspire somebody. Is we're all infinite beings, and we are created in the image of God. So by default, we have no fault. And as a result, the only thing that makes us go through all the judgment and the drama and the trauma and the intrigue and the upset is the way that we think. So perhaps that is something that we must stop, listen, ask questions, and become aware of ourselves as being truly divine.
Oh, remembering that we are a child of God. That sums it up.
We are created in his image. And so by default, we have no fault.
Mic drop. By default, we have
no fault. It is a perception that creates the reflection that we choose to live in.
Oh, these are such powerful mantras. I'm going to be writing these and sticking these on my little sticky notes on my mirror so I can remember them, and remember you two beautiful powerhouse women that have overcome so much in your life. We barely scratched the surface. I just can't wait to hear more from you at a future event. I also, Astrid, I want to thank Ashkan Tabibnia and 902 Enterprises for connecting us, for bringing you to us. Dr. Natalie Forrest for making that connection as well. And when I heard about you both, when I listened to the podcast, I immediately was drawn in, and I knew that our audience would want to hear, because from an international perspective, it's wonderful to know that we're all going through the same things, that we're all dealing with those feelings of inadequacy, trying to rewrite the story, rejecting the false narratives, and remembering that we are children of God. Thank you so much.
Before I go, both Astrid and myself believe in one thing. She always says, and I totally believe, is we are one.
Yes, yes. Oh, wonderful, Jennifer. That's great. That's great. And together we make a difference.
Yes, together we make a difference.
Thank you so much.
That's how we sustain our relationships, is we sustain ourselves, we sustain our relationships, and we sustain ourselves by remembering that we are one. Thank you so much, wonderful women.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune, to the team von Ashkan, and all people which believe in this
Ashkan,
wonderful.
The connector of magnitude. Thank you so much. And
Yes.
Natalie, love you.
Thank
Love
you.
all.
Thank you to all.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Wow. Was that incredible? I mean, the story of Sasha and the story of Astrid overcoming, just absolutely incredible. So we are just so grateful that we were able to have them come and to bring us their thoughts, because when we hear another woman who is going through the same thing, who's having these same feelings that we are having, what it does is it teaches us and it reminds us that we're not alone. I think it's really interesting with our brain when we're going through something that is, a negative, quote, quote, negative thing, a setback of some sort, a moment when our frequency has dropped, and we start to hear that story that's been going on in our mind. Maybe things that, like Astrid was saying, we're a sponge. Maybe those things, and Jennifer was talking about those early years when we just absorb everything. Maybe we are hearing that story back. That tape just kind of plays. And then we have to stop, as Jennifer said, stop, listen, and ask. The SLA. Do we really want that story? Is that who we believe? Is that who we really are? And when we can remember who we really are, that is a very powerful tool that helps to regulate our nervous system. I don't know about you, but when I just think about my divine being and I think about the light that I was born with, that is within me, that I can shine and share with others, that brings me a calming influence in my life. That helps me in that moment. Maybe it's extremely stressful, but for a moment, I can just feel my emotions start to de-escalate, and I can start to feel my body start to relax. And both women talked about the importance of being present, and that we cannot create the future by living in the past, that we have to be present, and we have to be able to focus on what we want to think now and how we want to believe. And then what are we going to do with those thoughts, and how are we going to move forward? And then to hear their why. Was that just so powerful? Did you just love hearing about their children and how they motivated both Jennifer and Astrid? I just love that. My children have been such powerful examples in my life. I remember before I had children, I wanted to be the very best person that I could. I wanted to be the best mother so that they would come to a person who was being as whole and the best possible version of myself that I could be. And I wasn't perfect, but I did at that moment. I was the best that I could be, and I worked very hard. And I think that we forget that when we have our children in our life, they are a reflection, and they show us what the truth is. They are so resilient. They remember that they are beings of love. They can forgive so easily. And so it's very powerful to be able to have our children in our lives. And if you don't have children, then there are children that are in the world that can be a blessing in your life as well. Oops, got muted there. Our next guest is Carolyn Hughes, and she is coming to us from Ireland. And we are so excited to hear Carolyn share her thoughts. And I'm going to, yes, there she is, Carolyn. We are so glad to have you on.
Good morning, Karen. It's really great to be here. How are you?
Great. Thank you. And thank you for being with us. I know it's evening for you and coming from Ireland. Thank you so much for sacrificing your time, because you're a very busy leader and often traveling around the world. And we are so grateful to have you with us today at the Global Women's Leadership Symposium.
Well, it's such a pleasure, Karen. And as I was listening to Sasha and Astrid and the speakers beforehand, there's a definite theme emerging around, owning your voice. And I know I was kind of playing a little game with you before we came on there, and the chair was empty, and I always kind of think about, what happens when there's an empty chair instead of the speaker? Right?
Yes, I know. I'm like, wait, where'd she go?
She was here a moment ago, and I like, may we play a little bit? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because you see, isn't it really funny when something unexpected happens and we've got these plans and we've got a schedule, and you and I obviously have, we've talked about, the timing of things and check, make sure everything is working. And yet when something unexpected happens within a schedule or within something that seems to be defined, our minds then create meaning, right? And it kind of builds on the point that Astrid and Sasha were making, right? That, in the absence of information, we start to create stories about people.
Oh, wait, stop right there. In the absence of information, we start to create stories. And so, yes, that's exactly what I did. I mean, we brought it up. And, there's no chair. And we talked about this, but I forgot. And so I really did start to make up a story.
Right. And may I be really bold and ask you, what was the inner dialogue that was happening as you very professionally kept the show on the road? Because it was so beautiful what you were doing.
I started to think, did I tell her the wrong time? Is it the wrong? Did I not realize what time zone?
Right. Yeah. And you know what? This is look, we're diving straight in, right? Is that okay?
Yes,
we can
dive
in. Right? This is something that's actually probably been happening to me my whole life. And I think it's probably happening to women and indeed men all over the world, where when we don't articulate what it is that we stand for, when we are unclear about what it is that really matters, well, then people will make it up for us.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I think particularly, like, I've worked in organizations most of my career. I've worked in big global companies, small indigenous organizations. But you're kind of in a goldfish bowl once you take the title of leader, once you take the title of parent, once you take the title of pastor. It doesn't really matter what the context is. If you're looked to as somebody who is, either has a clear point of view or you're looked to for direction, if you're not clear about what it is you stand for, then other people will quickly tell you, won't they? And they may or may not actually have it right. And that's a moment of reflection, isn't it? Of, well, what is it that I'm projecting or that I'm saying that is causing this to be the feedback that's coming back? Yeah, Sarah's just saying it there. We fill in the gaps with our own narrative, and then we believe it. Yeah. Oh, Sarah, you're absolutely right. Yes, and then we believe it.
Right. And the thing that's interesting is when you're around somebody who knows the truth about themselves,
yes,
most people do not. I mean, I think that there are times that less of that story that other people try to put upon them, that less of it maybe is absorbed because they have more of that assurance within themselves. Right. And yet when we don't have that, people do want to help us. Let me help you know who you are. But are they?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes. And there's very clear opinions on that, isn't there? Right? Yeah.
Yes. And the chat, everybody is loving this. Know who you are, or people will make it up for you. So powerful. And tell us more about this, because yes, I love the way you think.
Well, you see, as I said, this kind of comes to me through being unconscious of this stuff, right? And thinking that, sometimes that, a title kind of bestows a certain either privilege or way of showing up or way of being in the world, right? And I remember I became a global director in this Fortune 500 company at the age of 39. And I remember there was a very big budget to be signed off on. And I talked to my HR business partner and I said to him, who do I need to talk to get sign off on this? And he said probably two of the most both scary and delightful words in the English language to me. He said, "You're it." And now, inside, part of me was saying, well, who died and left me in charge, right? And then also on the other side is going, okay, well, if I'm it, then I'm going to call it. And I'm going to decide how this goes. And I think we often have the two happening at the same time. Why am I the person in charge in this situation, yet I'm very willing to be in charge? Or why are people turning to me for the answer? And yet actually when I trust myself, I have all the answers. And we kind of go along these there's like two ends of a polarity spectrum. And both of them can exist at exactly the same time in our minds and in our hearts.
Yes. Oh, that is so true. Jackie Wilkinson said, tag, you're it.
Right. Yeah. Oh my goodness, Jackie, I hadn't thought of that. I'm suddenly back in my schoolyard, about 8 years of age. Yeah, getting chased by some boy,
Yes. And yet the question, at first, yes, it's the question, wait, who said I made it? And wait a minute, what does that mean then? Wait. And then all of a sudden it's like empowering. I get to make that decision instead of I have to make the decision. I'm scared to make the decision. No, you get to make the decision.
Oh, I love that. I love that because there's a very simple truth in that, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's the burden of I have to, and there's the freedom of I get to.
Yes. Wow. And I'm thinking about conscious leadership and how your awareness of these things propelled you into a higher consciousness. Could you talk to us some more about that?
Yeah. May I tell you a little story? Is that okay? Can I?
Absolutely. I love stories.
Yeah, super. Okay. Because I would say there's probably three things that has really kind of defined not just my leadership, but my life. And one of them is I have an innate curiosity about people. I kind of fall in love with people all of the time, and what it is that really just what's going on, what makes them tick, what's inspiring to them, what turns them off, and what's really happening. And maybe sometimes in overdrive. And then the other two things that in my life that kind of has been very significant is I kind of had one of these outer body kind of near-death experiences about 14 years ago. And I also had quite a significant burnout about 5 years ago. And so it was really interesting about last August. I'm sitting at a leadership conference in Scottsdale, Arizona, and it's day 2 of 3. It's one of these kind of normal, out for the 3 days, looking at who am I as an entrepreneur, as a leader, and how do I define myself differently. And the person who's running the retreat introduces the external speaker. And I'm sitting at the front row because I love a front row seat. I'm kind of that kind of person, right? It's part of what I love about online. Everybody has a front row seat. Yes. And the facilitator is introducing this speaker, a guy called Vinnie Talsman, and he introduces him as a living dead man. Now, I heard those 3 words, and it's like my whole body just went. And as I leaned in, just like I am now, this guy, cool as you like, 3-piece suit, hand in the pocket, walks out on stage and starts telling us about how he's doing PR for heaven. and I'm kind of sitting going, oh, this is very familiar. And yet for me, this was a subject that was so taboo that suddenly being confronted with this beautiful man around my same age probably as myself, or maybe slightly younger, kind of literally talking about this as if he was describing, what he did for dinner.
Yes, exactly. I mean, PR for heaven, that just makes you just stop in your tracks when someone says that.
Right. And so he's talking, and I'm kind of like this going, I never met anyone who's had something similar to what I think I've had. Because up until that moment, a beautiful woman called Anita Morjani, who's written Dying to Be Me, that was the only other person I'd really heard about. And I'm sitting in this conference, 130 people, and I'm reliving my experience, which had happened on the summit of Mount Kilimanjaro 14 years ago. And all I can see is this warm embrace that I was held in while I watched my body struggle below. And I watched me walk like a toddler in minus 15 degrees temperatures late at night, and watch the struggle on earth while I'm in this conversation with these divine beings. And they were very clear, this is not your time. This is not your time, but you have to choose. Now, I don't remember choosing, but I do remember the feeling of being back in my body, the feeling of the constraint of this earthly, physical experience. I remember the sharpness of the cold as that breath hit my nostrils, because minus 15 is pretty cold.
Yes.
But there was a summit to be done, and this will kind of speak to almost the core of who I am. That the summit to be done kind of took primacy, because I'm very much a person that if I commit to something and I'm here, I'm committed not just here, but here. Yeah. It's happening. It's happening. But what was happening in my head was, what's wrong with me? Did I just get kicked out of heaven?
Oh,
right. Did I just choose, quite literally, consciousness over unconsciousness?
Oh.
Like, who chooses that?
Who chooses
the presence of unconditional love to struggle?
Oh, Caroline, this is incredible. Who chooses that?
Right.
Did I choose to get kicked out of heaven? Oh my heavens.
Okay. Yeah. And this was the story that I created around this. That it wasn't a powerful moment of choice, but it was a choice that got made. I disempowered myself, Karen, in the story, right? Which is kind of a big part of why I do the work I do, and especially to do it with women, but not exclusively so, because I think we do this.
Yes.
We can achieve something amazing, and we can tell ourselves success is in the rearview mirror. Or we can tell ourselves, oh, that was just that thing. That one tower, that was a fluke. And Irish people, we say, oh, it was a fluke. I hope it translates. It just means, oh, that was that one thing, I got lucky. And by the time we tell the stories 4 times, well, anybody could have done it, when actually the truth is quite the opposite.
Absolutely.
The only person who can do what you're doing is you.
Oh,
and that came up earlier.
That is awesome. The only person who can do what you're doing is you. And you are perfectly aligned at this moment. All the things that you have gone through have brought you to this point to be able to do what you need to do. And I remember I heard someone say one time that we were prepared before we came to Earth and given all the knowledge that we would need to be able to deal with this thing. That's a very empowering thought for me. And you just said that very truth.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I call it the divine memo. I call it the memo. Right? Did you get the memo? Did you read the manual?
Did you get the divine memo? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's like we have this Mercedes-Benz called life, and we sometimes think we're, driving around in, I don't know, Ford Fiesta. I'm not a real car person, right? But, if you drive a Ford Fiesta, I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just saying there's a difference.
There is a difference.
Knowing what we're driving, knowing what we're dealing with, and I think, and that's why I called my business Conscious Leadership, because very often we're doing exactly what we need to be doing, but we're not maybe directing the traffic in a deliberate way so that we can really have maximum impact.
Yeah. And
so a lot of the times the conversations I find myself in with myself, let me just put my hand up first off, right? Say, I am my own best case study, and it's so much more fun to read about than to go through. Right?
Oh yes, I'd much rather read my story than have to have the struggle, the moment of the struggle. But that makes the best story.
It does, but these are our choices, aren't they? That do we create the story of struggle out of the opportunity that we have, or do we find ways to kind of forge our path because we're the one who got the memo?
Right, because we're the only one that got the divine memo.
Right. I'm kind of back to you're it, right? The two words. So there was the most disempowering and the most empowering at the same time.
Right. So can you tell us when you came back to your body and you were trying to figure out, what am I meant to do here? What did you discover is your divine mission in this life?
Well, I think what's really interesting, that while my career soared, during this kind of 14 years between when this happened and the event of last August, which was so significant, and I did things that were in alignment with my vision, but not deliberately so. I became a global leader in a Fortune 500, and I ran a global leadership function. 80,000 people across the world would have gone through our programs. And when I left my corporate career, I created a business called Conscious Leadership Development. Again, it was an inspired thought late at night. I kind of shared some of that with the other speakers that were talking earlier, But actually what I realized in August, when I really allowed, I suppose, the lid to come off the experience, that actually the truth of the memo is around the enabling of people to see what is their full potential, to write the story that is theirs, so that other people are not wondering who is sitting in their chair.
Right. And not to write, not to make up a false story.
Right. Yeah. And because that's tempting. Because and I could look and I could say, maybe I lived in a false story for about 10 years, or a false version of it, in the sense that it wasn't the full truth. Because sometimes, falsehood is the absence of the full truth, as opposed to a deliberately misleading.
Right.
And that's kind of part of this gap that I have experienced between, the denial of the experience in the fullness for what it was, and then the moving through life, as though it were true. And so the enabling of others to find their gifts, their potential, their leadership story, that's where we build resilience, because a lot of our energy is expended trying to deny something that we wish wasn't true.
Oh, that is so powerful, because so many of us have these programs that are like playing like in the background that we don't even know they're there. And like you said, living in that for all those years. Many of us do that for many, many, many years. And then something starts, there's a little bit of a discomfort that we're like, wait a minute, I'm not sure if that's really how I want. How do I like how I feel when I tell myself that story? And you are such a powerful example, Caroline, of conscious leadership, starting with yourself, and then being able to empower others to see their potential so that they can rewrite their stories. And just like Jennifer and Astrid were just talking about, who am I and who do I want to be? And is that true? Is that story true about me? And stop, listen, and ask that question. And you wow, we could go on and on, because I love your depth. Everybody just loves this conversation, and we're going to have you on again, because this was deep. This was true. This was higher consciousness, folks. And for all of you who are wanting to know more about how to raise your consciousness, this is where it starts. It starts with reflection. It starts with pausing and asking those questions and then really searching. I know that you're a truth seeker, Caroline. I love how you love the truth. I love how you love to know the truth about yourself and how you teach others the truth about themselves so that they see their gifts and they see who they divinely were created to be. I love your mission. I'm so glad you came back to Earth. Thank you.
Me too.
Well, thank you for being with us today. It was such a joy to be with you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you, Karen.
Wow. I mean, was that incredible? We have had the most amazing lineup of speakers. And Caroline is a friend of Becky Robbins, and Becky introduced me to Caroline. So that was really fun to have Caroline be on with us today. And now our next guest is another dear friend of mine, Kimberly Crow. I just love Kimberly. She is the host of Speakers Playhouse. And I started attending Speakers Playhouse, and Kimberly always says, if it's not fun, it's not worth doing. And when I heard her say that, I'm like, gosh, I never really thought of speaking on the stage as fun, but I'm trying to think it's fun. But Kimberly made it fun. And one of the things that Kimberly did for me was she said to me, you are safe on my stage. And I went, whoa, I am safe? Well, then I think I could take my baby toe and climb up the ladder and get on your stage, because if I'm safe with you, then I'm safe to share my heart with the audience. And so, Kimberly, thank you for being such a beautiful mentor in my life. Thank you for believing in me like Caroline talked about. Thank you for seeing my gifts. And thank you for empowering me to be able to take that microphone and say yes when someone offers me the microphone, because I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you.
Well, I'm so glad you took inspiration. You have been, look at what you're putting on. Look at how many lives this is impacting, how many positive results are coming out of this. What is the ripple effect from you stepping up and grabbing the mic and facing, if it was a fear, your fear, and stepping out. And the truth is, every stage out there, for the most part, is really a safe stage. People want to show up. Nobody is showing up to the Los Angeles Tribune to watch Karen Hall fall on her face. Like, nobody's trying, like, nobody's like, I really hope she doesn't give a good show. Everybody wants you to succeed. Everybody wants you to do a good job, and everybody is behind you. So yes, I am so glad that when you were handed a mic, you took it, because look at the ripple effect. Look at the comments. Look at the lives that are changing because you were able to do that. Karen, you're an inspiration.
Oh, Kimberly, thank you. Thank you. You know what you're saying is a mirror and it's a reflection of you. Kimberly is so powerful at empowering others. And Kimberly has this incredible presence where she, first of all, is approachable, and she is so heart-centered. She loves people, and yet she is so confident and so successful. She's a serial entrepreneur. She has had numerous successful businesses. And Kimberly, if you could tell us some about your leadership and how you stepped into leadership in your life.
Oh, yeah, great question. So I did probably like what a lot of your audience did. I went to school, I went to college, I grew up, I got a good job with health insurance, and I worked in corporate for 17 years, climbing the corporate ladder. And about 15 years of those years were really good. The last two, not so much. I knew that I didn't want to just continue to do that, that was not all there was, that there was something else out there, and it just wasn't fulfilling anymore. It's sort of like the person that, you know, like they played piano all their life and then they don't love it anymore. And they're like, well, I'm good at it, but I don't want to do it anymore. I want to do other things. And I definitely felt that way. I was like, I've been there, done that. I'm ready for other stuff. And it took quite a while before I was able to successfully resign. And because I was still stuck in that mentality, I thought, I'm going to create an entrepreneurship. I'm going to break free. I'm going to build $1 million business. but I don't know what I want to do. And so I talked to friends and family, and they said, well, you're so good at what you did at corporate. Why don't you just start a business doing that same thing? And I thought, great idea. That's so wonderful, because I know how to do it. I know how to hire people. I know how to make contracts. I know how to get sales. I know how to do all of it. So I'll do that. And in 18 months, I've created $1 million business. And I was super unhappy.
Oh my goodness. Here you think, if I could just create this business and have this kind of financial success, then everything would be great.
Right. And so I did. And I think everybody that wants to be an entrepreneur has this dream of building $1 million business. And then I heard one mentor say, I hope you all get to $1 million really fast, because then you'll realize that's not what it was all about. And I felt that, and I felt it hard. And I knew that at corporate, I was a little bit in golden handcuffs. Maybe you know what that is, where you're making so much money, it doesn't make sense to quit, but you just don't love it anymore. And you just don't want to go in. That's golden handcuffs. When I built this company, and it was $1 million company, now I was in a golden jail cell that I built myself, because you can't just quit when you start a company. You just be like, I'm not going to do it anymore. I had contracts and employees and people who were counting on me. So it was a bit of a crisis. And I actually had a bit of we'll call it a spiritual awakening / breakdown. And I climbed I left work one day. I didn't go in. I didn't even leave work. I just didn't go in. I had people that were on my calendar, and I asked my team to cancel for, a personal emergency. And I left, and I just went for a hike. And there's a mountain nearby called Iron Mountain. And I went to the top of the mountain. I don't know, like I thought there'd be a goober up there telling me what to do or whatever. And there wasn't. And I was in this really icky place, and I came back down. And I had this conversation with my son when I got back down. He said he was struggling because he was 15 and a half. And that age was tough, because he said, I'm too young to get a summer job. And he was really kind of a business entrepreneurial kind of person. And he said, and I'm too old to go back to summer camp, because that's boring and stupid. And I know everything now that I'm 15 and a half. Because they do, and we did too when we were 15 and a half. And I was like, well, why don't we create a business together that's just for fun? Just something fun that you would love doing based on stuff that you love doing. And he was really excited. And we created a business that was an audiobook business, where he could read audiobooks, narrate audiobooks, and make money doing it. And we had so much fun that we got more business than we could handle. And business was booming. It was super successful and super fun at the same time. And I thought, this is what it's about. It's supposed to be about having fun, bringing joy. And I ran across this quote recently, and it's from Howard Thurman. And Howard Thurman was Martin Luther King Jr.'s mentor. Imagine a mentor to that gentleman, right? And he said, his quote was, do not ask what the world needs. Ask what lights you up, because what this world needs is more people who are lit up. And I thought,
okay, wait, pause for just a second.
This is it. This is the top of the mountain.
Oh, yes, this is brilliant, Kimberly. I want to repeat this slowly. Ask not what the world needs. Ask what lights you up, because the world needs more people who are lit up. And did you say Henry Thurman?
No, now that you said that, I'm going to screw it up. I'll remember it. I'll give it back to you. But yeah, it was Martin Luther King Jr.'s birth mentor, and it was Howard Thurman.
Howard Thurman. Everybody write that down and ask yourself, what lights you up? Because the world needs more people that are lit up. Man, the chat is just blowing up, Kimberly. Everybody loved that moment. That was powerful. And what did you figure out lit you up?
Well, once we built this business, we decided that we would teach other people how to build it, because we couldn't handle all the business. So we're like, we're going to teach other people, because this is fun. Let's teach other people how to do this. And so we taught at a local adult school, and I was like, oh, I love teaching. I love sharing. My mom was a teacher. I thought I'd never be a teacher, but I was like, this kind of teaching, this is fun. And so then I started teaching people online, and it kind of grew from there. And I realized that really the people that I love connecting with are coaches, entrepreneurs, seekers, healers, people who are wanting personal development, personal growth, who want that next thing to light them up. And for me, I love helping people get on a stage and share their truth, their world with a greater audience. And so that's how you and I met, because I stepped into a world where I was helping people get on stage, grabbing a mic and sharing their message with the world. And that's what lights me up. And I love seeing them get lit up when they do it as well.
And you know what? Kimberly does light up when she watches her mentees, cross that hurdle and take that microphone and talk. She is so encouraging, and she does light up, and I have seen her do that. And that is so wonderful, because you are, first of all, you receive the joy of teaching those people how to get on the stage. That's a powerful joy in and of itself. But then when you watch them light up, that lights you up too, because you see that growth within them. That's
but it's not just about me, it's about the other people in the audience as well. Like when you're on a stage and you see the audience like, oh, they get it. Like they're in it with you and they're supporting you and they're like, we're on this ride together. And it feels like you're all on this raft in a river, and it's going faster and faster, and we're in it together. And I think that's, for me, what speaking allows. It allows, especially virtual opportunities like this, but in person, you get to hug the people at the end, right? But, and I will hug you the next time I see you, Karen, because you're amazing. But virtual audiences, you can touch people literally around the world with an internet connection and be able to change lives at even a minute level or a maximum level where people are like, that's inspiring. I want to know that. Think of the people in your life who have lit you up, who you thought, oh my gosh, that's so powerful. I want to go do. As soon as that happens, that person has created a ripple effect in you. And now you're going to create an effect in the lives of other people as well, because you're inspired. So a lot of people talk about motivational speaking or coaching or whatever. I believe that I'm an international inspirational public speaker, because I can motivate you one day at a time, or I can inspire you and you can motivate yourself from here forward.
Wow. And Kimberly, I loved it when I got to hug you in person, because I had known Kimberly for a long time. When I finally got to be in person with her, it just felt so, I felt so lit up because to have my mentor, so many times you don't get to meet your mentor in person, and it is so worth it to be able to go where Kimberly's going, speak where Kimberly is speaking. I still am looking forward to the day when I get to actually speak where Kimberly is speaking. I told her, I want to do that, Kimberly. I want to be on the stage with you. So I decided, I'm it. I'm going to make it happen. So awesome. We are talking together, which is so exciting. But Kimberly, you mentioned a really interesting point about that process of connecting with the audience so they light up.
Yeah.
And that was what helped me to overcome my fear of speaking. I mean, I was more scared of speaking publicly than I was of dying.
Yep.
But when I took that microphone and when I saw those eyes light up and I felt it, I was hooked.
Yeah, that's because when we're nervous, it's like, how am I going to look? What are they going to judge me for? What are they going to say about me? What if I fail? What if I? But as soon as you see them light up and they're with you, then it's like, what if they? And it's so much better when you're focused on them and what they can create and what you can inspire in them to do next. So it's not about you anymore. You don't have to focus on you. You're just focusing on the audience and what you're creating within them. And a lot of people say, I want to leave a legacy. And a legacy could be what you leave after you die, but a legacy doesn't have to be that. A legacy could be what you leave behind in someone that you've touched. That's a legacy. And that doesn't have to happen later. That can happen now.
Ooh, our legacy is not just what we leave behind. It's the lives that we touch right now. And we can start this moment, this very moment. That's very powerful. And to remember, this is one of the keys that Kimberly teaches her mentees like me, is it's not about me. And when you start to get in your head and you start to feel afraid, oh no, are they going to like what I have to say? Are they going to like me after I talk?
Right.
Then you replace that and you think, no, it's about them.
Yeah. How
can I bless them? And for me, one of the things that helps me is I always pray, and I always ask everyone to pray for me before I speak. But when I feel connected to the divine and I am delivering the message to them that I feel that the Lord wants them to hear, or source or light or the universe or whatever, that's when I feel the most lit up. That thrills me to no end. And when I get finished with my events, that's the moment that I always talk about, is when I feel that divine conduit where I feel so blessed to be the messenger, where I get to tell them this thought that has come to me for them. And I know you feel that too, Kimberly.
I do. And if you think of all the ministers, preachers, people in the world who are in religious organizations, whether they're defined that way or not, spiritually inspiring people are not trying to be proud of what they have to offer necessarily. They're getting inspiration from divine, right, in their world. And I think that when that flows through them, then they realize that it's not about how they look or how they show up. It's about, let's get this message out there and inspire others. And so the focus comes off of them and they realize it's not just about them. And we're the same way, right? In speaking to you, I'm getting as much energy from you as I am from the spiritual divine world that I connect to before I get on a stage, and from the audience that's feeding back to me. So it's not just about you ever.
You're right. It's not about you. Oh my goodness. And I think that helps us in so many ways to overcome that fear and to remember our purpose. G was just saying, let your passion drive your purpose. And that is one of the things, when you find your why, when you feel like you know what your mission here is, and you know what your mission is, Kimberly, and you are so good at your mission. And I'm so grateful that you are fulfilling your mission, because you bless millions of people, millions, when they hear you. Millions will be hearing this broadcast. And I want you to know that I am so grateful that you are so passionate about your subject, that you said yes to the microphone, and that you make it fun and make it safe so that we can use our passion to fuel our purpose and speak.
Beautifully said.
Well, Kimberly, I want to ask you about your experience of coming to find your spiritual. I know that's been a time you mentioned when you hiked up to the top of the mountain. Could you tell us a little bit more about spirituality with your leadership?
Yeah. So when I was young, I was very connected with what people would say connected with the universe. I had a wonderful godmother who was into all kinds of different things. Like she lived in New Orleans, so she knew a little bit about everything, right? And so we would do ESP and try to get all kinds of things. And then I went to school and I got serious. And I didn't do that anymore because I was a professional businesswoman, right? I don't know. That was just pretend when I was young. And then and it came a couple of years back, and I just started doing a lot more personal growth and personal development and connection. And I started working with the Chapel of Awareness in Encinitas, California, and they teach ESP, scientifically teach it. And I was like, oh, okay, so my skepticism and my childhood is kind of coming back together. How can we reunite this? And I did. I delved a little deeper, and I went through a lot of different, not just their trainings, but a lot of different exposure. And I think we all do. We go back and find other teachers who light up different things. I'm a huge fan of Abraham Hicks. Esther Hicks channels an entity called Abraham. She's got such great things to say in the world. And what I love about the world of spirituality compared to classic religion, in my mind, is that spirituality sort of says, oh yes, what's yours? I want to hear about yours too. Where traditional religion will say, this is the way, it's the only way, and there is no other way. And if you don't do it this way, you're wrong. Spirituality is like, oh, you do tarot readings? That's awesome. Tell me about that. Oh, you do like Reiki healing? I want to know about that. And so I liked the way that was sort of embracing everything. And so that's been my journey, is to do a little of this and a little of that. Personally, I've done channeling, I've done ESP, I have 5 spirit guides that I work with, and I've done all kinds of different things. And I also am pretty grounded in the business world as well. So I think a little of this and a little of that helps everybody. And I think that the divine is out there trying to get in whatever crack you're going to let it in. And if you say, this is the way I'm going to let you in, the divine will go there. That's my opinion.
Well, and that's really interesting, because as leaders, so many times we come up against a wall. We come up against a crisis. We don't know what to do. It seems bigger than us. And how can we get this answer? And the divine is trying, it's knocking, it's saying, I'm here. I want to give you more guidance and more help and more inspiration. And so if we can find that way to tap into that and to connect with who we really are first, knowing our divine identity, and then being able to tap into that, the growth and the power that comes to us when we feel that in our lives. And I know you have felt that in your life too, Kimberly. Yeah. And that's a beautiful thing. And what you just said is so inclusive, that we are all on our journey in this world. Yeah. We are all seeking for more light. And that is the most important thing, to be a truth seeker, to look for the light and to look for the good. And that's what the Los Angeles Tribune is all about. We are on a mission to uplift the world. And Kimberly, you uplift the world by your very being. I mean, everybody is just saying how lit up you are and how they love your energy. They're so excited to hear you talk about this. And if you could tell us about a time, maybe a story in your life when you weren't lit up, you talked about the golden handcuffs, but was there another time after you left that and we're doing, what you're doing now? Was there a time in this phase of your life that you didn't feel lit up, that you had to get back to your mission?
Yeah, I think when you're on a journey where you're seeking, right, and you want the next thing, I've met a mentor who was teaching about online courses, and I was like, great, I want to help people online because that gives you a bigger audience, blah, blah, blah. So he taught a very systematic way to, there's a lot of teachers out there who will teach how to create a course and grow an online business and sell a major coaching program for $25,000. I was in a training like that, and I had a really good mentor. I mean, he's very good at what he did. And so I did the first thing, which is like, okay, well, we'll create a little funnel and we'll create a little giveaway, and then we'll create a little class, like a 6-week class, and then we'll do a 2-day event, and then he said, and then you offer this $25,000 program. And I was like, okay. And I did all the things. And then when it got to the $25,000 program, I was like, I don't think I want to do that. And he's like, what? And I said, yeah, I just don't want to. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in a year. How can I sell a year-long program to other people? Because I don't know if I really even want to do that. And he was like, he just like, but that's where all the money is. And I was like, yeah, I just don't, I'm not. Thankfully, I'm in a place where I'm not chasing the money right now. And it just wasn't like, I was trying to fit a program that didn't fit me. Ooh. And I think we've all been in that place. And we're like, they're telling us this is the way to do it. And if we follow the path, we'll have success. And so we get on the path and we start following it, and it seems like a good path. And then we get to a place where it just doesn't fit anymore. And a lot of us get into struggle there. And we're like, okay, well, we're going to follow it because we already paid. We're already in it. We're already this invested. And so we got to just keep going. And it doesn't feel good.
Right.
It doesn't feel right. It feels like you're wearing somebody else's clothes, somebody else's shoes, and it feels not right. And I think when I finally left corporate, I mean, it took me 2 years to successfully quit. I actually resigned many times in there, and they were like, well, let's move you to this position and this position and this position. And they were very generous to me. It was a great company to work for. I just didn't belong there anymore. And so it took me a really long time to realize I was just not in the right place for me. It works for other people, just not so much for me. And so I think if I had any advice to tell my younger self, it would be, that's your trust your gut, right? That's your gut telling you this doesn't feel right. It doesn't fit you. It fits other people, and that doesn't make it wrong. It's fine for them. Don't criticize it or judge it for the other people. It just doesn't fit you. And you got to find what feels good for you. So that would be my message to my younger self. If I could give any advice to myself, that's what I would give.
Well, and that's a really powerful thought, because one, you have to be aware. Does it feel like it fits? Does it not feel right? How does it feel for you? And how does it feel for you right now? Now that judgment that we might have about that thing, it's so important not to judge it, because maybe it's the thing that will fit you later. Maybe you just haven't grown into those shoes yet, or maybe you're not ready yet, or maybe it just isn't for you. Maybe it's for someone else, but it's not for you. But one of the
well, I want to dive in, because you went over a piece that was really powerful. Maybe it's not for you yet, because what I learned in that program has been super valuable for me in totally different ways. I never did create a $25,000 program that I ran for a year. Actually, I did with a business partner. I did actually many years later with a business partner, created one. And it ran for a little while, but it wasn't a huge success, but it was a fit at the time. It was a different kind of fit. And I think you're right. You're absolutely right. Maybe it's not for you right now. That was powerful.
Yeah. And I have had to allow myself give myself that permission that, it's not for me right now. But when that desire stays in there, then that's when I know there's something there. If that desire doesn't go away, then I need to explore that further. And Crystal Prevette said, when the student is ready, the teacher appears.
For sure.
That's such a wonderful quote. And I remember that helped me to know that I could trust the process, because the teacher would appear. Kimberly appeared in my life when I was ready. And
thank you.
Well, I am so thankful. And so many mentors here at the Los Angeles Tribune have appeared in my life when I was ready. And I am so thankful. And all of these women speaking now are mentors in my life. And I am so thankful, because I learn so much from each one of you. It is just so powerful. And so I wanted to tell all of you that when you're seeking and you want help and divine guidance for your next step, it's out there. Your divine guides. We have angels around us all the time. We have beings from the other side. There are resources that are trying to help us.
They're going to get in the crack. When we let them in, they'll come in.
We let them in that crack.
Yeah, they're trying.
Yes.
They'll go any way you want. I once had a thing where I was like, okay, every time I see a symbol, and for me, it just happened to be the Audi symbol. I'm not advertising for Audi. I didn't own an Audi, but it was like the 4 circles in a row. So every time I saw that, I knew I was on the right path. And we started to play that game for a while. So I would be like, okay, I just need to know if this is a good decision or whatever. And either I would see an Audi symbol or I would not. And I was like, oh, okay, like that's that. And they'll play with you however you want to play. In my opinion, I could be completely wrong, but that's how I play.
Well, Haley Nielsen asked a question. She said, how do we know if it's not right for me right now versus taking the risk to find out?
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of taking the risk. I went to school at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Their motto is learn by doing. Learn by doing. Get in there, get your finger, get into the mud puddle and start making the mud castles and see what formulates. And when it doesn't work, just knock it down and build another one. Like that's, I feel like that's the way it should be done. And you don't, like we used to say at Cal Poly, you don't learn to milk a cow by reading it in a book. You go and you milk a cow and then you figure it out, right? And that's it's kind of like, okay, let's go do this and figure it out, because you can always turn around. There's great leaders out there that are much more prolific than I am about giving advice like this. But I think Jeff Bezos once said, we usually know about 70% of what we want to know before we make a decision, because we know we can always make a U-turn if we need to. And there are, he calls them actually U-turn decisions. If there's a decision that once you cross through this door, you cannot go back, that's one kind of a decision. But there are so many decisions out there that are U-turn decisions that let's go down this path. Let's figure out if it works. And if it doesn't, let's just make a U-turn. Not a big deal, right?
Not a big deal. Exactly. And even when we have done something and it didn't work out the way we had hoped.
Yeah.
There's so much learning in that process. And that helps us the next time. We're not the same person the next time that opportunity or a similar opportunity comes up for us. And so we just keep trying, keep knocking down the sandcastle if you need to, or if someone else knocks it over, just build another one.
That's right. But trust your gut. Like if you get into a part where you are like, everybody at work has bad days. Everybody at work has bad weeks. And sometimes you got a bad month in there as well. But if you are really unhappy for an extended period of time working at a job, that's your gut telling you you need to find something else that's more fun. I really do believe that I came to the understanding late in my life that if it's not fun, it's not worth doing. I say it tongue in cheek, but I mean it very, very real for myself. That's my gut check. Like, if I'm going to have fun doing it, absolutely. Let's go. Let's have this. Let's enjoy this. And then if it doesn't feel right after a while, it's sort of like, I don't want to do that anymore. And if it doesn't feel right in a relationship, in a health decision, in a business decision, in a family decision, if it doesn't feel right, trust that instinct. And you can ride it for a little while, but you really got it. Your gut knows more than you do sometimes. So give that attention that it deserves, and allow the possibility that that's the divine trying to give you guidance.
Right. And this is so profound, Kimberly, because the enthusiasm, I believe, comes from the spirit. And there are, the word inspiration, is based on the word spirit, the breath of God, the divine. And when we feel inspired, we feel enthusiastic. And when that enthusiasm dims, I always tell my kids, for me, it's like playing the hot and cold game. And, when I know that I'm moving in the right direction, I get more enthused. And when I'm not, I start to dim. And then I have to stop and ask questions and say, okay, is there something I need to change in me? Is there judgment I need to drop so that I can get that enthusiasm and inspiration back? Or is it a different path? Is it a different action on the same path? But something needs to change. And you pointed that out so powerfully. And we need to recognize that energy within ourselves. And so a lot of people want to know your last name. It's Kimberly Crow, like Russell Crowe, Kimberly Crow.
She used to say that. No relation. I'm over it. You should be too, but yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, Kimberly, this is just so fun. So we had a question here about some divine guidance that you have received. Is there something as a leader that you received, some divine download that then helped you to be where you are today?
I mean, yeah, I've had big ones and little ones. One of the clearest ones, I'll give you a clear one. I was just journaling one day, and for me, I do automatic writing and journaling. That helps me get, whether I'm channeling or whatever, it helps me get that out on a piece of paper so I can remember it later. One of the most clear ones I was thinking about options and how I travel full time, and I make decisions almost at the very last minute. Like, I'm in Oklahoma City today. Yesterday morning at 6 a.m., I was like, I think I want to go to Oklahoma City. I was in Florida. And I was like, I think I want to go to Oklahoma City. And I bought a plane ticket and I got on a plane at 2:30. And so I really make decisions at the last minute. And I was like, I was thinking about, like, why do I wait so long? And I remember feeling like I want elbow room. I want options. Like, I love options. And I had a saying with a friend of mine. He said, pretty girls like you need options. And he meant it as a compliment and a sweet thing to say, right? And I was like, oh, that's really sweet. So I was channeling on that. I was like, what is that? And they said, you love options because options are abundance in the now.
Ooh, options.
Now. And I was like,
you got to say that again. Options are abundance in the now. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, because you're like, you want all these things at your fingertips, right? Like, I have options, right? And they said, you love that so much because we're all about, oftentimes we want to live a life of abundance, right? And I thought, this is, and thank you for the mic drop, Barbie Ray. I love you to pieces, girlfriend. That was not my mic drop. That was divine inspiration, right? And so I was like, ooh, that's really good. And it stopped me from having people, because people would criticize that. They were like, could you just make a decision and let me know if you're going to be in Oklahoma or San Diego or Spain? I called my daughter one time and I said, I'm not sure, but tomorrow morning I'm either going to Spain or Costa Rica. And she's like, what? And I was like, yeah, I'm not sure which, but I'll let you know when I get to the airport. And so people would it's like, Kimberly, you're insane. That's crazy. Like, make a plan. And so apparently that's why I don't make a plan, because I love it. I love having options, and I love abundance in the now. And if you are trying to channel abundance, if you are trying to manifest abundance, bring more abundance in your life, a lot of times we think of that as financial, because financial abundance allows us freedom to get and do other things. That's how we see it, right? So if we have enough money, we can travel. If we have enough money, we can buy the house. If we have enough money, we can provide for our children or give to charity. But really, all of that is just an abundance of opportunity, abundance of options, abundance of things. So I loved it when I channeled that one. I was like, ooh, that's juicy. So somebody said it in the chat, that's juicy. I was like, yeah, that was juicy.
Yes, that was Kathy and Vicky Riley. And you know what? One of the things that I thought was so awesome about what you said and so juicy is that many times when you are a person that waits until the last minute to make a decision, you can be so criticized, like you were saying. People like, Kimberly, just make a decision, just decide, just tell us, where are you going to be and what's going on? And that can be something that has occurred from childhood, that you could have been facing that kind of criticism.
Sure.
And yet when you saw that differently from the divine download, it changed your identity and your feeling about yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not criticizing. There are planners in my life that I love to pieces, and thank goodness for them. Right. And I don't have a retirement plan. I have a retirement plan, and that's awesome. But it's just like, oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm still keeping my options open.
And you know what? We need all of us. All of us have our different zones of genius.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Yeah. Abundance of opportunities. Oh my goodness. Right in the moment. Wow. That is really incredible. And the freedom that brings, and the, because so many times, like you were talking about, the pivot and the U-turn, and when you do have this abundance of options, then you feel more empowered when you make that decision. So it's not like, wait, if I just hastily make a decision, then I'm like, oh, I kind of have some regrets. I wish I would have done a little more research, before I did that thing.
Well, I learned from many mentors, as we all do. So it's not like I have all the answers, but I'll share one that I learned from Brendan Burchard. He said that we have a tendency to zoom in and catastrophize. And I was like, oh, that's good. Talk about juicy. I was like, that is so true. You see it all the time. People are like, oh my gosh, I dropped this glass and it broke and it smashed all over the floor. And oh, I love this set. And oh my gosh, it's not a complete set anymore. And oh, it's such a mess. And like we make it such a big deal. And in the end, how big a deal is that really, right? So we have a tendency to zoom in and catastrophize on certain things. And when we look at options, we're like, if I don't decide now, I'm going to have to pay more for that plane ticket. Well, that's true. But is that going to change your life? Like, is that going, like, if you pay $500 more for a plane ticket, which is a lot, because if I bought this plane ticket, I don't know, but I probably could have bought this plane ticket 3 weeks ago for $500 less. So it was expensive. It was an expensive decision. But is $500 in 75 to 85 to 105 years of life, is it going to make a difference? Right?
Whereas the experience may make all the difference.
Right? So I'm not saying that we shouldn't be, careful with funds, but I am thinking like we have this tendency to zoom in and catastrophize, make it the big deal that it does not have to be. And so I think that's really powerful. On the other hand, we are more of a big deal than we give ourselves credit for.
Right. And I was going to say, I think that a lot of times people feel that pressure, that they have to make that decision. But when we allow it to just come to us in the timing, in the perfect timing where it's meant to be, then that does change us.
Yeah. Now, the other thing is when you make a decision and you think it's a small decision, it can be one of the biggest decisions you ever make. A decision to go on a date and that person turns out to be somebody very important in your life, or a decision to grab a mic and say yes to a speaking opportunity, or the chance to be able to create and say yes to the Los Angeles Tribune and create an entire symposium that impacts and makes a difference in the lives of literally millions of humans on this planet. Now, that feels like it was just a small decision to say yes, and then a lot fell after that. I know that it's a lot of work to put on a symposium of this size, but that decision at the time might have felt like, okay, let me look into it and see what it might not have felt like a big deal, but dropping a glass and breaking it on the kitchen floor and having it smash is like the biggest deal ever, right? So I think sometimes we have that a little out of balance, I'll just say.
Well, Kimberly, you are incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you for being my mentor. Thank you for being a mentor to thousands and millions around the world who are listening to you today, who want to be like you and lit up, who want to feel that energy, who want to connect with the divine and be aligned so that they can fulfill their mission in life. And thank you for helping people to find their voice. That's another thing that I love about the Los Angeles Tribune. Mo Rock says that he wants to provide a platform where we can be a voice to the voiceless. And, and that's what you did for me. You helped me. You were my voice to my voiceless before I could be brave enough to be my voice. And then I leaned on your courage and your belief in me. And then I took the stage because you believed in me and you believe in your mentees and you believe in everyone that's listening to you today. And so thank you for finding what lights you up and for lighting up the world by your example, by your wisdom, by your energy, and by the love in your heart. I'm so grateful for you, Kimberly.
Well, thank you. And I'll just leave your audience with this. First off, when you're ready to grab the mic, I want you to be you. I don't want you to try to be anything more than just who you are naturally, because who you are naturally is so beautiful. And we're all human. None of us are perfect. We all make mistakes. We all blow things. And when you get on the mic, it will not be perfect. It's just the next step. But stepping up is the key to that. So get on the mic and be you. And my message to you is if somebody hands you a mic, you say yes.
You say yes, absolutely. Thank you for saying yes, Kimberly, and thank you for handing me a mic.
My pleasure. Right back at you, girlfriend.
All right. Well, we're so happy to have you with us. Thanks, Kimberly. Wow. I mean, did that light you guys up? That totally lit me up. Oh, my word. Kimberly is just such a bright soul. And our next guest, oh, wow. We have got another treat for you. I know. It's just like, there's more? Yes, there is more. And it just keeps getting better and better and better. And so I am grateful to have Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis on with us today. She is the founder of NeuroEvolve, the Institute for Applied Transformative Neuroscience, where she helps breaking down the complex science and systems into intuitive, easy to understand, applicable tools for life. So many times we hear about the neuroscience and we're like, I don't even know what that word means, first of all. But the other thing about Dr. Rebecca is that she works with world leaders through the World Bank and through UNICEF. She helps world leaders understand neuroscience on a practical level so that they can achieve peace. This is so profound to me because how many times do we have two people, maybe we're one of them, where we are polar opposite, where we just can't understand each other. And yet, if we can regulate our nervous system, if we can be calm, that's when we can tap into our empathy. When we're escalated, it's very difficult to be empathetic because all of our resources go to a different part of our brain and we can't remember. And so when we can calm ourselves and understand the neuroscience and understand what's going on in our brain, that helps us to be able to use those tools so that then we can have these more positive relationships. So, Dr. Rebecca, thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, thank you so much. I think you summed it up perfectly. I know you said we don't understand neuroscience. No, she pretty much got it.
Well, Dr. Rebecca is absolutely brilliant about the way that she conveys this information. So, Dr. Rebecca, if you could tell us, how did you become interested in neuroscience? And now here you are at Johns Hopkins University. Tell us about the early days, how you had an interest in why you wanted to learn about emotions and about neuroscience and the brain.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, it probably started when I was 14, to be super honest. I've always, I know you and I talk about this, that we're HSPs, so highly sensitive persons means we're cellularly sensitive to our world, but I always was fascinated with helping others and really wanting to change the world. Cried at commercials when I was little, like that. And when I was 14, I don't know how, convinced Doctors Without Borders to let me take a trip with Haiti. And my mother, I think she thought she was going to outsmart me and said, well, if you can raise your money, you can go. Well, I accepted the challenge and could raise my money so I could go. So, and after that, I was hooked. So every summer, I grew up in the US, and every summer, I would raise my money, and whoever was taking some sort of a mission trip or a humanitarian trip, I was going to go. And I was remarkably fascinated with this understanding of resiliency and how are we so adaptable as human beings. And I found over and over, time and time again, some of these societies that we would say are very impoverished or poor or third world, we use these terms, actually were the most rich in culture, rich in care for each other, rich in resiliency. And even though I didn't really have words for them in those very young years, I understood this really profound thing. And I was in university very young. I was very young in university, and I was studying computer programming. I should have stayed. I was like the only girl in the 90s. Anyway, I studied a different kind of computer programming now, so that's okay. So, but I decided to take a gap year, and I ended up at an orphanage in Guatemala that I had been to several times. And I ended up staying back and forth over a course of 3 years. I was a dorm mom. I had 70 girls, ages 7 to 12, and they were all victims of severe trauma. So either real physical maiming by their own family so that they could beg easier, or they were sexually abused and prostituted from the time they were very young. So it was a real profound sort of life experience for me. And I had also been sexually abused when I was young. And so for me, it was cathartic. It was healing and profound to see how we can be resilient and we can reframe cognitively something that others meant for harm as a gift, as a way to transform. And
okay,
so
you got to pause for just a second here. That is so powerful for you to have gone through your own adversity and to reframe this as a gift. Because when the very first time that I interviewed you on a previous event that we had, I felt this deep empathy that you have, and I believe that is one of the gifts that comes from deep adversity, and then that motivated you for your humanitarian efforts. That is really profound, Dr. Rebecca. So healing that gift actually became the vehicle for your healing.
It did. And it wasn't just me. And that was what I noticed. All of these girls, so we would sit every night, and have, like sessions, just talking. And that was something that was very profound for me, was that we were all talking about how we were going to change the world and how what we were going to do for women and how we were going to use this as a force for good. And I was very struck by this concept of resiliency. So I went back and changed my major. It started in behavioral psychology. And then I studied really bright individuals who commit acts of mass violence, because I was also gifted and talented. And I was really fascinated with the Columbine shootings and what was happening. And I just was really fascinated with, why are some people so resilient and other people, like the Columbine children and lots of other gifted children, weren't resilient?
Yes, that's a big question that we have. What is it? They have the same exact situation, but why?
Now you see why I went to neuroscience schools, medical school. So I was trying to figure that out. And the short answer is, it is something that we learn. It's an intelligence, the same as emotional intelligence, social intelligence. It's called AQ. It's adversity intelligence. Or nowadays, we would often say it's adaptability intelligence, because that's a very fun buzzword now, is agile and adaptable and resilient. But we've always referred to it as adversity intelligence. And it is the brain's ability that it's actually born with. So we're born with twice as many neurons as a child as we do as adults. I know it kind of makes you feel sad when you're older, but we're learning and tuning and pruning to our world. And so we're always adapting. And the brain only makes a new neuron if it makes a mistake or if it didn't guess correctly.
You're kidding. That's
No,
powerful. Only if we make a mistake that's how we make new
Your
neurons.
brain has a party when it has to redo something. When you make a new dendrite. It's super exciting in the brain. If you think about children, everything is trial and error. That's how our brain is wired. We're wired to try it again and make a mistake and be excited about it and do it again. Jump off the couch. Can I fly? No, but let me try one more time. So it's sort of like that's what they do. We never lose that. That is, our brain is wired, but societally and culturally, we're told that we need to be a certain way. We have to be perfect, or it's not okay to make mistakes, or you have to always be straight A's, or all of these things we're told make us afraid of what our brain actually needs to do in order to stay alive. The moment that we stop making new dendritic connections is the moment we begin degenerating. The moment you stop making mistakes, the moment you stop being excited about learning something new and starting all over and trial and error, you are degenerating. You're beginning to die. It may take 30 years, but that's what's happening.
Wow, that just reframes the whole thing about when we make a mistake, that this is how we are forming new dendrites. This is how we are growing our brain, is by making a mistake. That is really incredible. That's like one of the most profound things I have ever heard about failure, because I hear about failing forward and the lessons that you learn and to look forward to failing. But to think that from a neuroscience point of view, we are making new dendrites in our neurons.
That's the only way you're getting smarter.
Wow, that is the biggest.
And what we do to children is the opposite of the way the brain works. And that's what I studied. So at Johns Hopkins, I was studying, how does the brain learn? How is the brain adaptable? How do we change? And we always changing. It is a myth. You are neuroplastic till the day you die. So we are always changing and adapting and learning. And the more you force yourself, so we talk a lot about longevity and how do we outsmart time. And the more you force yourself to learn new things, to make new dendrites, the more you force yourself to struggle. I know earlier you said something about learning for the piano. The more you continually keep yourself cognitively challenged, the more you will forever continue to stay very healthy, both in brain and body. So the point of longevity is about understanding that our brain is wired to make new learnings. It's wired to struggle and adapt and grow and change. And that's exciting for the brain. And then what we do to ourselves as a society is actually what's tearing us down and making us degenerate.
Oh, wow. Okay. This is really, really insightful. I just feel like a little sponge. I just want to have us tell you more. Can you tell us a little bit more about your work with countries and about, like the hostage, negotiations that you've been involved in, and how to help? Yeah. First, tell us about the hostage negotiations, because that takes a lot of emotional intelligence and a lot of neuroscience is involved there.
It is, but it's actually something we can all learn. So teaching a hostage negotiation is the same as teaching leaders how to regulate your nervous system so you can be a better human being. So, as mothers, we're always conscious of regulating our nervous system because they're co-regulating to us. We may not call it those things, but we're hyper aware as a mother because our brain very much increases during motherhood in those areas of attachment where we become very aware of co-regulation. So women, you have a superpower that you have a heightened sense of co-regulation. You can sense others and their sensations of the world and how their brain is responsible, your nervous system. So you can sense whether they're in the sympathetic or the parasympathetic. And so understanding that it is a real power we have as a species that we regulate each other's nervous systems. I have a whole series online about co-regulation for peace. So that's a longer story. You can go watch the 2 hours on about that. But it's a really important thing that you should know as a human being, that we automatically co-regulate with each other's nervous systems. In fact, if we stop co-regulating, we die. So we need each other as a species. We're a herd species. And you can't change it. We're biologically wired. I don't care if you are the biggest Zen master. If someone else next to you is stressed, they will trigger your body into a heightened sympathetic state as well. It's meant to protect each other, but it's become harmful for us as a species because we go around vomiting our sympathetic stressed state on each other. It happens before you even notice it. So someone else is breathing stressed and if I was mapping you, your heart rate would increase to match theirs. Your breathing pattern would match theirs. So even feeling someone else's sense of stress, your sympathetic system to protect you will also pick up the same thing.
Well,
However,
this is really powerful because as
Yes.
women leaders, to know that we have a superpower in this way, that we are divinely wired with this superpower. And this is what makes women so vital on a leadership team, because we can pick up on these things, and men can too, but there is a difference because, in the evolution of time, we have been the caregivers, for the children. And so we had to be able to pick up on that, and also how we multitask. And so we're being aware of so many things at the same time. And that energy to be able to protect our offspring was vital to be able to pick up on that.
Yes. And when you're pregnant, your brain, so mommy brain is a real thing, your brain will take resources and energy and neurotransmitters from certain regions of its brain so that it can hyper build out a very intense network of sensitivity and attachment and co-regulation to this child, so that mothers can say they feel their children across the ocean. And that is actually true. You have developed a very heightened sense of attachment to this other human being in order to care for them. So
that's why we cry at the AT&T commercials when we're pregnant.
But I think something that's really powerful too in talking about that piece. So it doesn't matter if I'm working with world leaders or I'm working with parents and preschool teachers, or I'm working, major C-suites. I have global corporations and companies who are going through massive transformation. So mergers and acquisitions. And I know we talk about my work with post-war countries, but we are all living in states of trauma. We are, as a world, we are relating to the trauma of others constantly through the news and we're inundated, and we are picking up and co-regulating the trauma and stress of others to where we are all similarly showing symptoms of PTSD. And so even though we think we may live in a bubble, we are in such inundation of what's happening in other societies around the world that we are cellularly picking that up as well for ourselves. And so it's really important for us to know that in the same way that we co-regulate the sympathetic, the stressed state, we co-regulate the parasympathetic. And so your superpower, as all human beings, men and women, is, and we're talking about hostage negotiation, but it's the same thing. You have to take ownership of making sure that you regulate your nervous system, and you regulate your nervous system in such a powerful way that you force others to regulate to you in the parasympathetic and not the other way around. Exactly. But that takes great honing of being self-aware of the tools and techniques that you need to do to keep yourself in the parasympathetic. So we're talking about women and leaders. The number one thing that you can do, because who you are as a leader, not to ruin it, is just neurochemicals, because depending on what's happening in your brain and body that day, you can be a completely different person. That's how our brains are wired. And so if you're in a parasympathetic state, your brain has access, just like you mentioned earlier, to its prefrontal cortex. It has access to perspective taking. It has access to empathy. It has access to higher cognition and language and communication and memory, which is why when you're in a state of stress, you don't have access to those things. If you've ever been in a fight with a spouse or a partner, you will know that neither one of you is communicating well. Neither one of you is making a memory because you remember the situation very differently the next day. Neither one of you is able to take perspective of the other, and you're not able to regulate your emotions. You even feel yourself feeling crazy, and you feel like you can't regulate it. And so if you understand that that's the difference between the sympathetic and the parasympathetic, and that it takes great cultivation of that AQ, of that adversity intelligence. So what makes people resilient is that you cultivate that capability to be more like, in Taoism, like the water, or, modern day, like the matrix. If you can sort of understand how to flow and catch yourself going, oh, I've been tipped into the sympathetic. I have tools and techniques to get myself into the parasympathetic before I speak to another human being. Just understanding that that is something that is probably not just powerful, but it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility as a human being to not contribute to the degeneration and the death eventually of the stress of others. If we're understanding that as a herd species, we are responsible for care of others. It is our responsibility and our highest responsibility. And we can't do that if we don't take care of ourselves first. And I heard you say it in the first conversation. I thought, oh, they nailed it, which is you can't pour from an empty cup. And I think you said vessel, but it's the understanding that as women, we often think we put ourselves last. Self-care is not something, or it's a luxury. It's not something we often do. But I'm going to be very, very honest that you're no good to anyone when you're dead. It's not selfish. It's not just that you're putting yourself first and you're focusing on yourself. None of the hats you wear, mother, wife, partner, leader, your brain and your body must be the most important thing to you every single day. Because if you're not doing that, then you're not being a healthy co-regulation for anyone else. And that is that critical piece for us as women, that we're not just talking about filling our own cup. I don't just mean, bubble baths and things that people mean. No, I mean sleep. I mean hormones. I mean neurotransmitters. I mean body budget. I mean nutrition. Talking about those critical core elements that make us healthy as a human being are vital for whether or not we're any good to anyone else in the world.
Absolutely. And that is something that is so important. And we would love to hear more. I know you have some deep tools about deep regulation. Could you just give us one before we close?
Sure. Yes. Well, and I do want to also say too that I am doing a passion project, which is where I host women leaders who are very high achieving, high stress, but also going through transitions. So menopause is the big one, but also job transitions and life transitions. And we spend a week diving into these tools. So really intense tools for regulating our nervous system, for sleep, for hormones. We cook together. We do a whole nutritious diet. It's called the Mind Diet, if you want to Google it. But I would say there are probably, I'm going to give you two, because one I've given you before and it's fast. But I would say that if you can just remember that, we talk about the breath of life. If you talk about the scriptures and passages through ancient wisdom, even they would always say the breath of life. And oftentimes when we're stressed, we say, take a deep breath. But I'm going to tell you that's wrong. It's the exhale. Right. So the breath of life was the exhale into you, not an inhale into you. So you understanding that your inhale is the sympathetic. That's the stress system. So think about it. When you get stressed, you hold it in, you hold your breath, right? So that's the sympathetic, and the exhale, that's the parasympathetic. So with every breath, we are in a balanced state of the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. So if you focus on the fact that your parasympathetic breath should be twice as long as your in breath. So we would call it the 4-8 breath. So in for 4, out for 8. That's really hard if you're stressed, because you're in like a 2-2 breath when you're stressed. So I would say the one that works is the one that you're biologically wired for, which is a yawn. And I know you and I have talked about this before, because a yawn, also known as the physiological sigh, babies do it naturally. It is your way of regulating your nervous system. I'm going to do it just talking about it. So, because I practice this. So when you do it a few times until you actually do it naturally, and you will feel it. You will feel your whole body just kind of tingle, and you'll feel your body calm down and relax. So before I'm going into any session and I feel other people will stress, I will yawn. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so tired. And I'll yawn until the rest of the room is yawning. And I'm like, now we can begin. Now we're in the parasympathetic. And I would say the second one is what's called a vasovagal response. So if your vagus nerve is what controls the difference between your sympathetic and your parasympathetic, your vasovagal response is a fancy word for fainting. But when your brain needs a hard reset because its body is stressed, its brain is stressed, it will lay you down. And if you simulate that for yourself, then you're actually simulating like a reset on the computer. So before any call or after every Zoom call, I'm on the floor. So I will lay down. That's my go-to. I will lay down in vasovagal, and you just lay down and you just like sink into the ground. You like mimic fainting, and you just try to slow and relax everything down. It'll just take seconds, and then I can get up and I feel very, very peaceful. I'm very in my parasympathetic, and I'm in my highest brain capabilities.
Oh my goodness, you are just a beautiful soul. And the way that you are making a difference in the world by teaching these things on such a practical level and teaching the why. We all want to understand, well, why does yawning? Why? Yeah, we hear about the breath, but why does it work? But that exhale, how it activates the parasympathetic, because we can all think about the inhale, like when we get shocked or something. And to know how our brain works, I think is so empowering, Dr. Rebecca. But then to be able to put it into practice. And as an HSP, for all of you HSPs out there, for all of you empaths out there who feel things so deeply, it's so important to learn these tools so that you can regulate your nervous system, because we're bombarded by things that have the potential to trigger us every single day. And as a leader, like she said, we are a mirror. The mirror neurons in our brain are impacting them and ourselves as well. And that's how we co-regulate with each other. So if I can calm my nervous system with that yawn or with that deep exhale, then I can bring the resources back to the prefrontal cortex. Remember compassion for myself, empathy for myself, and compassion for you. So I can make it safe so that my team then can be stronger together and have that resilience and feel safe enough to communicate and to work together. You are doing a profound thing. It's just profound work in this world. And I wanted to let you all know that she also has a neuro well-being retreat in Bali, and it's in November of this year. And we will be telling you more about that. I also wanted to thank Dr. Rebecca for being one of our proud sponsors with NeuroEvolve. And we will be showing you more about NeuroEvolve later on in this session. We have a little commercial that we'll play for them. So if you want to know more, be sure to look up NeuroEvolve, the Institute for Applied Transformative Neuroscience. Thank you, Dr. Rebecca.
Thank you, Karen. I'm your biggest fan, and I'm so delighted to be here and to support you and to support the women around the world. I think we don't have much time. I think the societies are really struggling, and I think the more that we empower each other, the more we lift each other up, and we use our ripple effect as women in societies who can talk about emotions, who can talk about, what's happening in our bodies and in our minds, then we can change society. And I mean that in the most profound way. And I'm just excited to be here and to support everyone out there who's doing it and who's forming a community of women who support each other to continue the work. That's the ripple effect for change.
Well, thank you for turning your trauma into your gift and healing and helping others to heal too on a neuroscience level and a cellular level within their body. It's beautiful work. Thank you, Dr. Rebecca.
All right. See you soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Whew. Was that just incredible? Oh my goodness. So amazing. So amazing. Well, we are going to follow that with some more amazing guests that you guys are going to love and that have some things in common with Dr. Rebecca that I want you to hear about. One of the things that I just appreciate so much was that takeaway. I know that all three of you are sensitive, and I'm an HSP. I don't know if you all three would call yourself that, but being a sensitive person can make it very challenging. It's been very challenging for me to regulate my nervous system. And as a leader, when the stakes are high and when the pressure is on, and maybe somebody says something or does something that triggers a trauma response in me, I need these tools. And the more I practice these tools, the more that I work on this, and the more mistakes I make, the more dendrites I'm making. Hallelujah for mistakes. So I'm so happy to have you here and to continue this conversation. Our first guest is Michelle A. Wilson, and she is the CFO for 90210 Enterprises. And she is also involved as a mompreneur. So she has a wonderful story about motherhood and being an entrepreneur, and we're going to have her tell us a little bit about that. And Dr. Natalie, she is also Dr. Natalie, is it the Chief Operating Officer? I can't remember what your title is at 90210.
Actually, president works.
President. Okay, I was going to say president, but I want to make sure I had the right terms. But
That's okay.
Dr. Natalie and Michelle Wilson are also officers in the Mindatorium company, where it is entertainment meets personal development meets innovation, and where all the content creators can produce music, films, art, and produce content that can go out and inspire the world. And so they're both doing tremendous things in both companies together with Ashkan Tabibnia and Henning Morales, who are the co-founders of Mindatorium. And I also wanted to thank 90210 Enterprise for being our partner and sponsoring us for this event, and thank Ashkan Tabibnia for making it possible to have so many of our special guests here with us today. And I also wanted to introduce Jackie Wilkinson. And Jackie Wilkinson is one of the founding members of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. She is a wing commander in the Royal Air Force. And Jackie has written a book called Turning the Tables on Trauma. So I know that Jackie just loves hearing all of this content as well, because she has turned her trauma into a gift and allowed it to be the vehicle to heal her so that she can heal other people as well. So thank you, ladies, for being on the panel today. I'm so happy to have you with us at the Global Women's Leadership Symposium.
Oh,
we're so honored.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you so much. It's amazing to be here, Karen. Thank you.
Yes.
And Jackie, I'm going to start with you. And if you could tell us, what is something that you have taken away that you heard that made an impact on you?
It has to be what Dr. Rebecca just said about adversity intelligence. I mean, I'm just blown away by that. I resonate with part of her story because I was equally sexually abused as a child by my father. And, you know, when I look at what makes you resilient as a leader, what can you do to overcome such challenges in your life? And the way that Rebecca just explained that is that you keep rewiring, and that builds your resilience. I completely resonated with that. It was such a powerful understanding of the neuroscience and how we can all, when we understand ourselves better, can reshape our futures.
Yes, absolutely. How about you, Michelle? What was something that resonated with you?
Yeah, absolutely, about making mistakes and how that is actually we're growing through those mistakes, and that we are rewiring, and you know, we are built to be resilient through our mistakes. I thought that was amazing. Yes, I love what she had to say about that and our failures and just embracing it. And I always say I'm perfectly imperfect, you know, and when I'm starting something new, I always say just get messy, because I know from confusion comes clarity for me. So I just really resonated with all that Dr. Rebecca had to say.
Yes. Oh my goodness. From confusion comes clarity. How many times do we just wish that we could have some clarity? But it's moving through that process, making those mistakes so that we can learn, so that we can grow new dendrites, so that we can gain that clarity. Isn't that fascinating to know the neuroscience behind that?
Yeah.
How about you, Dr. Natalie?
I don't know where to start. I mean, let's take a look at the notes I took during since this morning. So, you know, I think every single speaker, expert, lady, everybody who talked, and even in the comments, there was so much wisdom shared, whether it's necessarily new or not, but sometimes we also need to hear it reiterated. You know, so whether it was, of course, Jennifer, a dear friend of mine earlier, Jennifer Randiff, who really, you know, upsetting the status quo. Her and I, we resonate on the being part. Whether it was Kimberly, I think it was earlier, or Nicole Crowley, there were so many nuggets that it's kind of hard for me to pinpoint really, because it's just, it all comes together as the way I see it, sorry to be talking so long, but this is about leadership. And when we look up the word leader, it's about guidance. And so everybody who talked thus far has been guided by a mission, by a sense of intuition. And I think that's what I resonate probably the most with, the intuition part, the follow your gut.
Wow. Trusting our intuition, because so many times we are taught to dismiss those feelings. And yet, as she brought up, that we are biologically wired with this sensitivity, and even there's reasons why we have that sensitivity, and to trust those impressions that are coming to us as well. So thank you for pointing those things out. So as I know all of you have experience as mothers and as a woman. How has being a mother and being a woman, even before you were a mother, how has that helped you in your leadership roles? And I'm going to start with Michelle.
Well, it's so funny because right now, being a mom, the gardener's outside, my dog is barking, and I'm trying to be here professional, right? So that's embracing motherhood. You're running a business, but I was a young mom. I was a mom at 17. So I don't know, I have 3 children. My oldest is 42. My middle child is 36 and my youngest is 21. So I feel like I've been a mom all my life. And so I had to navigate life as a mom. And, I've been married and divorced and starting businesses in my son's hospital room. But I always had a child, I was always growing. So in my household, I was always a leader because I wanted to be a good role model. And I'm thankful to my mother and my father, who were amazing role models for me. And so I just always, even I think in my younger years, I was in drill team and I was a captain. I didn't know I was actually being designed to be a leader. But as a mother, someone actually said today, we are leaders in our household. And that's so profound because we are teaching values, we are teaching, confidence to our children and just sending them out in the world. So for me, it's just through motherhood. That's how I've learned my leadership skills, because we do a lot as mothers, and I'm a special needs mother. So it's also an additional, just juggling. Someone said about multitasking. And I always thought multitasking was an amazing skill, but now I'm learning that, I like to do life in micro moments, right? Because I want to be focused and be able to, get things done. Because when I was multitasking, I felt like I was accomplishing things, but I wasn't getting things done. So now I like to talk about, being focused in micro moments through my day. So, but leadership is just one of my favorite. I learned years ago, for me, I define leadership as, helping others grow. And that's what I do as a mom. And that's what I do with others. So thank you. I think you're mute.
Mike.
Oh, sorry. I hit the mute button. Yes, helping people to grow and helping these little people to grow. and that's a very powerful form of leadership. And we do learn so much as leaders, which gives us so much experience and wisdom that we bring to the table when we are a leader in another organization. How about you, Jackie?
I think what Michelle said was bang on about the values that you teach your children, the beliefs that you can instill in them, because they all of their beliefs are shaped at such a young age, and to believe in themselves, but also to believe that it's okay to fail, it's okay to make those mistakes, and actually when we fall down, we get back up stronger, and as we've learned, it grows resilience, right? So that's really, really important. And because of my journey as a child, it was so different. I wanted to create a childhood for my children that they can enjoy and love. And parenting is a path to generational healing. This is the legacy that I want to leave for my children, and understanding that I was dealt a hand of 9 different adverse childhood experiences from my parents. I didn't get unconditional love. So I'm trying to do the exact opposite. What were the voids that I had? And I'm trying to fill all those voids and lead the way to show them that they are so loved unconditionally. Their love is so important, and that when we show each other gratitude, they will just grow to be just the best version that they can possibly be. And that, practice is always progress, not perfection. It's so important that these little things, these little nuggets that we teach our little human beings, they're the next generation that is just going to go on, and hopefully that will lead to a healing world as well. So it's really important for me.
Oh, I love that mission that you have, Jackie, because when you didn't have those things with these aces, 9 aces out of 10, and when you had so much trauma in your life, and yet you said, what do I wish I would have had? And how can I provide my children with those things that I didn't have? How can I learn those skills? How can I work on myself? That just empowers you in so many ways to be an incredible leader, but also to make a difference through the generations, and beautiful, beautiful healing that you're bringing about. Thank you so much. How about you, Dr. Natalie?
It's kind of difficult to follow these two ladies. You know, they take all the nuggets, and I'm trying to find some. But I think both of what they said, absolutely. I want to add 2 little things. To me, mothering is also learning. And I know for sure that Michelle feels the same way. I'm assuming Jackie does as well. But mothering also means learning and adjusting to what the children, the students, the people in our company, the people in our lives need. I think that is very crucial, because I know that I learn a lot from my daughter. And so I think mothering is not just us leading others, but also having the ability to be led. And then when we're being led, since we're the leaders, we're the guides, we are able to guide and redirect where necessary. Because, you know, as Michelle was saying, it's always the unexpected that happens. I mean, right now I have so many things on my table so that the cat will not jump up. But I cannot guarantee that she will not jump up, because she will find a way even between my crystals. So I want to add that the unexpected and us being open to learning is crucial. The other thing, I want to make sure that we expand the idea of mothering. And that is because we also have some gentlemen who are going to speak, who have spoken, who are helping us on the back end. I'm a true believer that even as a man, you can be mothering, because mothering really means nurturing, and we need to nurture each other and ourselves. So I think that is really crucial for me.
Yes. Oh my goodness. You know, being led by our children. My children have taught me so much. As I mentioned earlier, my children motivated me before they were even born, because I wanted to be the best I could be for when they came to earth. And I was always trying to stay a step ahead of them so that I could be a good example. I was working to, as an entrepreneur, we're always doing that. We're always trying to up level ourselves, our organization, our business. But the first thing that we do is up level ourselves so that we can do that. And so, Dr. Natalie, I'm going to go back to you first this time.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. If you could tell us a story about when you realized that you were a leader in your earlier years.
That depends on the definition of leader, but I think it was Kimberly who had a similar experience to me. I think she mentioned it. So since I'm very spiritual as well, when I was a small child, I remember a situation where I had an intuition. I was sort of like laughed at by adults. And that put me a little bit in the back burner. But that was the first time that I realized some of the powers we all possess when we trust our intuition. The real leadership aspect, I think, when I was an adult, came in when I just had taken a new job, a new position. I was like the little greenhorn, as we like to say, of course. And I walked into my new office, and about 10 minutes later, one of the older people who'd been working there for quite a while looked at me and said, "Okay, so when are you going to be president of this place?" And I was like, "Well, hold on a second. I just got here. I want to learn the ropes." But from there on, it really became very clear, things that I had known before, but for somebody to present you with that, And then, you know, other people around me always said, okay, so when are you going to do the next thing? When are you going to take over this? And I was like, I'm not trying to take over. I really like the backseat and just planning and organizing. But, you know, here I am running my own business, helping run 90210, expanding my auditorium. And of course, I used to be with the Tribune. So, you know, it's like you look at the path and it's like, yeah, I guess I am. But again, to me, it's more like the two ladies said as well. And many of the other ladies before me said, for me, it's much more about being a leader and example in life.
Yes.
Everything else is icing on the cake. But when I can help people around me, I think that is me really being the guide that I'm here to be.
Oh, that is so good. Being a leader in life, no matter where it is, and being able to make those pivots, as we talked about, you know, making the change. Dr. Renda, I've talked about, you know, adjusting, and Kimberly talked about, you know, if the sandcastle gets knocked over, we just build another one.
Yes, yes.
And I am so grateful that I met you. The first time I met you, Dr. Natalie, was at the Los Angeles Tribune. You spoke, and I was so touched by your spirituality, by your depth. And I'm so grateful to be connected with you even more so now.
Yes, me too. Me too.
Thank you. And how about you, Michelle?
Wow. I think the moment was when my son was sick. I mean, there's been several moments in my life, but not really owning up to leadership. But when my son became really ill, he has a chronic illness. And you know, just learning how it was actually becoming a leader of myself first. And I really learned about personal development. I mean, spiritually, you know, my dad was a deacon. I've been in the church for years, but it was finally a time for me to just to surrender to God and allow him, because I was calling people when my son had to have a surgery, and I called my mom, I called my dad. No one was answering. And I was like, a decision. They wanted to remove my son's colon, and I didn't feel like I was that. I'm the mom, but I didn't have that power. But I just had to surrender. And when I learned how to surrender, and it empowered me to be more of a leader of myself, then I was able to really guide. And like I said, it started off with, you know, I'm learning so many lessons through my son over the years, but it's God is my leader, and learning how to surrender to him and understanding that I have the power. I got to lead myself before I can lead anyone else. So it was in that moment when I was calling people trying to find advice or what to do, I had to go to, you know, my God, and I just had to surrender and let go. That's the most hardest thing, because I'm like a control freak. I want everything to be perfect. I had to surrender. There's so many times in my life, like, okay, I give it to God and I take it back. I give it to God, I take it back, right? And so just learning how to surrender and have that faith and trust, because he's, you know, brought me through once, he's going to bring me through again. So just understanding who my leader is, and that, you know, leadership starts with me.
Oh my goodness, this is a mic drop moment. Understanding who my leader is. This is resonating with the people in the chat so much. And about, you know, becoming a leader by surrendering and seeking to know what the universe or God, whatever words you use, wants for you, to get that guidance that makes us the most powerful leader. But we have to know who our leader is, and then to surrender to our leader. So, that was really powerful, Michelle, and I appreciate so much you sharing that. How about you, Jackie?
Oh, Michelle, that was beautiful. Surrender. I really resonate with that, because I get it from a really deep place. So as a military leader, you know, 22 years ago when I joined the Royal Air Force, you become an officer, you become a leader. It's part and parcel of it. And you get tested on all these attributes, how you perform, how you project yourself, how you show up, all the do's and don'ts and the standards that you have. And what I discovered about true leadership is that the leadership of my journey actually began with overcoming my adversity, and it developed my fighting spirit. You see, I never showed my vulnerability 22 years ago because I was so scared of showing up as me, as who I was. Why? Because I doubted my own abilities, and I thought, if anyone knows what's happened to me in my childhood, they will never think I'm good enough. They will never think I'm enough to be a leader of these people. They will doubt me. And so I decided to put all of that trauma into a box, and I locked it away. But then what happened was a splitting of the cells. There was the uniform Jackie, here, no vulnerability. And then there was the Jackie, who was the real Jackie, at home Jackie, who was, this is my story and I can't share it with anyone. And then when I learned to start sharing my story whilst in uniform, that's when I became a true, authentic leader. I led with vulnerability and it became my superpower. And what this did is that it built so much shame resilience that I think I've almost become bulletproof to my story. And that allows me to lead with authenticity and give the people who I lead the ability to step into their power, to understand that they also can be courageous when they share. And it's like this snowball effect. You're courageous, you share your story, and then they're able to do the same with their own subordinates. And it's a beautiful ripple effect. And so that is the power of surrendering to who you are, owning your story and stepping into that. And that's what I truly believe about leadership. And you know, as leaders, we bring the weather with us, whether that is the sunshine of optimism and hope or the storm clouds of doubt and stress. So what weather are you going to bring with you as a leader?
Oh, Jackie, this is so powerful because yes, I mean, I can't think of anywhere else that has more lock your emotions away and don't show your vulnerability than the military. I think that is just like the classic example of show no weakness whatsoever. And yet for you to discover that by showing your vulnerability, it was actually a strength and it was a very powerful leadership skill. I think that the audience really wants to know more about this. They want to know, wait a minute, tell us more. So if we could just go around just one last question and tell us about how vulnerability has given you more power as a leader, I would love to hear that. So I'll start with you, Jackie.
Well, just to go off that, so what it does is when you connect to your true self and you lead with your intuition and your vulnerability, like I said, it creates this snowball effect. So I wanted to give you a story that in a male-dominated environment where it's difficult to show our vulnerabilities because they think it's a weakness. When you lead by example and show them that actually you can do that, this ripple effect happens across the whole like command structure. And there was this person that worked for me, and he had an abusive upbringing, and I could sense in him that there was something that wasn't quite right. He wasn't showing up as himself. He was underperforming. In all honesty, most people said, "You need to get rid of him. He's not good enough. His standard isn't high enough." And I was like, no. There's something about him that his potential is extraordinary, but there's something stopping him, and he was not able to be vulnerable himself. So it's like Johari's window, when I was able to show my vulnerability and said, it's okay not to be okay, he was unable to reach out and go for support. Now that is exactly how he leads his subordinates. He shares his story, and he's okay in doing that. And that is a ripple effect that you can have across so many different generations and workforces and teams. And it's really powerful just showing up and being yourself.
Wow, it's okay to not be okay, because guess what? None of us are okay. we all have something that is not okay about us. Wow, everybody is just loving that. Vulnerability is a superpower. Yes, and mic drop, absolutely. How about you, Dr. Natalie? What have you learned about vulnerability and leadership?
I think we can only be vulnerable when we know who we are. Because when we know who we are and when we embrace and love ourselves, not in a narcissistic way, but we know who we are, then, and we follow our intuition and, God, guidance, whatever we want to call it. If we know who we are, we're not afraid of accepting help, of giving help, and of revealing who we are, because we know we can handle anything. I mean, that's why we're here. So to me, being vulnerable really means I know myself. I know what I can do, what I'm great at, what I don't want to do. So I feel overwhelmed by taxes. Please have somebody else do it. I don't have a problem saying that, yes. But in the same time, earlier today, I just wrote a friend of mine and said, I'm a little down this morning. I need to take a walk. And so, I'm not expecting them to come over and hug me, but they now know. And if I want to talk, So it's about knowing yourself and knowing how to handle yourself, being ready to accept whatever comes your way.
Yes, knowing ourselves and being aware, as we were talking about, that awareness is so important. And I can see why you and Dr. Brenda have these great conversations. Yes. And how about you, Michelle? Because we're all grateful for you so that you can help us with our taxes.
Well, thank you. And I love what Dr. Natalie said about awareness. Yeah, I believe all awareness starts with, being aware and being able to transform. And I know for me years ago, I did this exercise about the castles. God, we are this beautiful castle when we're first born. Then through hurt, through mistakes and failures and disappointment, we keep closing those doors. And that was me. And so I would close those doors so I wouldn't be hurt anymore. And I kind of lost myself and lost my identity. And I was a mom, I was just doing everything for my children. And so what I had to do is start opening up those doors and actually loving myself more, self-care and self-love and taking care of myself, because I was a giver. I gave and wasn't giving to myself. So through self-love, through giving to myself, and I learned how to embrace all parts of me, I was able to become more vulnerable, because then I accepted who I am. So for me, it's just loving yourself and, just taking care of yourself as moms, as women, as men. I mean, we're in a society is like, you do more with less, it's like do all the time. And so now I'm learning, how can I do more with less? It's kind of difficult, but what I'm learning is through collaboration, through leverage, through loving other people's and sharing with other people your struggles. It's okay to share. It's not going to make you less of a person. And wow, other people are having some of the same obstacles, and you learn from other people. So that's what vulnerability means to me. It's just loving yourself more.
Yes, and loving yourself enough to be able to be vulnerable, because that is how we create connection. If I think everything is all perfect over there in your world and I'm struggling over here, you might not be the person that I would reach out to. I might reach out to someone else who I think, oh, she's been through that and she let us know. Jackie has been through that. Dr. Natalie has been through that. Oh, and Michelle has a special needs child. I'm going to go to you. I'm going to say, you're the woman that I want to talk to. I need help, and I will reach out to you. Thank you, women. I would love to give you more time. I love hearing your stories. We barely scratched the surface with you, and I would love to have you on again. Thank you so much for being women who lead from the heart, who lead and are so conscientious. You are all three the most conscientious, heart-centered people that are making a difference in the world through your leadership, through your strength, through your roles as a woman and a mom and as a leader in life. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen.
Thank you so much, Karen. It's lovely. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. We're leading in life, leading with heart, leading with integrity. It's so awesome. Dr. Olivia Lessler, I'm so glad to see you.
Hi, Karen. Nice to see you as well.
Dr. Olivia is she's a medical director of the Functional Medicine and Longevity Institute in Sydney. She travels all over the world, Singapore, Oxford. She is always speaking about functional medicine and about how it affects the immune system. And she's a psychoneuroimmunologist. So she deals with the neuro part, she deals with the thoughts, she deals with the immunology. And we are starting to understand now that our thoughts really do impact our physical well-being and our immunology. So we say, well, you need to think more positive thoughts so that you can feel better. Well, feeling better on a physical level as well. So Dr. Olivia, if you could tell us, how did you become interested in all of these subjects?
So, I think that most doctors actually do practice some form of psychoneuroimmunology, which is simply that intersection point between, as you said, the psychology, and the immunology, the nervous system. It also comes into play endocrinology, so that's your hormones, as well as your emotions, and dare I say spirituality as well. So when we talk about all doctors or most doctors practicing some form of psychoneuroimmunology, what we mean is that we do understand the importance of that biopsychosocial model, that your community your family, your stress resilience really is important to that physiology and your embodiment. And so I just was noticing with my patients, some of them not responding the way I would have thought that they would, whether it was to certain medications or interventions. And that's because the biopsychosocial part of things wasn't truly being looked at. And as I started to delve more into it, I was realizing these amazing knock-on effects with my patients' health. And so that's how I got into psychoneuroimmunology, basically.
So, okay, for a lot of us out there, functional medicine, what is that? Can you tell us what is the difference between functional medicine and regular medicine?
Okay, so regular medicine, or conventional medicine, shall we say, is more sort of, I guess, sick care rather than health care. So we weren't primarily interested in preventative health. We were there to try and help patients patch back up after they got sick. And this model kind of broke down over the last, I would say, 10, 20, even 30 years, because as you know, more and more people are becoming sicker and sicker. People are collecting diagnoses at a younger age. They're on more and more medications. And there needed to be a different paradigm about how we were dealing with health, how we were dealing with sickness. No more is it acceptable or appropriate to just band-aid patient symptoms. We needed to know why they were sick and then deal with that. And then, happily, if patients got better, we also were then going to be focusing more on optimizing the patient and also looking at, the root causes of wellness. Salugenesis. So salugenesis is about getting back to health if you were already sick, for example. And so the functional medicine is this new sort of lens through which to look at health and disease, trying to make sure that we're focusing or addressing the whys of people not only becoming unwell, but also how do we help them live better, healthier lives.
Right. And I think that you hit that so clearly because, in conventional medicine, so often it is treating the symptom rather than the root cause. And yet in functional medicine, going to the cellular level and treating what is going on there and how to strengthen those cells. Can you talk to us a little bit more about how we can strengthen our nervous system and our immune system? Because as leaders, we need to have optimum health so that we can function with all of the stress that is going on around us. What are some things that you would like to teach us?
Yeah, look, in the beginning, when I first sort of got into this realm and started playing in biohacking and longevity medicine, you get very caught up in the bells and the whistles and the supplements and the different modalities, and then photobiomodulation and pulse electromagnetic field therapies, and it's a very exciting playground. But then, really, the more you get into it, actually, fewer and fewer of us have got our fundamentals down pat. And the fundamentals are, the clue is in the word, fundamental. Yeah. In other words, if we are able to really shore up our sleep, our breathing, our diet, our environment, just our personal environment, what we put on our body, how we breathe, for example, and our personal, communications with the people around us, and also the self-talk. That actually goes a very, very long way. And it helps if you do use these tools, for example, or these adjuncts. It helps those adjuncts work a bit better, if you're not already trying to chase down deficits in the fundamentals. So,
okay, I want to talk about sleep.
Yes, okay.
As women, first of all, it can be very challenging to sleep when you have a baby, and then,
yes, 100%.
we're just very busy with children, working, trying to balance all the things, and then you get teenagers, and then they wake you up, and then you go through the later years where the hormones start to come into play, and you have that impacts sleep, and then you have stress that impacts sleep. So as women and as women leaders, what can you teach us so that we can get more deep restorative sleep?
I think the important thing to note is that from an evolutionary perspective, our bodies are designed to be getting less sleep. When you do have a baby, your hearing becomes more attuned to the high frequency, high pitched sounds, and all that. So our bodies are incredibly resilient. So the first thing I talk to patients about who are concerned with sleep, because you are absolutely right, sleep takes a massive hit in parenthood, and especially, look, I know how important it is for everybody to get that balance right with work and sleep and family, but women in particular, I think, shoulder quite the emotional labor and logistical labor in the home. So the first thing actually is to give yourself grace, because it is going to take a hit, and it is what it is. You can only do your best with the tools that you have under the circumstances that you are under. So there is no point in being in a situation that you can't change to also be beating yourself up. So the first thing here is definitely giving yourself some grace. The other things that are going to be quite important to try and shore up that better sleep is to give yourself all the ingredients that are going to lend itself to better sleep. So the light environment is incredibly important. Are you exposing yourself to bright, white, fluorescent LED lights after dark? If you are, that's going to be a problem. It's going to impact how much melatonin you're actually producing, and which is going to impact how much deep sleep you're going to get. So the point of deep sleep is that you want that slow wave sleep. You want the delta waves, so frequencies, to come out of your brain, basically, because that's going to help with brain cleaning overnight. That's the glymphatic system that kicks in. And the glymphatic system kicking in requires you to have a certain amount of melatonin in the system, which helps cool that core temperature of your body and your brain as well. And the only way you're going to be able to make enough melatonin physiologically is not being exposed to bright lights, which simulate daylight. So our light diet is incredibly important. We can also leverage temperature for deep sleep as well.
Okay, I'm going to pause you for just a second there. Excuse me for interrupting you, but I wanted to ask you about melatonin, because we hear about the impact with light. Like if you have jet lag, they say get into the light so that you can get your system, back onto the circadian rhythm kind of thing. What about supplemental melatonin? Does it help? Or because I've heard some people say that you can become desensitized to it and your body can stop making it if you're taking this supplement. And other people say, no, it's very helpful. What's your opinion about melatonin for sleep?
Okay, so my personal opinion is that if you take melatonin, you can desensitize your system, because melatonin is just one molecule of a massive chain of events, right? So there is actually, melatonin is the downstream of serotonin, which is the downstream of tryptophan. And so you're going to be skipping some of those steps if you go straight to melatonin. Oh. The other thing is that there is quite a famous neurosurgeon, Jack Kruse, who actually says, if you make it, you shouldn't be taking it. And I quite like that philosophy. I think that we are a society so used to getting our Band-Aids and being able to, skip the hard work and just, go straight for something out of a bottle, that whilst I personally do utilize melatonin once in a while, especially with jet lag, it's not something that I'm going to reach for on a regular basis. Melatonin for other reasons, like higher doses for cancer interventions and all that kind of stuff, that's a different story. So I do want to make sure that there's a delineation there. But the dosing that we do for melatonin in our modern society, 2 to 10 milligrams for sleep, that's way too much anyway. We know from the studies that actually it's kind of 0.5 milligrams or so, which is enough to signal sleep in most people as it is. I think that, again, grace, right? If you feel that melatonin helps you, by all means, keep taking that whilst you sort out your circadian rhythm using more sort of physiological methods that are in line with evolution. And as you said, daylight anchoring, making sure that you're getting out into sunlight, full spectrum sunlight. I would never take away tools from patients that need them, but there's definitely something to think about not just reaching for those Band-Aids.
Well, so if we had been taking melatonin, which guilty as charged. and we don't want to skip, the process and the steps of our body making the tryptophan and the serotonin. What if I stop taking it? should I do something? I could do the light diet and things, but is my body going to then regenerate and start making those,
Yes.
again?
Yes, your body is so resilient, the receptors can get resensitized. Your body always bounces back, I think.
Wow. Well, that is so interesting. What other takeaway would you like us to know about functional medicine? Because you know what, everybody has so many questions for you. We all want to know so much, but unfortunately we don't have a whole hour to hear what you have to say. So what is another thing that you would like to teach us about functional medicine before you go?
So as a psychoneuroimmunologist with a functional medicine kind of bent, I truly want everyone to know the way you think about situations, how you reframe problems, it does make a difference to the physiology. It makes a difference to your hormones. It makes a difference to your stress hormone production. It makes a difference to your cellular resilience and your immune system. And that's why, this whole Deepak Chopra, Joe Dispenza stuff is actually incredibly powerful. It's not woo-woo. There is a lot of science behind it. And this is something that is in your court, right? It is something that you can take charge of and work on, and nobody's perfect, and certainly not me. But if we're able to help with one aspect of our health, something that we can do in the privacy of our own heads and hearts, it's something available to you, and there are a lot of tools online. So, dig, because if one methodology or one meditation or one type of breath work or one kind of stress resilient app doesn't help, you can try another one and another one. There is a solution out there for you. There is something out there.
Do you have a favorite app that you use that you could recommend to us?
Okay, so I actually started using the Calm app back when I went through a personal crisis in 2019. And I used it so much that I've actually developed a Pavlovian response to just like one of the main meditation coaches on it. So much so that if I hear her voice, I already drop into a parasympathetic state. So, that's one of the apps that I use on a regular basis. But, you need to work with whatever sings to you, because it could be as simple as watching a short video of puppies, or something, other things that we do when we doom scroll, right? But there's something that's going to sing to you, and you find whatever it is that sings to you, just rely on that a little bit, and then realize as well that you can be, you can develop some sort of emotional flexibility where you're not just using one thing as a crux. You're then able to improve and increase your repertoire. And before you know it, you're going to find the strength within.
Oh my goodness. Well, Dr. Olivia, I love your cute laugh. And when I hear you laugh, you bring calm to me. I remember when I interviewed you before, and we just got the giggles together. Such a warmth about you, and you're so caring. And I appreciate so much how you are blessing people with functional medicine and teaching them about how to improve their longevity, how to have better lives, how to get better sleep, so that we can cope better, so that we can be better leaders. You are a wonderful example, and I appreciate you so much sharing your wisdom with us today. And I wish you all the best in your psychoneuroimmunology and functional medicine work that you are doing.
Thank you, Karen. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate this summit as well. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And I have to also thank Ashkan for introducing me to Elizabeth Angel Westerland and to Marcus Bellringer, because they introduced me to you. And so I'm very grateful that I was able to meet you. So thank you again for being with us today.
You're welcome.
Wow, isn't it incredible, all the different connections that we make and just learning so much? Wow. Yeah, are you just blown away? You ladies.
So excited. Yeah, no, that was amazing. I wish we had more time with her.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, we need like a whole day on sleep.
That's what I was thinking, Karen, because I'm like, you're the queen of empathy. I'm the queen of sleep. So. And if I hear one more leader, especially in our space, say, I will sleep when I die, I'm like, that is not the message we want to be sending anyone.
Exactly. Because just like she talked about, the death is going to be happening sooner if we don't get our sleep.
That's right. And I can think of 5 people off the top of my head that will remain nameless that say it all the time. And I'm like, no.
Well, I have to tell all of the audience here. So Julianne McRoy and Sandy Scarlata are 2 amazing mentors in my life. And I am so grateful for them because they have shown me leadership in such a powerful way because of their authenticity. They are leaders at the Los Angeles Tribune. They are leaders in their own lives. And they have taught me. They have been wonderful mentors, and they have welcomed me with the most loving embraces, taught me, helped me. They have boosted me. They have been they believed in me. And that has made such a difference for me and for my journey, not just at the Los Angeles Tribune, but in the other areas of my life too. And so I want to thank you both for being such a blessing for me and for all the people that you are blessing. And I'm so grateful that the whole world gets to hear you talk today.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, if you ever need a lift of your spirits, Karen is the one, because she's, yeah.
Well, Sandy is the host of Happiness Solved podcast, and she has millions of views on her podcast. She is also the managing director of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, doing amazing things there and helping people to be empowered to get their voice on a podcast and to accelerate their podcast. There's so many of us out there that have a podcast and you want to know how to accelerate it. Well, Sandy's the one who can help you do that. She also has extensive experience in media presence with her. She's been an ice skater, a figure skater, and she works with peak performance with athletes. And so, Sandy, if you could tell us a little bit more about leadership, and then I'm going to introduce Julianne.
Absolutely. Yeah. So for me, it's not just about leadership. I'm all about conscious leadership, because that is right now, there's a lot going on in the world, as we all know, right? It's a mess right now, and there's a lot of uncertainty. And this is when the leadership at every level, whether you're coaching a softball team or a soccer team, or you're, a CEO of a, Inc. 500 company, it's the conscious leadership that is so important, because it's being able to lead with self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and intentionality. And when you're making decisions that are based by clarity, purpose, and a deep understanding. This is the important part, a deep understanding of the impact that you have on people and performance of your teams. And so that's kind of what my mission is all about. And yeah, I interview a lot of people on my podcast that are amazing leaders in their own right, and yeah, my whole platform is about giving a voice to people to tell their stories and share their experience and their resilience. And I just feel very blessed to be in this space. And thank you Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and everyone else at the Los Angeles Tribune.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons that you started the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, was to be able to give a voice to the voiceless, and for people to be able to have a platform where they could share their podcast. So thank you for all the work, because you've been a mentor to me in that way as well, as I joined the podcast network too.
Thank you.
And Julianne, so Julianne has been involved in corporate life for quite some time. She has been a CEO of Achieve TV, and now is it Arion? Is that how you say it? Arion TV.
Yes, that is correct. We changed the name.
Yes. So if you could tell us some more about you and about your leadership in these roles.
Absolutely. So much like Sandy, I live by the philosophy of that I'm living my legacy by helping others live theirs. And I really just want to give a voice to those people out there that need to be heard and seen and might not otherwise have a platform to do that. And I just want everyone to know that it doesn't matter. You don't have to be somebody else. You should just be your best you. And however that looks, people will be drawn to your message and who you are if you're trying to just let yourself be seen. And I know it's scary. I know it's a vulnerable situation to be in, but when you are truly open, then you can really make that difference. And it's never what we plan. It's always something that's off the cuff or something that's so authentic that just pops into your mind that you happen to say that people are always like, oh my gosh, that changed my life. So I just think that if we can lead people in a way that they can feel empowered to truly just say what they need to say, then we make the world a better place.
Well, both of you, one of the things that I think is so interesting about both of you is how you make it safe for other people to be who they really are. And the main thing, well, there's several things, but the first thing that comes to my mind is how authentic both of you are. And I appreciate that so much because you're not trying to be somebody you're not unapproachable. You're willing. We talked about how vulnerability is a superpower, and both of you are willing to be vulnerable, and you are so authentic. And so I want to talk a little bit more about that with you specifically, because it can be scary to be vulnerable. And when you're a woman and you're in leadership, and sometimes you're in a male-dominated world, it can be very scary to be vulnerable. So could you tell us a little bit more about that in your experience? And I'll start with you, Julianne.
All right, Karen, thank you for that question. There's something that I really love to say. Vulnerability is a superpower. It absolutely is, but not everyone gets to hear everything about you. There is a difference between the two things, and you really have to decide what it is that you're going to share. It doesn't mean that everybody gets to hear your entire story, and that's okay. But what are you willing to share? What will make a difference for somebody else? If you are not healed about it, then you should not share about it yet, not to the masses, because you're putting yourself in this place where people can nitpick you. However, when we are healed, when we can talk about those things that maybe we're not proud of, it really gives other people the power to own what they've done and move forward and not have shame, but really just step into who they're becoming versus who they were. And I just think it's really important to let people just sort of, I keep saying it because it's so important, is shine, just shine who you are.
Yes. And that's really powerful, because there are times when we're not quite ready to share it. That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong. It doesn't mean that you just share every single thing with every single person, with the whole world. We do need to be aware, as we've talked about. We need to be sensitive to the dynamic, and is this person ready? Are we ready? And thank you for saying that, Julianne, because when we are ready, then we're able to handle it. Because yes, there are people that are going to have an opinion about what we share, but we need to be able to be in a place where we're solid and where we can handle that. So thank you for sharing that. How about you, Sandy?
Wow, Julianne, that was beautifully said, first of all. But for me, and you touched on this a little bit, and I just kind of want to elaborate a little bit, is that when we're in the middle of a crisis, a trauma, grieving, when you're in the middle of all of that, that's not the time to be sharing with the world, right? And the reason for that is because it's important to, when you need to share your story, you need to have gone through it and done all of the vital work, the self-love work, the self-awareness work. All of that work needs to be done first, because I don't have enough time to really get into the nitty-gritty of it. But what can happen is one, you're going to attract the wrong type of people. And if you're talking about it when you're in the middle of it, all you're doing is reinforcing that negativity and the trauma, all of that stuff. So it's important to share once you've gone through it and it's in the rear view mirror. And you're like, oh yeah, that was a rough time. Like I had a really rough fall. October, November, December, really rough. And I'm still just slowly starting to talk about it because I'm not fully through the situation. And that's okay, right? But what happens is, and I think this is what you were saying, Julianne, is when I was telling people, because I took the whole month of December off, and I was telling people, I'm just taking the month off, and people start to, that's what they want. They want to know what's going on. And I'm like, I'll talk to you in a few months, but yeah, there's that discernment there that you have to really be aware of. And that's where people sometimes miss the point.
Right. And that discernment is very key.
Yeah.
Because there has to be trust. And you have to be able to have that trust. And like I said, that readiness for them, and for yourself. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk to you about being a woman leader, because both of you are very successful women leaders. And what advice would you give to other women in leadership? I'll start with you, Julianne.
All right. Thank you for that. Here's the thing. Working in media, it is definitely still a male-dominated area. However, that does not mean there isn't room for women. And I just think that you have to listen to what your intuition is telling you. You have to really pay attention to your mentors and what they're saying, because you can't, I love the saying that you can't read the label if you're inside the bottle. And we do need to be able to see ourselves objectively, and somebody else needs to help us with that. That being said, there isn't always somebody who has done what we're trying to do. And that's where our intuition comes in. And we don't have to follow other people in order to blaze a new path. And I think that as women, sometimes we almost require permission of ourselves to actually take that step forward. And I'm here to say you have permission. You never needed it in the first place, and just go for it. And I don't care if you know this is going to work, and even if it doesn't, go for it, because you're going to regret that you didn't even try. So you might as well just really go for it, whatever that is for you. For me, it happens to be in media, but for anybody else, it could be not being a doctor, stepping into functional medicine. It could be whatever that is. But I just think definitely just listen inside and then ask for advice.
Oh, that is really good. You didn't need permission anyway. But thank you for giving us permission, and thank you for reminding us that we don't need it. That's great. How about you, Sandy?
A couple of mic drops there, Julianne. That was awesome. Yeah, I mean, in addition to everything that Julianne was saying, for me, it's always been about just owning my power and owning who I am. And if you don't have that strong sense of self-worth, then the littlest thing, and I can say this from experience because it was something that I struggled with for a long time. And what will happen is because we're in so many male-dominated worlds, if you don't have that self-worth and that empowerment, the littlest thing that's said to you is gonna make or break you. Like you're gonna go down a slippery slope. And so that's why it's so important. But it's also aligning yourselves with people that are going to lift you up. And somebody just made a comment about mentorship, and that's like one of the most important things. I've been a certified life coach since 2004, and I've always had a coach, always. And it's probably because I'm a professional figure skater, so coaching is in my brain anyway. So it made sense that I have a life coach or I have a business coach, and I worked with a media coach for 18 months, and there's so much that we don't know. And so if you really want to succeed, you need to talk to people and have that mentor of somebody that's gone before you. Julianne is a mentor of mine. I've been trying to launch a TV show for a while. It's coming. Stay tuned. It's coming. But, you need a mentor, and so, Julianne's been there to help me because I don't know, going from podcasting to television is a totally different thing. So,
Thank you, Sandy. You just helped me feel better. Oh my goodness. Well, okay. So I want to talk a little bit more. I want to hear a story from both of you about a time where your sense of self and your self-worth helped you to deal with a difficult situation as a leader. And I'm going to start with you, Julianne.
Thank you. First of all, Sandy, yes, self-worth. It's self-worth, not other worth. And I think that we tend to confuse those things and look for it from other people. And so it really does come back down to, okay, I know who I am and what I offer. And I really think too, especially with leaders, that we just kind of sometimes forget how much we're worth. So that, one of my favorite stories is when I started Ari on TV, back when it was Achieve TV. I was asked if I wanted to have my own network as an afterthought. And I said, sure, because I was teaching people how to make, their own shows and do them successfully. And I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea what I was going to be, how I was going to teach this or how I was going to grow this. But I just sort of followed my instincts. And the funny thing is I was actually really good at it. And the owner of the distribution network said to me, privately, you're the dark horse of the group. And I turned out to be the leader. So I just thought, you know what, I'll figure this out as I go along. I don't need to know everything right now. And that was really because I just trusted that I could do that. And so stepping into something I've never done, I still don't think of myself as a techie or a tech person, but here I am working in technology. And really it just comes down to, I know I can do this. I'll figure it out. I just will. I absolutely will. And that comes down to my self-worth.
When that person said that you were the dark horse, did that empower you?
Oh yeah. I thought I am onto something. And the funny thing is I was the only one who was not talking about what I was doing and how wonderful I was going to be. I was just doing the thing. And it was great. It's been so much fun ever since. And I just really love helping people. And here's the funny thing, as I'm doing it, the more confidence I have, the more self-worth comes in. I'm like, oh yeah, I actually do know what I'm talking about. I actually do know. And so it kind of builds on itself the more you step into something new.
Wow, that is really something. I love that. The dark horse. Yeah, I can relate to that. Well, Sandy, how about you? Tell us about a time when self-worth played a part for you, because I'm sure that as an athlete, you're facing criticism all the time, and yet your self-worth gets you back out there to get up after you fall from this figure skating or whatever.
Yeah, as I alluded to before, self-worth was a very hard issue for me. And everything goes back to our childhood. Everything goes back to childhood trauma. And I, of course, was no different. And then I chose a sport where you're judged and judged and judged. Okay. So I spent most of my, teenage years and the first part, probably up until the age of 30, let's say, when working on that self-worth was so important. And it was probably about the time when what really made a difference for me is that I took one of my students from rental skates to US Nationals and was with him when he got a gold medal at his first international competition. And for me, that was just, we weren't on television. It was, nobody knew it. It was just in our little world. It was a really, really, really big deal. Right. But that right there was like, you know what? I got this, because I became a US national and international figure skating coach against all odds. And if it wasn't for that sense of self, I never would have made it. It never would have happened.
Exactly.
Because of that, I was successful as a skating coach because of the mindset and the consciousness that I brought to my students, and they learned about the confidence and elevating their thoughts and things like that. So that was a big turning point for me. Yeah.
And what's so interesting about that too is that, first of all, you had to have the self-confidence, and then to deal with all the judging and making a comeback and doing all the things, and then in the media world and facing that and overcoming the childhood trauma that I'm still working on mine today. I'll probably be working out till the day I die. And yet that gives me the authenticity as a coach to help the other people to instill confidence in them, that if, I have learned some things, let me help you learn some things, and I will hold your hand and we'll be on this path together. And Sandy, I got to tell you that your authenticity in that way makes you so powerful, because people do feel safe to be able to tell you things and to be able to share their heart with you so that you can empower them. And Julianne, the same with you. You give people that gift to be able to be safe, so that they can tell you their fears about being on TV and putting their show out there. And is it good enough? And both of you are just beautiful women.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. That's really beautiful. Thank you.
Well, one last thing that I would love to hear from you, both being in media. Do you have any tips for women leaders who are wanting to get on the stage and speak, who are wanting to have a podcast, who want to get a TV show? What's one tip that you would leave them with for a takeaway today to help them? And Julianne, I'll start with you.
For me, it is start before you're ready. Simple as that. Start before you're ready. You will get better. Launch and adjust. You will just get better as you go along. So start now.
Start now. Like, don't wait.
And she was directing that at me right there. Stay here. Yeah.
Yes, like I said, guilty as charged.
That's right. Guilty as charged. And for me, just show up as yourself. You just have to be yourself. Don't get out there and try to be somebody else. It's scary. For me, when I started my podcast in 2021, it was nobody was on camera, and I loved it. And then all of a sudden it was like, I got to start doing this on video. And now I'm being pushed to do solo, episodes where it's just me and the camera, and I'm doing it and I'm enjoying it. And exactly, you got to just start. You just got to do it. But it's just about being yourself. And don't worry if you mess up, because we're all going to mess up. Nobody's perfect.
That's right. Show up, exactly, and start today. And Julianne and Sandy, you're both such courageous women, and being in a male-dominated world and being so wildly successful. I'm just so proud of you, and I'm so proud to be able to highlight you and to be able to encourage people who, if you want to be mentored in the podcast world in peak performance, Sandy's your woman. And if you want to be mentored in being able to get your voice out there in TV, Julianne is your woman. And so I just appreciate how much you lead at the Los Angeles Tribune and in your own businesses as well. And thank you for being my mentors as well.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen. And thank you, Julianne.
Thank you, Sandy.
Let's just give each other a big hug.
That's right. I love to hug these ladies. All right. That was really fun. Wow. Okay. Well, we are going to go to commercial, and our sponsor is the NeuroEvolve, the Institute for Applied Transformative Neuroscience. And you heard from Dr. Rebecca Granger-Ellis, and this is the company that she is the chair of. And so we'll go to commercial now to hear more about that. Thank you.
Throughout the retreat is just the practical tools that Rebecca gives to us to be able to integrate this into our daily lives. And I feel like they're very achievable, and this will definitely shift my mindset, well-being, and how I also practice professionally in my work as well.
Oh my God, the learning. I love the learning. I love the sharing of the knowledge. Rebecca is just such a giver of knowledge. And there's so much that I've got to take away that I can actually take into my own life, and that I can also help others with. That I'm amazed by how much I've learnt and how much I've enjoyed this whole process. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Most, one of the things at least, is really the unique way that Dr. Rebecca brings together Western scientific concepts and the cutting edge of that world in neuro wellness and health, and also marrying that with the Eastern traditions and the spiritual traditions. She, by bringing us here to Bali and integrating that with her knowledge, it was really the perfect synthesis of these two very deep wells of wisdom.
Journey here has been absolutely incredible, but to be in a place like in the countryside, in the mountains where it's cooler and it's not traffic, that's so peaceful, and that peace just adds to the value of the retreat.
What I love most is we have the workshop where we learn and where we share, and then we go to nature. We go to the lake, we go to the mountain, and we have a waterfall experience. And all of this is really helping us to get into the parasympathetic and really enable us to learn.
Since the beginning and giving life, it was so important for me to be able to come and really immerse in this topic with other women. Yeah, that was my goal coming here, was to connect on that level with women and embody these concepts on a deeper level.
Welcome back. So good to be with you all. Is everybody just having the most amazing time? Are these just most incredible women who have such unique stories, and yet we have so much in common with each other? So our next guest is Sarah Barthel, and she is the CEO of Vibrant Via. She is a functional medicine nutritionist. And Sarah, I bet you just loved that talk by Dr. Olivia Lessler. I thought, yeah, we've got to connect you two.
I loved her talk. I loved what Dr. Rebecca is all about as well. I think it's so exciting to see women in this space kind of tying all these pieces together, because that's what functional medicine is at the end of the day. It's recognizing that our bodies are interconnected beings. We can't just focus on our brain or performance or gut health. It is, or who we spend time with or what we eat. It is all connected, and that's what leads to optimal health. And that's what we're striving for. As leaders, we have to be, we have to invest in our health and well-being before we can make a deeper impact on the world.
Absolutely. And we kind of touched on that a little bit, because we need our sleep to be able to function more effectively as leaders. We need to have the proper nutrition, and there's so many factors that come into play. And you talked about connecting the dots. Could you tell us a little bit more about connecting the dots in functional medicine?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where I like to start. Is a lot of people don't even realize what functional medicine is. And they think maybe it's, woo science, but I am all about the data. I love lab work. I love being deep into PubMed research. But at the end of the day, we can't just separate what are we putting in our mouth? How are we moving our bodies? How are we sleeping? How's our stress management? Who are we spending our time with? The Mayo Clinic had a study that, we are truly the average of the 5 people we spend time with in terms of our mental health and our physical health. So it's really important. And I think, we can't chase one single symptom. The same goes for, we need to look at a systems approach, root cause health. And I think it was Dr. Lessler that was talking about it earlier too. We can't just pull out one aspect of it and think that we're going to be optimally healthy.
Right. It doesn't just impact one thing. It impacts so much. And it is.
Well, biohacking is exciting, but most of us are missing the 95%.
Right.
Not exciting stuff.
Yes. So how did you get interested in functional medicine and nutrition?
So probably like most of us, I fell into it as a second career because of my own personal story. I was in my 20s and 30s. I was an ultra marathon Ironman athlete. I looked really healthy on the outside. I pushed my body to the limit. I was successful. I podiumed. I was successful at work. I was one of the top salespeople. I think most women can relate that they just keep pushing. They keep going. They don't really listen to their bodies, especially these, type A high performing women. And at a certain point, we're forced to change. For me, I remember it was, I just kept going until I started dating my husband. And he was basically like, I'm not your training buddy. I'm not going to run with you. Don't ask me to do that. And I actually had to slow down and start dealing with some of the health issues I was addressing. And that's really what sent me down this road to functional medicine, figuring out what was going on. My gut was a wreck. And doctors, I understand women are frustrated. They're almost brushed off and told like, well, here's an anxiety med, here's a laxative, and for me, I was like, no, something is wrong. And I know it. There's been a lot of talk on here about trusting your gut. And that is something I tell the women I work with all the time. If you feel like something is off, there is.
Right. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Because so many times we do feel like, we're not being heard. In the medical profession, women are dismissed so much more often than men. And like you said, oh, she's just, it's in her head kind of a thing. Well, let's just give her the antidepressant or whatever. And many people experience that. And yet, if somebody was listening, if somebody was really digging deeper to the source, like you were, what a difference it could make. We could intervene so much sooner and prevent the complications. I remember I had a doctor and I have lung problems, and he actually listened. And I was like, this is so unusual to have a doctor that like really pays attention. And I can see that in you. And so I want to hear about you as a leader. What are some challenges that you have experienced, and how do you lead?
Yeah. So as a female leader, I mean, I experienced the challenges that so many of the incredible, accomplished, talented female leaders that I've heard from all day are speaking to. Things like imposter syndrome, or things like self-doubt, or thinking you don't know enough. And how encouraging is it that everyone is experiencing that? And yet we're as leaders, we're called to step forth and do the scary things. I love what Dr. Rebecca said about our brains are wired for mistakes too. Like our brains have a party when we do trial and error and make mistakes. And that is how we grow new neurons. For me, I remember being asked to present at a conference as a keynote to train other practitioners on how to interpret gut microbiome stool tests. It's something that I have had the opportunity to do hundreds and hundreds of, and we can see just from this test what's going on with your immune function, your inflammation, how well you're digesting your food. It's not just about what you eat, but how you're digesting it. Hormone imbalances. I mean, brain neurotransmitters, 90% are made by our gut bacteria. So we can see so much. And I remember being like, who am I to teach these doctors? I love learning, but I know the more I learn, the more I realize how much there is to learn. And sometimes that can lead to imposter syndrome. And I think, so I think that's all of us.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that as women, we often, suffer from that. That can be very challenging, especially when we're in a male-dominated world. And so tell us about some obstacles that you have overcome in your life, besides convincing your husband that he needed to run with you.
I unfortunately did not turn him into an Ironman. But, for me, going back to my own health issues that started me down this path to finding my own healing route, when I was kind of falling on deaf ears with doctors and specialists and basically being told, looks great, you're fine, your labs look good. And I'm like, why am I extremely fatigued? Why am I breaking out? Why can't I go to the bathroom for weeks on end despite eating fiber and drinking water and chugging green smoothies? I was like, something is wrong. And they were just like, looks great. And it's the story that I hear over and over where they're told their labs are fine and they're not. And for me, it took doing more digging and starting down this path and realizing I had hypothyroidism. That was one of my only symptoms of Hashimoto's. My adrenals were shot. And most women, most high performing type A women, they're juggling family, they're juggling career, they're successful. And it's gotten them to this point until suddenly their bodies are like, hold up. Like suddenly what worked in the past doesn't, and that might show up as brain fog. They start gaining weight despite not changing anything. Most of the women that I work with in my practice in Vibrant Via is they're in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and it's me. Like years ago, it's kind of that frustration of I don't understand what's happening. And then we can look at labs and symptoms and start to rebalance all of those areas. And our bodies are just incredible when it comes to healing and restoring balance.
Oh, that's so amazing, to trust ourselves. Like Julianne said, I'm going to give you permission, and you're giving us permission to trust ourselves, but we didn't need permission. We had it anyway.
Absolutely.
So can you tell us about hormones? Because, so many, half the population is dealing, well, all of us actually, but with, tell us about the triad hormones specifically when you're working with women.
And that's something that when I start working with a woman, we're looking at all the hormones. And I think most people just think hormones are sex hormones, estrogen, testosterone, progesterone. That's one piece of the story, but I kind of think of it like a triangle. And we have to look at our adrenals and our cortisol, our stress hormones. How is our nervous system? And that's what I loved about the neuroscience conversation with Dr. Rebecca. We need to regulate our nervous system and our stress response and almost send these little safety signals to our nervous system. Because if we've been running on, for me, it was like barely sleeping, pushing my body through extreme endurance activities, but it can also be stressed by hypothyroidism, by like work or relationship stress, blood sugar swings. There's a lot of things that cause our bodies to be really stressed and pump out that cortisol. So we've got to look at that. Thyroid hormone, that's our master metabolism hormone. Most women I work with have some level of dysfunction there. And then we have to look at our sex hormones, but it is all on a foundation of gut health because of what I talked about before. That has to be balanced. And once we balance that, oftentimes there's these positive ripple effects that we don't even have to go back and fix what they came in for in the first place.
Okay, so I want to go back to that just a little bit. Has anything surprised you after working with hundreds of women about how they have learned to rebalance their gut health and their hormones? Because you give us hope, that we can rebalance these things if they're not in line.
Yeah, if you take nothing else away, I think it's just, our bodies are incredibly able to return to balance. I started out when I was getting my master's degree, working for a clinical practice that saw people who had been failed by 10, 12 doctors. And I think that's the thing is like, there's hope, like we can restore balance. And so I feel like I'm surprised every single day, but also in awe of what is possible. A lot of times women will come to me with the exact story and just starting to feel like they're hypochondriacs. And I've never seen someone make up symptoms, right? We can even just look at a blood workup. And for me, part of why I named my practice Vibrant Via is I don't just want people to like be alive without a diagnosis. We want vibrant health. So many women, I want to work with women who are called to a higher purpose, who are called to be leaders, to make a positive impact. And we can see when things are trending in the wrong direction with their adrenals, with their blood sugar, with their thyroid, with inflammation or infections, before the wheels totally fall off and we can start to turn the ship around. And I think I've seen a lot of tears, just like a relief. Like, congratulations, you're a mess. Now we have something we can do about it.
But you know what you do when you do that is you validate them. And I remember when my hormones were out of whack and I was so young and the doctors just kept saying, oh, no, it's just in your head kind of thing. And then I finally went to an endocrinologist. And when he said, you must be feeling this, after he did my blood work, he was like, you must be feeling this and this and this way. I didn't even tell him how I was feeling. He just did the blood work. I just burst into tears. And to have somebody like you to validate me that there was a reason why I was feeling the way that I was would be so comforting and so empowering, so that I knew, okay, now I know what the issue is. Now you had to give me additional hope that there was something I could do about it.
Yeah.
And so I just want to tell you, thank you for doing that for women everywhere. So you mentioned about the thyroid, about how common this problem is for women to have thyroid issues. Why do you think that is?
I think it's a lot of things. I think of thyroid as kind of the canary in the coal mine to stress and toxins. And who isn't exposed to stress and toxins, especially women and leaders, but just living in this world, the air we breathe, the water we drink, like I think the average woman puts 80 different ingredients on just our skincare and makeup every day. It's a huge burden on our bodies, on our liver, on our detoxification. It's another one of those stressors, right? So physical and emotional, psychological stress can stress out our thyroid. The water we drink, if it's not filtered, chlorine, bromide, fluoride, things like that, park on your receptor and block it getting the nutrients that it needs to have that to convert thyroid hormone. That's our master metabolism switch. If you're cold, if you're losing your eyebrows, can't go to the bathroom, dry skin and hair, there's so many symptoms that are indicators, and it's a factor for so many women, the vast majority that I see in my practice, but we catch it before it's actually diagnosable. And oftentimes we can support our bodies and just keep an eye on it.
Yes, well, thank heavens. Thank heavens. I was just reading Jeff Ross says, congrats, you're a mess. Yeah, but now we can do something about it. And so
did you want to hear things were good again? No, that's why you came to me I give women answers.
Yes, we want to know that there's a reason why. But if someone in the audience, if this is resonating with them and they're saying, yeah, that's me, what are some good next steps that they could take to heal their bodies?
Yeah, so I like to start with the foundations, like Dr. Lessler was talking about. Are you getting 7 to 9 hours of deep quality sleep? Are you eating color, diversity, plenty of protein, especially if you're a woman over 35? We need more protein than we think. We need more fiber and color and antioxidants than we think. We need to be strength training. This coming from your former retired Ironman athlete. We need to be strength training, and maybe we need to shift out of that kind of being in the gray, that steady state cardio, to more really short bursts and more strength training. And then from there, get lab testing, know your numbers, know what your baseline is for your blood sugar and insulin, for your cortisol and adrenals, for your thyroid hormone and your antibodies, the full panel, not just one piece like TSH or T4. If you can get just a basic comprehensive blood work to know and your sex hormones, especially if you're in those perimenopause years when they are swinging wildly. But I think it's good to know, and then we can adjust accordingly and help balance your body as you're transitioning that next decade or so.
Okay, let's talk about that. Because a lot of us here are dealing with the change of life. And so could you talk to us about what are some things that you teach that can help women dealing with perimenopause and menopause?
Absolutely. And it really comes back to, we need to double down on a lot of these things. We need to start building resilience in our body and our nervous system. We need to recognize that a lot of women over 35, especially those with autoimmunity, start to develop insulin resistance. And I pretty much have to beg, borrow, and steal to get a doctor to run insulin, but we need to know our blood sugar sensitivity, because that can be a huge reason why we're anxious, why we're waking in the night, why we're gaining weight out of the blue, especially in the abdomen. Stress belly is real. We have way more receptors for cortisol on our abdomen than anywhere else. So especially if you start gaining kind of in the waist area, that's a huge indicator that we want to look at cortisol and insulin. But I just think that labs are empowering. And that's part of what I want to do, is to educate and inspire and empower women to really take control of their own health, so they know what to keep an eye out for, so they can be their own advocates. And then as they're transitioning through perimenopause, that can last up to 10 years. And as the estrogen is kind of like dropping down, swinging wildly, but eventually dropping down, it kind of keeps cortisol in check. So your baseline cortisol stress hormones are higher. We need to get more serious about supporting our nervous system with stress management practice, with getting really good quality sleep, maybe some adrenal support or adaptogenic herbs, making sure that I see so many nutrient and vitamin deficiencies. And if you're vitamin D deficient, you can't even make serotonin. No wonder you aren't making hormones optimally. It's made out of cortisol or cholesterol. And also no wonder you're not making serotonin. So it's a pathway, right? And it's all connected. And I think that also takes away the blame and shame of, why am I feeling like all of a sudden I'm irritable and anxious? I don't feel like myself anymore. That's very common too.
Oh, that is so common. And it's just like, why are you so moody, or why are you so irritable? And then that we talked about how that self-judgment is so limiting. And so to be able to recognize, anytime I understand what's going on in my body and my brain, it just is so comforting, and it is so reassuring, because then I am validated, and I do know, trusting my knowing that yes, there is a reason for that. So you talked about weight gain, and a lot of women are struggling with weight. And are there some factors that you would recommend besides, eat healthy and get your sleep and exercise? Is there anything else?
So I think those are some foundational things. But again, if we're just being told, eat less and exercise more, and there are hormone imbalances, that's not only bad for our psyches, but it's going to stress out our poor nervous system even more. And if we continue to work out harder and restrict more, our body's going to be like, oh my goodness, I better hold on to everything. In fact, I'm going to even create a little extra cushion. And you can cut down to 800 calories and feel like you're beating your head against a wall. So that's why, we really need to look at what's going on with all of the hormones: insulin, cortisol, sex hormones, thyroid, and also gut health. I can even tell, are you harvesting more calories from the same exact food that the next person is, just because of the different microbes in your gut? So
fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh, I could geek out on it.
Me too. I love this thing as a dietitian. I just love alternative medicine, and I think functional medicine is the wave of the future. I think you're doing amazing things. If you could just tell us in a nutshell, what is it that you do differently?
So I think what I've been told is that I listen, and we are the experts of our own bodies at the end of the day. If a lot of times women have a hunch that some element is not right, and I think listening to them and validating them is the most important thing. And then from there, using both kind of symptoms and health, like their whole health history, but also lab data, and really pulling it together to an overall personalized nutrition, supplement, lifestyle, lab work plan, because we are all uniquely biochemically individual. It's why it's so confusing. There's so much information out there, right? We have information overwhelm, but then also the nutrition research, it's mostly done on men. And so that can be very confusing as well. I love Dr. Stacy Sims. She says, I think in her TED Talk, she says, women aren't just small men. Our hormones are complicated and it's hard to study. And so that's another layer too of why, we can get conflicting information, and why pretty much every diet works and every diet fails, for 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because most of the researchers are men, and most of the funding comes from men, and so we aren't equally represented in the medical world. And so to have someone like you, and to want to promote our health from the cellular level, and to empower us to have tools to take care of ourselves, so that we can be more effective in every aspect of life. Because as we talked about, we are leaders in life as Dr. Natalie shared with us. And so, Sarah, thank you for what you are sharing at Vibrant Via and in all your work with functional medicine and functional nutrition. So I appreciate you being on the show with us today. And I know all the women have just loved it. We've had so many comments, and people are just loving everything that you have shared. I know that we're going to want to hear more from you again at a future event.
Well, I am so grateful to be here and just to reiterate and just to basically help women to step into the higher calling, right? And to make that big impact on the world. We have to feel our best. If we're not thinking clearly, and we aren't feeling confident, and we're feeling lethargic, and all the things that tend to hit in our 30s, 40s, and 50s, how can we really step into that calling that God has in our lives and make the world a better place? So that's what my mission is. And if it's not me that helps you, find someone, keep asking, keep digging. That's
keep
what I would
asking. Yes,
trust
keep
your
asking.
gut.
Trust your gut. Yeah, absolutely. I loved it when you said in the comments that God is your CEO, and thank you for that. And
Absolutely.
I wanted to let you all know that Sarah is going to publish her story in the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. So look forward to that, because Sarah will be sharing her message in our Women's Journal. So that was awesome to hear from Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for being with us. All right, our next guest is CJ Grace. CJ, so glad to have you with us.
Yes, and what an amazing lady to follow. I was trying to take notes on what Sarah was saying, because she came up with some real nuggets there. I wish I had a transcript of everything that's happened on this symposium so far, because as I was listening through, I thought, oh my God, I should have written that down. I'm not going to remember it, because then something else is said that's even better, and I've forgotten the earlier comment that I would have liked to have remembered and written down. So
that's exactly how
of this wonderful event. I want it.
Parisa Rose, unfortunately, she was not able to be with us today. She was going to be on our previous panel, but she is sick. But Parisa takes pages and pages and pages of notes, and she says, I will share my notes with you. And I'm always like, yes, I want them. So Parisa, we miss you. Parisa is our new Chief Relationship Officer and Chief our COO. So anyway, Chief, whatever that stands for.
Yes. Some acronym. It must mean something.
Yeah. She works very closely with Mo Rock and the Chief Operational Officer. Yeah, there we go. All right.
I'm the chief idiot, but let's not go there.
Okay, I have to tell you about CJ Grace. So CJ is a BBC journalist, and she has written 2 award-winning books. One of them is The Adulterer's Wife: How to Thrive Whether You Stay or Not. And she is also a breast cancer survivor. And she is two time. Yes. 2 times. Yes, thank you.
One wasn't enough for me. I had to be special.
Anyway, I had CJ as a guest on my comedy podcast that I host with Barbie Ray called Unstoppable AF. And she was telling us about the link between well, anyway, I'll let her tell the story. But
infidelity and breast cancer, which is the subject of my second book. But yes, and it goes both ways. There's a lot of links, because infidelity creates a hell of a lot of stress, and that creates illness. Stress is one of the main causes of illness, as we've been seeing from a lot of these wonderful functional medicine practitioners who've talked about how to relieve stress on your system. Well, infidelity, you might lose your home. You're going to most likely lose your relationship. Your whole life changes. You feel betrayed. And so that's a huge amount of stress. And that can create breast cancer. There's so many instances of that happening, and it happened to me. I got my second bout of breast cancer after I found out about my husband's infidelity. And the other way around, it happens too, because if women are not that well, men often bail. Sadly, men are not kind of natural caregivers. They're not the ones that bear children and have to deal with rearing children for God knows how many decades, probably till they leave the nest at the very least. And that is something that they're used to doing. So if a man is sick, the woman is much more likely to stay and take care of him than the other way around. I mean, there was a study in 2009 by Michael Glantz at the Barrow Institute in Phoenix, I believe, and it found a massive disparity in partner abandonment when you go by gender. Huge. Sometimes it was more than 12 times the likelihood of a partner being left if the sick partner was female rather than male. I mean, that's not to say there aren't some wonderful men out there who've been great at taking care of their ailing ladies, but that is not necessarily the norm, sadly.
Right. And I remember that when that study came out, being from Arizona, I was fascinated by the statistical connection there and the connection between infidelity and breast cancer and the massive stress upon the body. So tell us more about the research between the stress and what it is specifically about the infidelity that is connected to breast cancer.
Well, I think I mentioned some of that, but generally speaking, if your life is starting to crumble in one way or another, you are going to go into a deep, dark hole, at least temporarily. The hope is that you find ways of getting out of it, which is what I talk about. How do you get yourself out of that hole? But while you're in that hole, you are much more likely to feel physically as well as psychologically unwell, because the mind and body are so connected. That's what we've been hearing with a lot of these functional medicine folks that you've already had speaking. Mind and body are almost always talking to each other. And if your mind is not happy, your body is not going to be happy either.
Right. That's such a great way to put it. And so tell us about the link between cancer and bras, because this was
that's one of my main things. I'm known as the lady who flings pink bras up in the air so that telling me, and I can do that if you would like. I always have pink bras with me to throw around, because the link between bras and breast cancer is stronger than the link between smoking and lung cancer.
Well, okay, wait. Think about
that.
Yeah, let's repeat that one. The link
between smoking and lung cancer. We think that's the biggest thing that's going on. No, the link between bras and breast cancer is stronger than the link between smoking and lung cancer. And one of the prime researchers in this field, Sydney Ross Singer, wrote a book called Dressed to Kill, The Link Between Breast Cancer and Bras. There was an earlier edition, and then a later edition. The later edition of that has a lot more studies in it, but he has done research of his own. He's also collated a lot of peer-reviewed studies from around the world that show an incredibly strong link between bras and cancer. Now, I will say that if you Google this issue, sadly, the only study that comes up is the 2014 Hutchinson study, which is the only one that shows no link. Why does it show no link? Well, it had no control group of women who don't wear bras. Now, that would be like studying the link between smoking and lung cancer without including any non-smokers to compare to the smokers. All they did was compare women who wear bras who didn't have cancer and women who wear bras who did have cancer. The other critical thing they did was it only looked at post-menopausal women, in whom the effects are much smaller because of something called survivor bias. What that means is anybody who might have died off or be suffering from cancer earlier on might already have died off before they would be able to be included in that study. So by only looking at older women, post-menopausal women, they got a much lower rate of breast cancer. So those were just two of the major things in that study that make it less robust than a lot of the other studies out there. So many studies from all different parts of the world show that link. And why does it happen? Because when you think about it, a bra constricts your breasts, and that stops the lymph from moving in your system. And it's the lymph system that moves out toxins and waste products and all of that. And where do toxins and waste products tend to collect in the body? In the fat tissue. And where do we women have a lot of fat tissue? In our breasts. So it is critical to not have those areas constricted. The other point is that you have a lot of lymph nodes there on your armpits and around there. And if you have a very tight bra that's constricting those lymph nodes, that is really bad for lymph flow. So my view is don't wear a bra at all. Now, some people might be more endowed than I am. And, you know, if you do sports, you don't necessarily want to be moving around more than the ball. So, you know, you might want to wear a sports bra during those occasions, but you want to wear a bra as little as possible, definitely not to sleep, and make sure that it is well fitting, not super tight. You don't want to be seeing welts on your shoulders. I remember seeing those welts on my mom's shoulders, actually.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the thing. And then what about your nipples showing? This is another problem. If you go to a business meeting, doesn't make you look very professional if you've got your nipples poking through the fabric. So what do? This is my solution. There is a solution. These things, you just wear those, and that makes you look professional. Or you choose clothing that is, you know, either it's thicker fabric or it's patterned or something like that, that won't show your nipples. I will have to say there's another point of this is, why does it matter? Why do men show their nipples and women can't? What is about that? What's so bad about it? You know, most people have seen nipples. If you've been a baby and you've nursed with your mom, you've seen nipples. So why are nipples not allowed to be seen? So but that's a whole different point. I don't know whether we want to go down that road today, but you know,
well, this brings me
like
this
that.
brings me to another point about CJ is I love her sense of humor. Oh my goodness. When she was throwing her bras on our show, she had one that got caught on the lamp that was hanging down and it just stayed there, you know, while we continued our show. But this is one of the things that CJ implements in her life is humor to help her to have more resilience, because dealing with infidelity is massive, and then dealing with breast cancer twice. And so CJ, if you could tell us a little bit more about how you have developed such an amazing sense of humor, because as a researcher and a journalist, you don't often think about those two going together with somebody who's hysterically funny like you are.
Yeah, and when I was working with the BBC, we had to be much more, you know, deadpan and not editorialize and not make fun of things unless it was specifically supposed to be humorous. So it's a whole new thing to now be able to bring out the humor. But I was brought up with humor. I remember my parents would let me stay up late for Monty Python when it came out in the 70s. God, I'm telling you how ancient I am. But when it came out in the 70s, it was on at 10:30 at night, and that was technically after my bedtime. But my parents would let us stay up and watch Monty Python, and I was just addicted to that show. I loved it, and that is my kind of humor. And I bring that into everything I do. And when I was going through breast cancer, you know, if you don't see the absurd side of things, if you don't see the absurd humor, then you're just going to be down. If you don't laugh, you cry, basically. I think humor is the solution to getting over a lot of mental problems, a lot of physical problems, to just see the humor in it. And that's really what I would say. There's laughter yoga, for example, that's been very effective. It's a yoga practice. I don't know whether I'd want to do the forced yoga, the forced laughter, but I'd rather laugh at something because it's funny. But it does work apparently. And then I think it was Norman Cousins who had ankylosing spondylitis, and he was suffering excruciating pain. The doctor said there was nothing they could do, and he decided to watch comedy on the television. I think the Three Stooges was what floated his boat there. And he found that, you know, just 2 hours of watching that would give him a whole night of pain-free sleep. And eventually he trained himself to not feel that pain anymore. So humor is critical. It's absolutely critical, because it's how you connect with people too. You know, if somebody's in a bad mood and you just make a joke and you laugh and you smile, you've lifted the mood. You've got rid of the deep, dark negativity that you've walked into. So humor is vital to connect. It's vital to get through life, because life will throw you plenty of curveballs. And how do you deal with those? You have to have a kind of sense of absurd humor of the cosmic joke that the universe is playing on you.
Absolutely. And I remember when my husband and I, when we would get an argument and the tension would escalate, or other people, but, at home, oftentimes when you're with the same person, that can happen. And I remember we were both just so frustrated, and his face looked so funny because his eyebrow, and different people have funny faces when they get mad, and it does make me laugh. And so I just couldn't help myself. I said, do you want the 5-minute argument or the 10-minute argument? And oh my goodness, it sent me into gales of laughter. And then he couldn't help it but laugh. And that became a line that I would use as soon as I could remember it. But humor, it de-escalates the situation, and it is a bonding tool in addition to being the best medicine. Laughter really is the best medicine, and it does help our immune system to be strengthened. It helps the neuroscience within our body to be able to reduce our cortisol. And so it helps us to produce oxytocin as well, to bond us to people. So humor is very powerful. And CJ, you are amazing at that. CJ also hosts a TV show on the Thriving Women Network, and her show is called Uncomfortable Conversations, where she talks about the things that we don't like to talk about, as you can tell today. And so I encourage you all to go and watch her show and connect with her there. And CJ, it was really great to have you on today. Can't wait to have you come back and tell us more and enjoy more of your sense of humor.
Yes, and I do have the bras. I think maybe I could finish by throwing them in the air. Why not?
Absolutely. Save yourself from breast cancer.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Can I bring up one point that came up with Sarah Barthel? She talked about the psychological brush off that people often get from their doctors.
Oh, yes.
And one thing that is very common with is breast implant illness. Breast implant illness is very real. But there was a study done that was published in 2022 by some Dutch surgeons that were trying to claim that when people complain about breast implant illness, when women complain about it, it's just because they are neurotic. I'm serious. This was a real study. And yet, breast implant illness is very real. And there is a Facebook support group. I think it's called Breast Implant Illness and Healing by Nicole, because it's Nicole DeRuda, who is one of the pioneers in this field. Well, to date, that group has almost 200,000 members. Breast implant illness. It can create, the silicone implants can create systemic problems throughout the body that are hard to understand. And it's hard to understand that it is from breast implants. But even people like, say, Crystal Hefner, who was Hugh Hefner's widow, she is now a spokesperson for that because she had them for cosmetic reasons. She was feeling extremely unwell for quite some time before she realized it was the implants. And when she had them removed, she started to feel better. So that's just one other thing that I wanted to leave folks with, because in case you are somebody who's had breast implants and you are having some weird symptoms and you really don't feel good, maybe you should check out Nicole DeRuda's site. That's Breast Implant Illness and Healing by Nicole. She has a Facebook support group.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, because I have several friends that have had breast implant disease, and when they got them removed, they felt so much better. And I was fascinated how that affected their whole body and affected even their mental health as well. So yeah, thank you so much.
It affects everything.
Yeah, thank you for being with us, CJ. It was great to have you with us today, and thank you for the laughs, thank you for the fun, and thank you for being such an excellent researcher and such a leader in resilience.
Thank you. It's been amazing, and I look forward to listening to everybody else today.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wow. Okay. Was that just incredible? Hey, oh, this is so fun to have two more amazing women that are with us, Anna Demerchis and Rachel Weaver. They are two more of my mentors here at the Los Angeles Tribune, and they are both such angels, and I just love them so much. They have the most pure hearts, and they are so generous and so loving, and they are just so gorgeous. They both are models, and they are like the Bobbsey twins. When they get together, it is so cute to watch them get together. I'm like, can I be a triplet and come bob with you?
Yes, you can.
Yay. And they are amazing hosts. Anna is the co-host of the Maurice and Anna Show. She is an entrepreneur in real estate and design. And Rachel is the CEO of her own PR company. And so, Rachel, could you tell us a little bit more about what you do and how you show up as a leader?
Oh, thank you so much, Karen. It's such an honor and pleasure to be here with you today. So I have been a serial entrepreneur for many, many years. I don't want to tell how many. That'll age me quite a bit. But no, I do have a PR and IR company. So we do public relations and medium relations, as well as investor relations as of recently. And we just really help entrepreneurs and businesses in general, it's more businesses, to be able to be seen and heard and funded. So
Yes. We all want to be seen and heard and understood, but we also want to be funded. Crucial point there. Thank you.
Yeah.
And how about you, Anna? Would you tell us more about you and how you show up as a leader? Oh, I think, are you muted? Not muted.
Here we go. Okay.
Here we go. Okay, great.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. And I feel so incredibly blessed to be with the two of you today. I am just so honored to be on this panel with you, talking about the things that I'm doing. And I feel that every day we have to wake up. It's a new moment for us to arrive into our lives, to be the people that we were meant to be. So I try to lead with that in mind every moment that I wake up. And Rachel knows me extremely well. And we don't always have the greatest of moments, but we're there always pushing each other to the top, because that's what we have to do. We have to pull each other and push each other up in those moments of doubt or fear. And we have bonded over the past couple of years, and we're doing amazing things together, and we just absolutely love and adore each other. So we're going after our dreams together.
That is so awesome. You know, one of the things that I think is so interesting is that many times as women leaders, it can be challenging to find another woman who supports us, who cheers for us, who wants our success. And so, and I'm gonna ask you this question first, and then Rachel, because you two are so rare, the way that you do empower each other and the way that you empower other women. I'm so grateful for the ways that you empower me. Could you talk a little bit about that?
I would love to. And thank you so much for bringing that to the surface, because it is true. It is very rare to find women who support each other, who are not jealous of one another, who come together with equal hearts and equal spirit to move each other forward through their lives, especially when we've had difficult paths, but we've been able to discuss those paths, relate to those paths, and make a plan together to move forward to help each other realize our dreams together. And I think that's so important. And I love what you're doing here, Karen, too, with the Tribune, and having all these thought leaders on, these female leaders on, to inspire each other to wake up every day, to be better, to accomplish the things that they've dreamed about all their lives. And it's never too late. So I really, really, really respect what you're doing, and I feel so honored to be here.
Oh, thank you so much. It is rare. We do experience so much jealousy. And I'm going to just pass that off to you, Rachel, because both of you are, first of all, being so gorgeous and to be so successful. I would imagine that has been a real challenge to find another woman like Anna who does support you and who is not jealous of you.
Oh, yes, I hit the jackpot. No,
Equally
yes,
saying yes.
So, it really is a blessing. I am a big believer in God. And I think that at certain times in our life, God sends us little angels. And those people that are looking down on us, our angels above, are searching and helping us to find the angel that belongs here on earth with us. And so I'm so grateful to have found Anna, and to be able to do life with her on a daily basis, and part of what really has brought us together is we do have some similar paths, but also our hearts. We're both Aquarians. We both have similar things that have happened in our past, and we both have had big, audacious dreams that no one and nothing was going to stop. And so it really has been such a godsend to find her, but also people like you, Karen, who inspire each and every one of us. So many women here at the Los Angeles Tribune, the things that Ava has done, we're so grateful for. But really, Anna and I have come together. We are doing major things in the world, and we're so excited to be able to show up fulfilling some of our dreams, because like Anna is an incredible woman. We have a lot in common because we both have a lot of grit and tenacity, and we're willing to do side things that are kind of our job while we're pushing through to follow our dreams in film and TV, and making that positive impact and creating things that can continue to make other dreams come true for other people. And so it's been such a rewarding time over the last several years as we've linked arms and have done many different adventures, and they're just beginning. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
I want to ask you about this grit and tenacity, because both of you do. Could you tell us about an obstacle in a story, an obstacle that you have overcome in your life that has helped you to have the grit and tenacity?
Oh boy, which one? No, there's been several. And even while knowing Anna, I'll just bring one massive challenge that I've had to overcome. I was in business when I met Anna with someone that really didn't align with my principles and beliefs in how I want to show up in the world. And unfortunately, it created a lot of hardship. It created a lot of financial, there was financial betrayal in that business relationship. And it was very, very difficult and heartbreaking. And I think, when something like that happens, it absolutely puts that distrust in others and also in ourselves. So stepping through to learn to trust again, I'm so grateful because I've learned so much about myself through the process, about the way that I want to show up in the world. And that really my heart and my empathy wasn't to blame, but it is to learn from, to pay attention to certain things when we do make ultimately business decisions and even relational decisions in our life. And so that was one challenge that was really hard to overcome. And I'm so grateful because Anna walked beside me through the whole process. It's taken a couple of years to overcome, but here we are.
Wow, to have somebody to walk beside you and to be with you and someone who supports you, that is very painful when we experience those losses that cause us to distrust and cause us to have that feeling of feeling so unsupported. And so what a beautiful thing. And you have such a depth of empathy, and I'm sure that if we dug deeper, we would learn even more. And so thank you for sharing that vulnerable story with us.
Oh, thank you.
And Anna, the same question for you. I want to know how you have developed so much grit and tenacity. What is something you've overcome?
Well, my parents, I'm from New York, right? So we're pretty tough at the core. I've grown up with a tough skin. I've faced a lot of adversity in my life, a lot of challenges to this moment, right? But I'm learning now about myself more than ever before. And Rachel and I have daily discussions. Let me just first say, I'm going to backtrack 1 minute. Sometimes you meet people in life, and the moment you meet them, you're in love with them, whether it's a person who's a girl or a guy or whatever. It's like you're in love the minute you meet because you're connecting on a soul level. And when I saw Rachel, I was like, I'm in love. That's it. We're going to be friends. And she doesn't know it yet, but I just found my new best friend. And we actually didn't really even connect at that moment. We connected later on through IFA. But we both felt the same thing when we saw each other, that we knew each other our whole lives. And then when we did get together, we were inseparable since that moment, right? So I'm so grateful to have somebody that understands me. I don't have to apologize for things that I say sometimes that may not be correct, because we know our hearts, right? And when I'm not able to talk because of maybe something I'm going through, she understands, and vice versa. And we kind of read each other's minds. So we already know that, what the other one is thinking. So it's really helpful in the friendship. And I pray that everybody finds a friend like this. Everybody in life has at least one really solid person that they can connect with and help through and walk through life with. Especially at this point, we're both divorced, we're both mothers, we're both trying to do our best to accomplish what we've always dreamed about. So back to the grit. The grit has added character to my life, you know, who I am as a human being. And I'm not ashamed of it. I've done things in my life that I'm not so proud of, in moments that were very dark and difficult. And I think we can all say that if we're honest with ourselves, right? The other night, somebody asked me, you know, tell me your story. Sometimes I don't even want to go back and tell the story because I feel so removed from it at that point that I don't want that past to define me. So I almost don't want to bring energy backwards. I want to move the energy forward, if that makes any sense at all. And I look back sometimes and I'm like, I don't even know who that person was back then, because who I was with in those moments was making me react in a way that my heart didn't want to react to. And thank God he removed those people. God removed those people from my life so that I could have people like you in my life now, right? So new people come in as the old people leave, and you learn those lessons, and you just take those lessons and say, okay, God, thank you. Thank you for showing me that. And I know that I'm stronger and better because of it. So I think that gaining all of that experience is a way for us to overcome our difficult past, and now we could move forward with a positive mindset, a different outlook on life, and then we start to attract the right people. I mean, I'm sitting here with the two of you beauties right now, so thank you.
Well, you said something that I thought was very powerful. And so many times when we experience these losses in our life, a loved one, for whatever reason, they are not in our life anymore, by choice or by illness or death or whatever, that this loss can be so painful. And yet, very painful, very painful. And just like, you know, CJ was just talking about, it is such a stress on us physically and emotionally.
Yes.
And yet to be able to realize that made room for you to have a space for Rachel to be in your life.
Absolutely. Look, I lost both my parents. Both of my parents are gone, right? I went through a horrible divorce. I lost my stepfather as well. So I experienced the loss of 3 parents who I had to pull the plug on, basically. I don't know any other way to put it right now in this emotional moment, but we had to pull them off of life support. And that is a life-changing moment. When you pull a parent off of life support, life is never the same. And I don't care how old I was, I still feel like an orphan every time I lost one of them, because no matter how old we are, we still need our parents. Now I speak to them in a spiritual level and I feel them in a spiritual way, but having them in the physical is so difficult, right? But I now have learned that every moment is special, and I try to connect with my son every moment that I can, on a spiritual level, on a mental level, on a heart connectivity, because it's so important for me to be the best person I can be to show him how good life really is.
Yes, and your gratitude, that is so beautiful.
Absolutely.
So beautiful. And
thank you.
And to, you know, we feel like orphans at times. Even if our parents are living, we sometimes feel like orphans. and for you to realize that you are never an orphan, because you always have God with you.
Absolutely.
And Rachel, I would like to hear your thoughts as we are talking about this as well.
Oh my goodness. Well, yes, I couldn't agree more with everything you both just said, but I think really and truly, a lot of times when we experience deep pain from loss of people, we can easily start to live in that pain. And I think it's really, we talk about neuroscience, we talk about mindset. the reality of it is it's not easy, but making those steps forward to step out of that so you don't remain in that victimhood is really so critical. And I truly believe that what has pulled me out of that time and time again is practicing gratitude. And, you know, when we discuss these painful situations, when we shift our mindset, make small little shifts, it's easy to flip back, but that's why we need a friend that can say, I'm not letting you go there today. Get up. Regardless if you want to or not, you're getting up. And the reality of it is practicing gratitude and having those people in our lives that love us regardless can really help push the needle for us in big, huge ways. And so it is so critical and important, I think, to surround yourself with people that are loving and going to be there to support you and really shifting your focus, because no matter what, if we wake up breathing, we have something to be grateful for. And so that has gotten me through time and time again when hardship has struck. You know, like we said before, we've all experienced tremendous loss that has hurt so deeply. And sometimes it takes us, you know, 1 year, 2 year, 5 years to get over. But at the end of the day, leaning in on what we have to be grateful for and shifting our focus and our perspective from that moment can really help us. Like Anna said, we cannot continue to live in our past. Yes, it's okay to share our story to help other people, but share from a healed space, share from a space that's going to inspire, encourage others to practice gratitude, to take those steps to heal so that they don't stay stuck. Otherwise, no, we're not going backwards anymore.
That's right. I mean, we can't move forward if we're always looking in the rearview mirror. So that is really true. Well, you ladies are so empowering, and you're such great examples of being true friends and being angels in each other's lives, angels in my life, for giving hope to women that we can find a friend who will support us, who will want the best for us, and who will celebrate us. Thank you for all that you do personally to celebrate other women, because I am blessed because of your abundant thinking, because of your higher consciousness, and because of your generous hearts.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
feel the same about you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your friendship. And I am grateful to have you on today. Well, that was just really fun. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Karen.
Hey, how are you?
So having so much fun listening to your magical interviews. And I feel like I'm joining the crowd because 2 Aquarians and I'm an Aquarian. So we lined up quite well.
Yes, that's perfect. Wow. Well, so Elizabeth Angel she's an angel too. Oh my goodness. And I am so grateful that I got to meet her thanks to Ashkan Tabibnia at the grand reveal for Mindatorium. And when I walked past her and I saw her, she just had the most magnetic warmth that just radiated out of her. And she was with Marcus Bell, and he did too. And I looked past him, and I was talking to someone, and I said, excuse me, I'll be right back. I had to stop and go right over and find out about them. And she has such a depth of empathy that I just love. And she is helping to heal the world. And so if you could tell us more about the work that you're involved in with NATO and the things that you are doing in your life to help heal the world, I would love to have you share that with our audience today.
Thank you so much, Karen. You're so magical. I could say all the same things about you. You exude so much. You really are the queen of empathy, exuding so much warmth and kindness. And thank you for putting this amazing show together, bringing all these wonderful women. I feel like I want to meet them all and make them my girlfriends. So.
Me too. And I'm so grateful that you've stayed connected with me. That was last year, and that we've stayed connected all this time.
Yeah. Well, really, I think like people before me were saying, you know, the journey really starts with us. I remember early on, you know, like many of us, I've been doing thousands of hours of self-development to be the best version of myself and find out what I'm meant to do, what my my path is for this lifetime. And I remember early on in that journey, somewhere in my 20s, somebody told me, when you're really living your highest, best truth, you could walk by someone on the street and their life would be changed just from being in your presence. And I think that sets the bar really high, that, there's so many things we can say, we can do, and we do these wonderful things in the world, but really just being, and that powerful feminine energy of blessing people through our presence and existence is really, what I strive for and, what drives me. We're doing a lot of exciting things. I think you'll be interviewing my co-founder, Dr. Olivia Lesler, sometime on the show. Really, what I started to reflect on, like my background is humanitarian work. So I grew up doing that from a young age, 15, helped open a care home for children with AIDS who couldn't find their way in an orphanage, opened a school for street kids with friends at 17, earthquake relief, 18 in the Middle East with refugees. So I think that makes a big impression, on you as you're going through your life. And what I realized earlier on is I can raise millions of dollars, and that's great, but it's never really going to change the world. And like Einstein said, it's our consciousness, a shift in our thinking that changes things. And so I really started thinking, who would I need to work with or impact? Whose consciousness would I need to influence in order to really make big change in the world? And today we work with some of the biggest Fortune 500s. We're NATO registered, some of the government agencies around the world. And what we've decided to focus on is health and well-being, because when people are healthy, it's so much easier to be kind and to be considerate and empathetic. And, people who are jealous, it's really because they're insecure, and they could be insecure because they have an emotional or mental health issue or, something like that. So we decided to put our whole focus on that, health and well-being, and just make it easy for people.
Right, right. Oh, it makes such a difference when we're physically healthy, when we're mentally healthy, we show up differently, and that energy that we exude is so different. And I know that you have you just were interviewed on a podcast, and I was watching it where you were talking about your mental health journey and being heard, and how challenging it is with the diagnosis, where we're just doing questionnaires, but are we really listening? And I wondered if you could just talk a little bit about your journey.
For sure. Right now, all of mental health is diagnosed on questionnaires based on how we feel. And how we feel is very subjective based on what we know and believe to be true, right? And they have these questionnaires for ADHD, depression, anxiety, but no one ever really checks what's happening in our brains. And, and we're not just a brain, we're a body, we're emotions. I love in Australia, the First Nations people, they call it social and emotional health. And it's really, all of those things, mental, social. There's not mental and the rest. We're all of these things together, complex systems. And so on my journey, I went through the physical and mental health care systems after being healthy my entire life and getting bullied very badly, actually, by a woman and ending up nearly dead. And that really fractured my belief, about sisterhood and all of that. And so what I've done is now created communities of women, and our whole motto, if you will, is lifting women up. There's these kind of quotes that surround yourself with women that when you're in a room, room of investors, they would shout out your name, those kind of women. And I love that it's even beyond just not being jealous or petty. It's to the extent that I know that these women, women like you, it's like if we're not honoring ourselves or showing up as we should, or if we're talking negatively, I know the women around me would challenge me and be like, hey, how are you responsible for that? And taking responsibility. So I think this wellness, healing, what we're really putting together, it's bringing all of that together. Connection, community, mental health, physical, emotional, spiritual, and just making it fun. There's a lot of gloom and doom. So just simplifying the whole thing. And that's what I've created with my team. And it's available for everyone. So.
And that's such a powerful story. And, be able to have the assurance that your name is safe with that woman, that if you're not there, that you can trust that she is going to be edifying you, that she's going to have your back. And I know that you're that kind of a woman that I felt that honestly from the first moment that I saw you, and I immediately felt that I could trust you. And this is powerful because, you lecture across the world, and I know, in Finland and Dr. Rebecca Granger Ellis was telling me how she works with you. And so I wonder if you could tell us, what are some of the things that you're implementing in Women in Defense across the world?
Yeah, so that's a good starting point. It's like women don't run the world, but we could. You know, we have girls run the world. No, we don't, but we could. And you look at any industry, be it investments, health tech, government, you know, there's just the numbers and statistics show that there just aren't enough women. And defense is one area where we funnel, you know, billions and billions of dollars in America, in countries around the world. And really, if more women would have a seat at the table and would be involved in the decision making, I think we would treat countries like how we treat our families and really look out for the children of these countries as if they're our own. You know, we can go into every single war that's going on right now. You know, look at Gaza. It's like 70% of the people dying are women and children. And I really wonder, like, are there women in those places? And the answer is no. And one of the reasons there aren't a lot of women in decision making is because I guess sometimes we're afraid, you know, the quotes that a man has to be 20% sure of something to tell it as a fact, and then a woman needs to be 80% sure of it. And so I really started Women in Defense and Space Alliance as a way to just support those women, find them in their hidden corners doing their thing, and just really lift them up. You know, we created a prize of $1 million that we're giving away, but instead of giving it away in cash, we're giving it away in mentorship, in support, in health tech. We recently gave away, this is like you put it around your neck and you just wear it while you work, and it stimulates your vagus nerve. And the vagus nerve is very central to your, you know, how calm you are, the decisions that you make and all of that. So just different ways to really lift women up. I can't say that enough, you know, just lifting.
That's amazing to have this tool that could stimulate your vagus nerve, because we can't go around yawning in these board meetings. You know, we're trying to approach our venture capitalist funding partner and we're yawning. And yet we need to have ways. And you know, I think about humming and how singing can massage the vagus nerve, you know, and the loud exhale and these different tools that we can use. But sometimes when we're escalated as a leader and we're in this, you know, very professional setting, we can't always do that. So that's a very ingenious innovation that you have come up with.
Well, it's actually a startup. So one of the missions that we have is we go around the world through thousands of events, millions of technologies, and we try to save people's time because there's so much marketing. You know, in America, it happens a lot. There's like 20% science and 80% marketing, and then those things are sold. So it's really hard to know who can you trust in the health space and the supplement space and all of that. So we've tried to curate the trusted ones with a, you know, round table, if you will, of doctors and scientists who don't get paid for doing this. So it's really about integrity and science. And so we've curated a list of like the best health tech, the best solutions, the best things that you can do to simplify your wellness and health journey. So yeah, you can access that actually on givememyhealth.com. So it's so easy to access. Yeah, and it's free. So the basic version is free. You don't need to pay for it. And I think that makes it so easy for people to tap into it.
Wow, that's fabulous. So tell us, how did you become so interested at such a young age in humanitarian work? Was that something that you saw role modeled, you know, in your family, or was it because you didn't? Sometimes we learn from non-examples. What was it that caused you to be so caring and so empathetic?
Yeah, well, I come from a long line of humanitarians. So my great-grandmother was from the UK. She traveled the world to India back in the day, you know, when there weren't women in leadership roles, and she adopted babies who were left to drown by the riverbed. And one of those babies was my grandmother, who was blessed. She was good friends with Mother Teresa and named Teresa. My mom was named Teresa, actually, after Mother Teresa. I'm blessed by her as a baby. So really, you know, my dad is still doing humanitarian work, and my stepmom from Finland. So yeah, just really following in their footsteps. It's not because, you know, I'm a good human being or something. I think that we just have a duty to be of service however we can, whether that's to ourselves, our families, the people around us, and then, of course, extending that joy out into the world in as many ways as we possibly can.
We talked a little bit with Dr. Rebecca Granger-Ellis about being HSPs. And are you an HSP?
What does that mean?
A highly sensitive person?
Oh.
There's actually like a scientific test that they do, because you seem like someone that feels things very deeply. And
I do. And I think it's a bit like a radio station. Like there's stuff broadcasting all the time. And what I've learned to do and continue to learn to do is really just curating and choosing, you know, what am I going to focus on? Obviously, because what we focus on, we get. And so really surrounding myself with people who I don't need to guard or, you know, be worried about what kind of energy is coming in there. So yeah, just focusing on the good stuff.
Oh yes. Oh my goodness. One of the things that just gives me so much comfort is when I don't have to guard myself and I can just be totally safe and not have to figure out the agenda that's going on with the other person. It's so exhausting. So
Yeah.
that's one of the things that is so beautiful about your heart and your soul is you are just so authentic and so caring and making a difference in women's lives to know that they are held in that safe space, because that makes such a powerful difference in our mental, emotional, and physical health.
Yes, we have a wonderful women's community. Everyone is welcome there if you want to have, you know, the support of women who inspire you, who are doing incredible things around the world. Bioharmonize.org. You know, we collaborate with women and try to support them in as many ways as we can. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Bioharmonize.org. That's wonderful. If you were going to tell us a tip that you would give us about how to navigate this oftentimes a male-dominated world as a woman leader, because you have, what are some of the things that you have learned that have helped you?
I think just keeping the focus on myself, because I think life is never going to be fair. There's always going to be people out there who are mean, and, you know, just stay busy building something incredible in the world and show, don't tell. And one day the scales will be evened and you will have your chance to, you know, make your mark and make all things well. So yeah, love always wins, truth always wins. So keep moving in that direction.
Yes. Show, don't tell. Oh my goodness. That's so good. I mean, let your talking, you know, do your talking on the court. So yeah, that's amazing. And, you know, when you've had this past experience where you were attacked by a woman that affected your physical health so deeply, I'm sure that you see that, you discern that, and you are the kind of woman who does support other women. And that's probably one of the things that has motivated you to do that. Would you say that was the case?
For sure. I couldn't find, you know, I didn't know why people didn't like me. Like, why doesn't this woman like me? I never really thought that it was because she was insecure or that these women are insecure. Some of them were even older people I would think of as like mothers, and they were mean and you know, lying and jealous and all of that. I think I couldn't find what I was looking for. And so I created it. You know, it's often like that in the world. If you don't find a place where you belong, make one. And I really, in my community, you know, our community, we have a zero bullying policy, and we mean it. Like, you know, if you go behind someone's back or you do something that's not cool, we'll tell you that, hey, that wasn't cool. And then you're out, you know, so we really uphold that environment that we've promised. And yeah, it's a thing, you know.
Yeah, and that to have that, you know, with you and Dr. Olivia Lesser, you are role modeling that supportiveness between each other in business and in your friendship. And that's a very powerful thing, because women can empower women in such a unique way. And because we often don't experience this, you know, the mean girl syndrome. I mean, we all experience it at some time during our life. And then it's not the mean girl, then it's the mean woman, you know? And so to now have this empathy that has come from your experience to empower other women, it's such a grand mission, and it's just amazing what you are doing. And I just wanted to thank you so much for your beautiful heart.
Thank you. We attract what we are. So you're attracting us, and we're attracting all these amazing women.
And I want to say how much I appreciate what you're doing with Raven Light, with Marcus, and, you know, Bell Ringer, and all of the things that you are doing to help in that way too, because all of your amazing, you know, innovation that you are using to help people with their mental health is just very powerful. Do you want to talk real quick about Raven Light?
Sure. So we did a project bringing science and music together, so neuroscience and music. And as people listen to this AI avatar pop star we created, the more people listen, the better they feel. And it's been remixed by a DJ in the UK. And now our song is being played in the nightclubs and on the radio, actually helping people to feel calm and happier. So that's just one example of what happens when great people with good energy come together. It's the magic.
That is magic. And, you know, so many times we listen to our favorite song. I have a little playlist, you know, it's like, you know, the things that help me feel happier when I listen to them. But yours has neuroscience built into the song. It's not just the song that has the nice lyrics or the nice, you know, melody or whatever, but it actually has neuroscience built into it. And so I encourage all of you to look up Raven Light. And if you want to tell us how to find Raven Light,
I think the easiest way is you go to agorainnovation.com. Agora is the olden day word for marketplace. So that's where we bring everything together. And over there, you can see Give Me My Health, Women in Defense, Raven Light, all our projects are there. So agorainnovation.com.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, Elizabeth Angel, it is wonderful to have you on with us today. I really would love to just pick your brain longer because I love everything that you're doing. I love your personal stories. Thank you for being vulnerable with us. And thank you for sharing from your life experiences and giving us hope that we can find a friend, that we can find a woman and bioharmonize if nowhere else, but that you are that kind of a friend to women, that we can trust you because we know that you would have our best interest at heart. Thank you for role modeling that in your life.
Thank you so much, Karen.
Look forward to being with you again sometime.
Yes, see you soon.
Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. Does your heart just feel so tender hearing these amazing stories? Wow, it is. It's just like magic. So I am going to just bring up our co-host. Debbie Prediger is co-hosting with me, and she is a founding member of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. She is in charge of the Empowering Women Network, and she has so many things that she is doing. Debbie is a connector, and I tell her that she's like electricity because she likes to connect people together. And she also empowers women and helps them to have confidence, helps them to overcome so that they can lead in this world. And so I'm very grateful for Debbie because she also has a beautiful, abundant mindset where she helps women to be able to share. And she's the kind of woman that shares, like many times I'm like, Debbie, I don't know how to do this. And she's like, oh, here, she'll give me a tool, or she'll say, send me what you need. And she's very empowering that way, but also very generous to be willing to help me out. So thank you, Debbie.
My pleasure. It is my honor to be able to introduce the next guest. This is such a privilege because I have had the privilege of mentoring her, but I also truly adore who she is. Watching her grow into her leadership has been so inspiring, and it's just so bold and purposeful. So Ashley Borromeo is a movement and mindset coach. She's an entrepreneur, she's a mentor, and she's dedicated to women unlocking that confidence, that joy, that alignment. And she does it through dance and leadership together. So that's really cool. With over 20 years of experience as a professional dance instructor and a studio owner and a business owner, she has built a thriving community that empowers individuals. And she does it with the movement tool. So through her signature coaching programs and master classes, Ashley guides women to break free of doubt, step into their power, and dance through life with purpose. She is passionate about creating spaces where women are seen and heard and supported in their leadership journey. And Ashley, I am so proud of you. And I'm going to start with this first question. Before we get all into the how do you do all those things, I really want to start with the why. Why, Ashley, have you been called to do this work and to help women reconnect with themselves through movement, mindset, and leadership?
Thank you. Debbie, thank you for the beautiful introduction. Karen Hall, you're running a marathon here and you're doing it with such grace and beauty and energy, and I'm deeply inspired. Why is pretty simple. It's because I was realizing that there were people in my own personal life that as we get older, we don't move as much, and we need something to get us up. And it is really, what is your why is what I'm going with here, but it is finding joy. And so dance brings me joy. And I know that when people find joy in their life, it will allow them to do more of it, right? We don't need more work. We don't need to work out. We don't need more fitness. We need more fun. And so I realized, I've been dancing for a long time, and I'm grateful for all that it has made me aware of in my life and helped shape me into for character and all of the things that it's connected me to people. But really, it's about fun. At the end of the day, I will move my body if it's fun. And so why? I want more people to move their body. So many of our speakers on this symposium today have talked about the connection between mind, body, right? The health, the well-being. It's what they've all said. And I could say all the names, but it's everybody. Everybody has said the same thing about we have to be the best version of us and lead us. So thank you, Debbie, for that question. And I want people to have fun. I want, like Kimberly, follow the fun, follow the joy. Yes, that.
Exactly. We need more fun in our life. Oh my goodness. And that's one of the things about Ashley is you are so bright and you are just so full of energy. And when you speak, you have this captivating way that just draws people in. And so I appreciate so much what you exemplify in your own life. And so I want to talk a little bit about turning challenges into opportunities, because I know that many times when we have gone through challenges in our own personal life, we learn skills that we can use as leaders and turn that into that opportunity. Could you tell us about some things that have happened in your life that have been challenges?
Yeah, man, I just had like 5 different things pop in my head. I'm going to go with one that felt like a challenge in the moment. It felt like this scary dance, but it was not a challenge that was defeating. It was a challenge that was bringing more possibility and opportunity, but it took me a little bit to recalibrate that, to go through that dance. And I think we all have those things. I forget who it was earlier today was talking about, we dropped the glass and we're like, oh my gosh, we don't have a complete set anymore. I don't remember who that was. Gosh, there were so many notes I have. And then it was also, or, right. We meet somebody and we fall in love and we marry them and they change our lives. And so this challenge for me that's coming to mind is I bought my first business. I took over a studio that I was being mentored to take over. When I was 18 years old, I purchased it. I went through the whole official business acquisition of that. And I realized I was very young and I was grateful and it was so amazing. And there was challenges in that process, first of all, but I knew I wanted to still dance. And in the dance world, you only have that same body and strength and ability to be at your prime for a certain amount of years. And so I knew that if I didn't lean into that I would regret it, not just for me, but for me as a leader. And that's what we're here talking about today is I wouldn't be able to lead the other dancers that I would be in contact with over the years if I didn't step into all of me. So for a couple of years, about 2 years, year and a half, I actually owned my studio in Florida and I commuted to New York City as often as I could, sometimes every 2 months, sometimes every 3-4 months. And I had staff, I had a team that I was managing back home and all of our 350 students and all the parents. And I realized
at 18, let's just emphasize that at 18, unbelievable, managing a dance studio, 350 students, commuting back and forth to New York City. Wow, Ashley, let's just hats off to you at 18 and what a natural leader you are. Just have to say that one more time so it didn't escape everybody out there in the world.
Thank you. But I have to say in that I had an amazing mentor that taught me so much. And I had so many incredible women, which at the time I didn't realize this, kind of like Elizabeth was just saying, I didn't realize I had so many women, the sisterhood that was supporting me, but I had so many moms that were mothering me. They were moms of my students, but they were mothering me. They were like, go do it. You're inspiring our kids. You're leading by example. You're doing all the things. And that's a core value of mine. It probably came from this season of life, actually, now that we're saying it. But so I went back and forth for a bit and it was a really big challenge. It was a really big challenge. I didn't want to let people down back home. And I knew that if I didn't keep going, I would let me down as of now, as in that moment, and my future self and my students that were watching, my future. I just knew there was this big, so I had to kind of go all in one way. So I came back and said, I'm not going to do the New York thing. And I said, no, after I did that, I didn't tell anybody else that. I kept that to myself. And I was like, I'll just stay here. And then after a while, I was like, no, I can't. I have to go all in there. But that was really a challenging season of my life. It was really, really hard. And in the dance world, if anybody has ever been in part of the dance world or any sort of space where you kind of grow up together and you move through a sport or an activity where it's the same group of people a lot, you become family. And I felt like I was like, am I going to be letting people down or am I going to be leading? I wasn't sure. It was a hard dance.
Right. And in the dance world, there's so much judgment, that you're dealing with. Like Sandy was talking about, Sandy Scarlatta, being a professional figure skater, and so much judgment. Can you tell us about how you dealt with the judgment in the dance world?
Oh, sure. One example comes to mind, Karen. I interned before this phase of life. At 17, I interned in New York City at an incredible dance studio there called Broadway Dance Center. And I interned for about 2.5 months. And at one point, I went to go take a dance class at a different studio. And I was asked to please leave. And it wasn't just any dance class. I'm a tap dancer. Like, that's what I teach online right now. I've done jazz, I've done ballet, I've done all the things in the dance world. You have to kind of train them all. But I would never in my life say I'm a ballet dancer because one, I can't remember half the terminology half the time. And I pronounce it with a Southern accent sometimes. I'm like, okay, whatever. But I was in a ballet class and I was asked to leave. And I was asked to leave because my thighs were too big. And I remember the girl behind me, her name was Danielle, and she was also asked to leave. And she was a very, beautiful jazz dancer, also a gymnast, had grown up with cheerleading. So you talk about thighs. They were straight muscle. It was like Simone Biles' thighs. I was like, this girl's gorgeous. You're just jealous. That's what I was thinking in my head. And in the moment, that was the first time I think I really felt rejection directly at me, Karen. Other than that, I have to say I've been very grateful my whole life that I've had incredible people supporting me, my family, friends, dance teachers, moms, other moms of other students. And it was that moment where somebody in big New York City, you're chasing your dreams, and this ballet mistress comes over and with her very thick Russian accent and is like, "You out." And I was like, I'm paid, like I show her my card. I'm like, I'm here, I registered. And she was like, "Thighs too big, out." And that's a terrible Russian accent, but you get the point. And that was the first time I really felt that. And what I felt was confusion at first, because I hadn't been used to it. And in that confusion, I started to feel like, oh my gosh, like I embarrassed myself. Like all I did was follow directions, but I embarrassed myself by just coming in and being what I thought was like everybody else. But I guess I'm not like everybody else. And it took me a second. But Karen, it really didn't last long. One of my strengths that I know that I have is I am resilient, and I'm proud of that. And I think what happened was the leader in me, Danielle, was behind me, and she didn't take it so easily. And so I knew immediately that when I looked at her, I was like, "You want to stay?" And we actually didn't leave the room. I said, "Let's stay." So we just took ourselves off the dance floor and went back to where the dance bags were. And we did the entire class. I said, "We're not leaving, Danielle, let's stay." So I said, we registered, so we went to the back and we used it wasn't a cubby. It was a built-in shelf, but we used that for our bar, and we stayed, and I was proud of us. And so I felt the rejection, but really quickly, I also saw it in somebody else. And in that moment, that's what I love so much about what I do is you can fight for yourself, but we all want to fight for other people so much more, I believe. And it was like I was looking for somebody to fight for, almost like, so
wow, that I'm sure I can tell that Debbie, this is bringing up some things that Debbie wants to ask a question. Debbie, what would you like to ask Ashley?
Ashley, you're just such a beautiful example of a leader. And we've said that before. You obviously were a very natural leader. I witnessed you lead your kids and then help them be leaders as well. And you bring up all of these leaders. But if we could ask you all the things that you've heard today, what is something that you can help people remember about themselves? What is that message that you can help them remember about themselves?
Gosh, so many beautiful messages. And I'd be lying if I didn't tell you guys my little secret. I have sticky notes everywhere of everybody that was talking, like takeaways. And I really have to go back to Becky Robbins. When she was speaking about creativity this morning, I was like, this woman is this just me. Like, I want to talk with her for hours. We really get to create the life we want. And, I see that in art and dance and music and painting and whatever type of art it is that you love. And that's what dance is dance is an art. And so for me, I grew up as a competition dancer, and I grew up learning the craft, right? You learn the trade in anything. We learn first, but then we have to create with what we know. You have to create. So when Becky was saying creativity, and then she was saying, you're the one you're looking for, it was like, Yeah, because what you're looking for is unique to you. What no one else can see what you're seeing in your head and all the messages. And so I just want to say that you really absolutely, without a doubt, you can, and I think we must create the life that we love. And so for me, I call it dancing through life. And for me, dance was always growing up. It was learning other people's way and getting the technique and trying to perfect it. And okay, my hand has to be right here. No, it has to actually be here. No, it actually has to be completely flexed. No, okay, shoulder down, arm out. It was all these little details. And it was like, you're not doing it right unless you're doing it right. And that taught me a lot. And I think we do have to be disciplined in our life. But at a certain point, you have the autonomy of your life, especially when you get old enough to be able to do that. And that's the journey. That's the dance, is now to decide, what are you going to do with all those skills, all those loves, and how are you going to share them with somebody else? I love when Elizabeth just said, it's your duty. I was like, that, yes, it's that.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, your confidence is incredible, absolutely incredible. And I was just going to ask if you could tell us about how you have built your confidence through action.
I think confidence, you earn it. I think you take a lot of action. I think that's what it is. And I think through the action, you make mistakes and we get smarter, right? Our brain gets better, right? Thank you, Dr. Rebecca, right? So I think that's it. I think confidence isn't like this little dust and like the powder you put on. Confidence is earned through reps. And I'm proud of the work that I do and I put in, and I'm proud of my students, and I'm proud of my clients, and I'm proud of my friends, and anybody that I'm around that I see doing work. I'm like, you're building it, you're building the muscle, you're putting in the reps. And confidence comes from action. Clarity comes from action. You don't know, like, I think I have this idea. Let me see, I homeschool my kids, and my son actually just started an Instagram channel just 5 days ago now, or 6 days ago. He's like, I don't know if this will work. He just started it and he already has like 3 viral videos, and he's already surpassed my entire Instagram account that I've been working on for 3 years, but that's okay. I'm not going to be sour about it. He's already surpassed it. And it's how he just came, he consumed some stuff. We have to consume, we have to learn. Like I was saying with the dance, I had to learn the techniques. But after you consume so much, you have to take the training wheels off and you have to start creating. So I always say you have to create more than you consume. And to watch him do this right now is like, it's a perfect homeschool experiment, if you will. And I'm like, that's how you build confidence. You create, you start doing, you take action.
That's right. That's awesome. And Debbie, what's another question that you have that's coming to mind?
Well, I have so many for her, but you just led me into, how do you support your students, your friends, your family, your children in your homeschool? How do you manage all of this? Because I think that that's the dance of life that you do so beautifully.
I love that question. By trust. I trust. I have a lot of trust. I trust that if it's meant for me, it'll be presented to me, and I will have the knowing that I should proceed with it. If it's presented to me and it doesn't feel right, I'm not going to do it. I learned about 3 years ago, every time I learned this a long time ago, but it really cemented, we hear things a lot and then it hits and you're like, that's the moment. I realized, every time I said yes to something, which I was saying a lot of yeses to, let's say, the homeschool bucket, but then every yes I said to the homeschool bucket, every extra little thing, every extra this was a no to the Ashley entrepreneur bucket. And, we have to balance, I don't even want to use that word. We have to integrate all of us at all the time. And so I'm a better mom when I'm dancing, period. I'm a better human when I'm dancing. I'm happy. I'm energized. I'm healthier. And so by doing more of that, I knew that it would, as everybody's already said, fill your own cup first, fill your own vessel. But, it would make me a better version. So how do I manage it? I just try to stay super true to the things that bring me joy. I am always about following the joy. If I know that it's an energy of a person that's going to steal my energy, I'm sorry. It took me a long time to be able to say no, but it's a no. And that's okay. And I don't have to give an example or a reason why. It's just not right now.
That reminds me that no is a complete sentence.
Yes and no.
Yes. And yeah, so do you have a last question, Debbie, that you would like to ask in our next 30 seconds?
Ashley, just one word, because you're all about the word and the emotion. What is the one word you're leaving everybody with today?
Well, my word for the year is trust. So let's leave it. Trust.
Trust. Thank you. Thank you, Ashley. And we know we can trust you because of your authenticity and because of the way that you care and the way that you also empower women. And you just, with your enthusiasm and your confidence, I know that I can trust you as a leader. And so thank you for being that example. Thank you for sharing your story with us today, and keep dancing through life. And leadership is a dance. Yes, yes, yes. And have fun doing it. So thank you for being our guest today.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you both. You're amazing.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Trust. Wasn't that good? Oh my goodness. That was awesome. Wow. Well, our next guest, we have Deb Drummond, and she is an amazing powerhouse woman. Oh my goodness. She is the amazing woman who is the founder of 262, and she is the founder of the movement Show Up, Stand Up, Speak Up, and Say Yes. Say yes to you. So, Deb, welcome to the show.
Oh my goodness, woman, you are doing a marathon today. I know the shoes that you're sitting in. So I know that you can't see everybody, but that's do some claps and some loves and some hearts and all the things, and just send you energy to rock out the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Well, she's had 7 international companies, extremely successful entrepreneur. Tell us, how did you get into the entrepreneurial world?
Oh my goodness. Well, how long do we have? I'm going to tell you something that I don't really share very often. I think, sometimes I think we choose things, and sometimes I think it chooses us. And I can honestly tell you, I remember standing outside my house. I was 6, and I was looking back at the house, and I just remember hearing, I'm going to have a different life. Now, I couldn't possibly go, okay, well, great, let's go do a business plan and let's make sure that it happens in the world of entrepreneurship, because that was a long time ago and entrepreneurship wasn't really, I would say, accessible. But as my world started to move forward, I'll tell you, the first entrepreneurial experience I had, I was 8 years old, and my mother found herself in a financial compromising position. My father had left and hadn't left a lot of extra. And in those days, if I can say, my mother is 80 and still rocking her world, but she went for I'm going to do some extra apron money. Really, that's what it was called. And she went into a direct sales company called Tupperware. And she took me to her first circle, her first home party, which was at my aunt's house, because we all support each other. And I can tell you to this day, Karen, what I was wearing, where I was standing, and the feeling that I had. And the only way I can explain it is I saw this incredible circle of commerce, and it was joyful, and I was hearing things I wasn't supposed to be hearing. For sure, I was 8. And these women were going for it, and it really made an impression on me enough that I could talk about it with you today and have a visceral experience. I just never forgot that transaction and what it did for our family.
Wow. Wow. So young to notice the difference and to be aware, keenly aware, of what your mother was going through and trying to earn money to take care of everything in the wake of that loss in her own life, and to see her courage to step up and to find a way to be involved in direct marketing. That's a really powerful example in your life. Tell us more about your journey.
Well, from there, I fell in love with music, and I love music. And to this day, everyone will tell you, oh, Deb, music. Super excited going to the Junos next week. But so I went into this wonderful world of music. And I actually, for me, all I can say is when the time came that I was supposed to do something different, it became very clear. Now look at Karen, we all didn't get here from doing what we were supposed to be doing. And I remember She Financial gave me an award. One of my first awards was for the woman that was the most misbehaving. So let's face it, I don't do everything I'm told, but when you hear something and you're supposed to do it. Well, I had a pinnacle moment like that when I came back from the club. And, you know, you go out with the bands after and you're organizing and managing and all the things. And I had a very clear indication, and I heard the words, "You're done." And I don't know why. There's more magic to that story, but I literally was taking off my makeup and the mirror went black and I couldn't see myself. And that's a really scary moment. And then when I could see myself again, I heard the words, "I'm done." And I am loyal to a fault. You want someone to hire for your company and I'm going to stay there and we're going to rock and roll. I'm the girl. But I called the club the next day and I said, "I'm not coming back." They're like, "What's wrong?" I go, "I don't know." They're like, "Are you sick?" And I'm like, "I'm just not coming back." They're like, "What are you going to do?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And the personal journey after that decision, I was going to go to university, get a degree in women's studies and religious studies, and help women in third world countries create economic platforms. Well, I can tell you I had a wonderful surprise, and that wonderful surprise is now 31 years old, and it's my daughter. So I didn't go to school for 4 years, but I was pregnant. I was wheat-free, dairy-free, and sugar-free, and about 45-minute drive from my home was a muffin shop. And I wanted a muffin. So we went and there was a pink flyer and I took that flyer and it changed my life. And it introduced me to holistic healthcare before anyone could say holistic healthcare. And I created holistic companies. People call me a professional hippie. So I'm all about it. I'm like, I want to dance with that girl. If she lives in Vancouver, Canada, I'm like, I want to go to your dance class. I'm all that, but my brain kind of works like an engineer and I live in this kind of top performance, reverse engineer, let's do a business plan. And it's kind of interesting. It's very not common, I would say. So for me, building companies is a creative process, but it also creates platforms for women and those that support women to stand up, speak up, and show up in their business and personal lives. I've had 7 companies, and that has been the mission statement to every single one of them.
Wow. So we've been talking a lot about how can we find a friend and a woman who supports us, a woman who is empowering another woman, and how that is oftentimes a rare thing for us to find in life. And so for you to have this community of women entrepreneurs who are supporting each other is very powerful. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. And, you know, I've been hearing women speak because I've been popping on and off all day. And I've been hearing that and I understand that. And we've all had a bit of experience with that, but I can tell you more so than not, I had the other experience. Even when we were in the club scene and everyone's like, oh, it's the club scene. There's really something powerful about finding your tribe. You know, functional, dysfunctional, finding your tribe. We were all doing the deal. We were rock and roll sisters. I love, and then again, I went and built a holistic health studio, right? And I always had our staff meeting in circles. Like, it was like we showed up to work as who we were. We didn't have to put a jacket on and be something different. And I can tell you, I believe one of the reasons why the 262, and there's more than 262 women, there's almost 1,000 at this point. The 262 movement is so strong is because we did conversation over application. And honest to goodness, I swear to God, it almost, I needed a lot of massage and a lot of help through it. But when women wanted to speak on our stages, when they wanted to come into the book, people would say to me, how are you going to fill a book of 262? I'm like, hey, man, we still have 30 spots left. We're still going. What's going to happen is they're going to show up. I don't know I think we're going to coin something new today, Karen. We're going to call it the Noah's Ark theory. You're going to build it and they're going to come. And that's what happened. And women like, I want to talk, you talk to my girlfriend. I want you to talk to my wife. I want you to talk to my sister. I want you to talk. And so I would have these conversations and I'd get to know people. And I didn't have to filter anyone or ever say no to anyone. It wasn't that kind of conversation. But here's the truth. If a woman didn't resonate with the art, we have one mission: to help women stand up, speak up, and show up in their business, personal lives, and to create a circle of solidarity so that every woman honors International Women's Day the way a mom does Mother's Day. That came to me as a message after I watched Seeing All Red. Thank you, Gloria Allred. That was the message I got after that movie. So a lot of this is divine, but it's been a lot of hard work. And honestly, if a woman didn't kind of resonate to that, she just didn't show up for us. Or she had a conversation with us and was like, not really. And we're like, groovy, come to the audience. You don't have to be on the stage, come to the audience. So I think because we actually did that extra due diligence to let women know what we were about, then they got to choose whether they resonated with us, not the other way around.
Oh, Deb, this is so powerful. A circle of solidarity. Wow. don't we all just want to have a circle of solidarity with the women in our life so that we can strengthen each other? Because connection is protection. And to have other women that support us, that are on this entrepreneurial journey, that are cheering for us as you are cheering, and emulating that as an example to help your people have this abundance mentality in this huge organization that you have, all of these women. So it's a very powerful movement that you have that is going on. Could you tell us how you help women to have the confidence to show up and stand up and speak up?
You know what? Thank you so much. And I want to say that the community almost built itself. And I'm going to give credit to all the community because I know lots showed up today. And they have created what's called a sustainable soulpreneur sisterhood. And I believe what we do, because we are full of self-funding women of gumption, is that we give platform for them to have voice. So I think where the confidence comes in is in 2 words. Our summit is stand up, speak up, and show up. Yes, you. Now, because we have celebrities and we have women that have done some cool things. I mean, look at your panel, Karen. Look at you. I'm so glad we're going to be talking. But, there's a lot of times women go like, I can't get on stage with her. I can't get on stage with, I'm not ready. And I'm like, if you are sitting across the screen from me, you're ready. And so we're very curated in relationship to, we're like, what is it? What do you need to feel ready? And we actually dig into the how, not the what. So everyone comes to the party with their own thoughts, and it's just about us working through that and being real. If there's anything I can say about leadership, we don't only just want women and those that support women to be able to stand up and be their best. We need them to be their best. And so therefore, we have to be truthful and we have to be honest. And I tell women, you want to expand and go big in your life. Let's prepare you to be uncomfortable, because you're going to be. Ooh. And so we're really honest and truthful, but we surround, and I think because our word is solidarity, is that that's an unusual feeling. So I say to a woman, I go, to feel like you have solidarity at your back. That's why we had 22 summits in 15 months, always on the 8th day of the month, to remind women it's not an International Women's Day. It's an International Women's Life. And when you can wake up in the morning and think, man, I feel like, have you ever meant to do something, or the Irish saying, wind at your back? You've been scared to do something, but you do it anyways, and you don't know where that courage came from. We can never know where the courage came from, but it could have been from a woman in Ireland or in Poland or in Nigeria that just said no to somebody or said yes to somebody. And this ripple effect has made me open the door and say no to somebody or yes to somebody. So we work on that philosophy. And I think confidence comes from admitting where you're at, and a leader admitting that they were there too, and walking you through the how, instead of, it's okay, you'll be fine, just get real. And then everybody's prepared for what's about to happen.
Right. So I wanted to share something that Carol Fucillo Kappelman said. She said, soulpreneur sisterhood. And I just thought, wow, this circle of solidarity with soulpreneur sisterhood, where you feel safe to stand up, to show up, to speak up. That can be very scary. And yet to have this vibrant community with you at the helm, leading the way and providing these opportunities for women is just so exciting. And Deb, I would love to continue on, but we are out of time. And so thank you so much for sharing your message. And we will definitely have you on again, because your energy is contagious, and the comments are just flying, because people are so happy to hear what you have to say, and so happy to hear about your movement, so that you can say yes to you. Yes. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Karen. And thank you for the LA Tribune for this whole summit. And I will see you soon, my friend.
Okay, can't wait. We'll talk to you soon. Wow. Oh my goodness. This is just so much fun. So many amazing women. And we have 2 more amazing women. So Nicole Cowley is a founding member of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. just a heart of gold. And like we were talking about, I can't remember who said it, but somebody said, do you hear someone's voice and it just immediately calms your nervous system? I can't remember who that was. But anyway, I thought about Nicole's voice and how she has that voice, and Elizabeth has that voice, her voice. And so it's just beautiful. I wanted to let Nicole introduce Elizabeth. She is an author also with the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, and I'm excited to hear her story.
Oh, well, thank you for being here. And this has been phenomenal today. And being able to see you two here right now is so great. And I have the honor and privilege of introducing my dear friend, my really dear friend, and also the most heartfelt leader, Elizabeth Canty. So Elizabeth is an award-winning author of the book Living Enlightened. She is also an inner transformational coach, which she helps people all over the world connect to their spirituality, to their divinity, so that they can live with passion and purpose. She has a beautiful podcast and a YouTube channel called Living Enlightened with Elizabeth Canty, where she interviews super impactful spiritual leaders around the globe. And they have these deep, beautiful conversations that lift you up. She's a keynote speaker, but all these accolades really aren't even close to the person she is as a human. And I'm so excited to hear from you today. So Elizabeth, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Nicole. This has been the most incredible experience all day long, Karen. Everything, I'm just blown away, and I'm super excited to be here. I just want to thank you and the Los Angeles Tribune and Mo and Mike and the Women's Journal. This is phenomenal.
Well,
yes,
thank you, Karen.
I can't wait, because Nicole's story is a powerful story. I can't wait to hear your story. And so Elizabeth's story will be coming out in our upcoming issue. But Elizabeth, as a leader, could you tell us some about your journey in leadership and about how you learned about integrity as a leader? Because that's something that is often challenged as a leader.
Oh, wow. Well, Nicole mentioned my book, Living Enlightened, but the tag, or what's it called? The second part of that title is the joy of integrating spirit, mind, and body. So for me, integration and being integral is so important. And I've heard so many women speak about this state. So we, as women, the feminine divine energy, know that integrating all of who we are, for me, is just one of the most important aspects of being in our power. If we're missing some part of ourselves, we're not really standing in our full potential. And I always think of it as like the bicycle wheel. If some of those spokes are broken, then the stress on that wheel starts to bend, it starts to crimp. And then the wheel eventually just kind of falls apart, doesn't work. No matter how great all the other parts are, that bicycle isn't a bicycle anymore. It's not going to function. It's out of integrity. And so for me, it's just allowing all my bits and pieces, everything to come together into whatever I am doing. Therefore, I really believe that whatever I'm doing is leadership. I'm always leading. And look how many women today honor the fact that we lead. For me, I lead myself first. I lead me into wholeness and health and joy and happiness. And then I lead my family or those who are close to me. And then I can branch that out and lead by example, just being me, allowing everyone else to be them. And then wherever we bring that into our entrepreneurship or as a CEO or whatever we're doing, we are integrating all of who we are.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. The integration, that is so important, because as leaders, there's so many different parts of us, and there's so many different things that we have going on. There's so many things pulling at us. And this element of integrity, being true to ourselves and being true to our values and being true to those that we lead. Did you ever have an experience where it was challenging for you to act in integrity?
Well, when I think of it as like all those bits and pieces and parts, when I first stepped into leadership, the first story that comes to mind, I was a little shocked. I had just stepped into a leadership position on a board at a spiritual living organization, and maybe before I was really ready, but when are we ever really ready? We learn by doing. I was so excited. I was so eager, and I'm there and something just feels off. It just feels like I couldn't even tell. I didn't even know. And then I realized it was around our board treasurer. Have you ever felt that quiet knowing? I've heard women talk today, that inner knowing, but doubted yourself because no one else really saw or sees what you see. I started asking these trusted board members quietly, discreetly, carefully, what do you think about him? And every response I got was just glowing. So I'm the new kid on the block, and I think, oh, maybe I'm just imagining it. But that feeling didn't go away. And so I did something I'm not very good at. I went through the books myself. I knew I had to just satisfy my mind and search for this clarity and resolution. And just, imagine me sitting there, my heart pounding, realizing that the numbers don't add up.
Oh, that sick feeling.
Thank you. It is a sick feeling, and nothing really prepares you for that. I realized he had been stealing money, and in that moment, well, I guess sometimes you don't know you have a choice, but I knew I had a choice. I could lead, with judgment or kind of this resentment or this, I was feeling myself contracting around this, or lead with love and compassion, which is my nature. So once again, I have to just, expand into my nature, all of who I am. And I met with him one-on-one and just kind of, spoke with him. And yes, he admitted it, took responsibility, and I brought it to the board. And even the board, I thought they've known this person for a long time. They obviously were trusting him, and I thought they would be very angry, but they looked to me and they stood with me in compassion and grace, which no one excused his actions, but they also didn't tear him down. And I feel like we created a space where accountability and love and compassion could all coexist. And then he agreed to pay back every penny. Wow. No matter how long it took. I know, which was crazy. And it took a long time. But in that process, we all grew stronger. And of course, I just gained a much deeper understanding of what leadership is for me. And
well, I just have to say how incredible being the new kid on the block and discovering this egregious behavior that is going on with this stealing and not knowing, is the board going to support me? They had all just given you these glowing reports about him. This would be such a challenging thing where, do I just not say anything? Do I just let it go? And yet you were true to yourself. And then to lead with love so that you approached him in a loving way so that he made the right choice to pay that back. What a difference in the trajectory of the whole dynamic. And for you, but for you as a leader to lead with love. So powerful, Elizabeth.
Well, I knew then, and it's always hard to practice, but I knew that for me personally, the idea of leadership was always about not really what we're saying, not even what we're doing, but it's who we are being. Yeah. And it's that state of being. And again, for me, that natural state, if I am in integrity, it's love and compassion is sort of my rock. That's who I am, and my inner power comes from that. So when I step away from love and compassion, I step away from my power.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Nicole, I would like to turn the time over to you and allow you to ask a question.
Oh, this is also beautiful. And honestly, I was just thinking of all the decisions you've had to make. And when you step into that position, that was not an easy position to step into. I want to ask you, because I really want to know this myself, is when think back to when you were young, when you started to recognize that you could be a leader or you took leadership, when did that happen for you? And if you can think of a time that you recognized yourself as a leader.
Oh, wow. It came as a surprise. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to be really honest. Yeah, no. Well, that's so weird that you asked me this. Okay, so when I was really little, I don't tell many people this, but I went to Catholic grade school and high school, and in 8th grade, a bunch of kids came over, and they were supposed to be our buddies when we went to the high school, and they sat us around in the field and asked us, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I just said a priest, because Karen's laughing. Yes, well, they were a little silent because this 10th grader was like, you mean a nun? And I'm like, no. But there was something about that. Like, I knew I wanted to be that, person up on the altar, speaking to God, knowing my divine source, reading from sacred text. So I guess somewhere along the way, there was that inkling, but I was very shy. And I know a lot of women have come on and talked about confidence and different things. And so for me, it was a slow build, and it came with finding the right mentors. I had the most amazing mentors in my life, and coaches and programs. And when you start having the experience, who else was so many people were talking about, meditation or being in nature. So when I learned to meditate, when I knew that nature was another one of those rocks for me, when I'm in nature or after I've meditated, I just get these downloads. And when you have that knowing, that inner knowing, I say inner knowing equals inner power. Because when we know who we are, you can't not be who you know yourself to be. That's confidence. That's that power that doesn't come from me, my little self, or what I'm trained to do. It comes from, I'll say, source. Some people might say God, or our highest intuition. And that's what I call that, standing in love and compassion too. Yeah.
Beautiful. That was beautiful. Karen? Oh, you're muted.
Gotta unmute myself. Yes. I was just laughing when you said that you wanted to be the priest because, no, don't you mean to be a nun? No. No. Oh my goodness. But, one of the things that you said, that inner knowing is power. That is so incredible, because we talked about being aligned with God, the light, the universe, source, whatever you call that. But when we are in alignment, it is so powerful. And that is when flow happens for me. And I know that is what happens for you too. You have so much love. That is your being. That is your brand. Right there is your compassion and your love. And I just appreciate that so much. And that story that you told, at the Spiritual Living Center was a perfect example. So I'm gonna ask you another question here. A lot of times we think that leadership is about the title. Am I the president? Am I the CEO? And what does leadership mean to you?
Mm-hmm. Well, I say leadership is not about a title, because as I mentioned, and so many beautiful women mentioned too, we're always leading. And if we don't think we are, then we're missing our opportunities to stand in our own power. So it's not about the titles, and yet sometimes the titles give us permission. They give us permission to grow and expand. So, I mean, I'm not going to dismiss the titles. I appreciate many of them. And it's really both and. But there's something that I was learning kind of around the time when I was stepping into leadership. And that one story that I mentioned, there's a few more, but it's that idea that I was so many times in my life, I've been in this almost surreal place where it feels like the world is a stage, to quote some Shakespeare, and that all these players are coming into my life, like that board treasurer. And in another instance, a board president, and things that I went through with her. And it was like they're all there to show me how I am supposed to grow and expand into my leadership. So it was like, wow, they're doing this for me. They're not doing it to me. They're doing this for me. So I get to stand in me, in that integrated part of me, all of me, the whole of me. Or sometimes if I falter and kind of miss out on the lesson, somebody else will just come and do it again. Another beautiful lesson.
Right. Oh my goodness. So I wonder if you could tell us another story about leadership in your life that has had a big impact on you.
Well, I can mention the board president. I had just chosen this really incredible woman. I heard that the two women, Anna, I forgot the other one's name.
Rachel.
Yes. And they were just talking so beautifully about how connected they were. And I had this beautiful forward-thinking visionary, and she truly supported me. And together, we weren't just following the old models or what had been set up. We were creating, or we felt like we were creating just something new. And for me, when I am in that flow state that you mentioned, Karen, like the synchronicities are unfolding, like everything's happening almost before it comes out of my mouth, something amazing is happening. And have you ever had like that teammate or partner or colleague who truly saw you and your vision, and they were just like, yes, they're standing right there with you? And then just 4 months into my contract, a contract that she drew up and signed, and a contract with a lot of performance clauses, which I had met or exceeded and challenged me to grow into. And she came to me and said, the board's decided we're not going to pay you. And then she had a new set of clauses that were astronomical. I guess they thought I was Superwoman, which, I am, but I wanted to be paid.
Exactly.
So it just, honestly, it felt like the wind was just knocked out of those sails because I was flying, I was soaring. I was feeling so aligned in integrity, building this community and this business into this, exciting new model. And then in that moment, it just felt like everything crumbling and my heart breaking. And, pouring your heart into something and delivering what you promised and even more, and then being told that you wouldn't be compensated felt like, betrayal. And like my self-worth was just shattered in that moment. And you know what I really wanted to do? I was so hurt. I just felt the little girl in me. I just wanted to cry, pick up my ball, and run off the playground.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm telling you, but at that point, I also learned that leadership isn't about reacting. It's about responding. And I went right back to my heart center. And in that heart-centered place, I didn't know what to do. Who knows what to do in that? They don't teach you that in school. And so I had this download, and it's just like reach out to these board members one by one. And I asked them with compassion and with no expectation of what they would say. It's like, do you feel that I lived up to my contract? Have I fulfilled what I set out to do and what you expected of me? And one by one, they answered, heart to heart, yes. Thank you. You've done everything you said. And then I asked if they're going to stand by their decision, and every one of them reversed their decision, except for the president. And, you know, at the time, I really wanted her to change her mind, but it just wasn't in the cards. And again, that's just part of how we all need to expand and grow. And it was a great lesson. My trial by fire, my being on stage and watching these actors come up and give me these amazing lessons, because it wasn't about forcing others to see my worth. It was about me knowing my value and what I was going to do and how I was going to stand in it, whether it was accepted or not, whether they were going to say, yeah, sorry, either you know, do this, jump through this next set of hoops, you know. And I was like, I'm good. I'm good with who I am. And it wasn't about winning them over. It was about being who I am. You know, who am I being in that moment?
Oh, yes. And Nicole, I'm going to let you turn the time over to you for our last question to respond to Elizabeth's comments.
Sure. And Elizabeth, that was beautiful. And I think, you know, what we all got from that is so many leaders learn how to respond, right? Instead of just react, or learning how to ask the right questions and get the information. If you could leave people today with one thing that you would love them to take away in their heart about leadership and how to show up in this world, what would it be for you?
You know, thank you for asking that. What comes to mind for me is, you know, I did think of leadership as pushing forward, achieving more, you know, taking the next quantum leap. But sometimes leadership is calling for us to surrender. As someone mentioned that today, and take a step back and show up in a completely different way. And as I mentioned, I had been riding high as just a leader, spiritual director, guiding a spiritual community. And I knew what it meant to show up as an entrepreneur, as a mom, and to lead and to inspire. And I had this vision for the future, you know, and felt so big. And you know, have you ever been at the peak of something in your career? A few women today mentioned this, a dream, a mission, only to have life throw you a completely different set of circumstances. Well, my son got really sick in high school, and not just a passing illness, something deeper. And I just found myself really in this mode of praying for, you know, some real support to come in at work. You know, I was calling on every source of support I can find, but I felt like the answers weren't coming. And I was at the airport. I just ran into a random friend and trying to catch her up with my life. And I was just about to tell her that, you know, my prayers hadn't been answered, which is such a strange thing for me to say, because right before those words left my mouth, I had this moment of absolute clarity. The answer to my prayer wasn't coming because I was the answer. I was supposed to stay home with my son. And I realized, like, that hard no I had been receiving was actually the divine yes. And it was really pointing me to what really matters. And in one way, it was the hardest decision. I had to step down from my leadership position. And it was so unexpected. But, you know, when you know, when you're in alignment, everything feels good. And instead of the struggle of finding someone, it was like, oh, the someone's right here. And I know what I'm supposed to do. And I had spent my life, you know, really teaching and preaching about balance and inner power and love. And now it was time to just step back into it in a whole new way. And I always taught that we as women are leaders for ourselves first and our families first, and only always. And so that, yeah, sometimes leadership is calling for us to surrender instead of push forward. And I became my son's advocate. I was there for him with doctors and hospitals, insurance companies, and fighting for him and really leading him, because he was so much older now, in a way that he had never seen me and I had never seen him. And because of that, I was able to show up for him. Today, he is happy, healthy, and thriving. But we have a bond that is unlike anything I could have imagined. So, long way to answer your question, Nicole, but what if your greatest leadership moment isn't about leading the world, but being present with the ones who need you the most?
Oh, this was so powerful, Elizabeth. And I'm gonna let you wrap that up, Nicole, because that was amazing. And Terry, the author, said, just like Becky stated, waiting for you to show up for you, and you showed up not just for you, but for your son. And Nicole, I'll turn the last 30 seconds.
So beautiful. Yeah, that was so beautiful, Elizabeth. And I think I was thinking about it at the beginning with Dr. Emily Latran. She was talking about sacrifice and, really being there for your family and doing different things. That is a huge part of leadership. And I see that in what you just shared today. And so I thank you, because there were so many beautiful nuggets, and surrendering, so beautiful. Thank you, Elizabeth. That was beautiful.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. We're so glad to have you with us today.
Thank you so much. Just a reminder to the grandmoms and the aunts and the sisters that it's not the title, it's being there. It's just showing up as who we are, fully, completely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Can't wait to hear your story and have everybody read that in the next Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal issue that is coming up.
Thank you. And it's such a privilege and an honor to be here today and to listen to all of these amazing women, including you two, the two right there.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, well, we are going to bring up our panel, and we have some more incredible women. We have Alex Terry, who is here from Australia, and we have Gail Larson, who is living in Las Vegas, but she is on vacation, and she even sacrificed to be with us while she is on a trip. So that is so awesome, and we are so happy to have you guys here. And we have this, one of the things that Elizabeth was talking about was this community, and we, Deb Drummond talked about this empowering group of women, and that's one of the things that we have with the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal community. Do you love these women that have been on the show today? I mean, are they just so incredible, so strong, so powerful, and yet so loving? And that's the kind of women that we attract at the Women's Journal. And if you would like to share your story, if you would like to speak on stages like Gail and Terry and Nicole and Elizabeth and all of these women, let me know, because I can help you, and we can get you ready for the stage, and we can also help you to share your story in the Women's Journal. Terry and Gail, Terry's not on yet. They are going to be having their stories published as well. So we're going to start with Gail, who is a 2-time award-winning author, speaker, and entrepreneur. And we also, she is sharing with us. She's also an educator. And so, Gail, if you could tell us a little bit about how you show up as a leader in the world.
Well, I appreciate that question. Just from the very beginning, and when I say the beginning, we have to go back 45 years, if that's believable. I was a teacher, and I was walking in the footsteps of my mother, who was teaching at the same school and had been there for 30 years herself. And so I had big shoes to step into, because everyone knew her. And then here it is, the youngest daughter coming on stage. So I had to immediately, at least in my mind, get up to speed to meet all of those expectations. And so when I see myself as a leader, it's because I've had leaders before me. And I am part of that legacy of all of those that have been in education before me, my mother, my grandmother, all in education. And so in that way, as I stepped into her shoes, I also became a leader. And then taught for 15 years, then I went into publishing and became a leader in that regard, because I want to stay in education by going into educational publishing. So yes, you're there, I was a leader.
Fantastic. So many ways that you are leading, and so many powerful women who are examples to you as well. And how about you, Nicole? Nicole is a transformational coach. She is the CEO of Step Up with Nicole Renee. She is also a hypnotist who has the most soothing voice that when you hear her voice, it just immediately calms your nervous system. And she has so much love in her heart. She has the gift of words of affirmation. And so, Nicole, how do you show up as a leader?
I think when we talk about leadership, I've learned a lot of my leadership through my children and having to stand up and be the mom that I wanted to be. Years ago, I had to start over in my life over 10 years ago. And I really had to step into a leader in a way I never thought I would. And so I can really, truly say from my heart that leadership has been learned as I go along. And, I do know lots of times if I'm showing up the way I want to show up is by how my children are doing or how we are doing as a family. And so I would say that, leadership for me is not just telling my kids what they need to do and do the things. I need to be it first. I have to be it first and then ask them to join me along the road. And that's so important to me.
Oh, yes, be it first and learn as you are doing. I think a lot of us are learning as we go. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. That's how we learn, is to take action. And Alex Terry is a podcaster, and her podcast is Conscious Leadership. One of the beautiful things about Alex is that she does have a high consciousness. She is another woman who has such an abundant mindset, who is spiritual, who is generous, and she loves to connect people. I recently interviewed her on my podcast. And so, Alex, tell us how you show up as a leader.
I feel very emotional because I want to say, first of all, just give you, Karen, a few minutes probably of gratitude, because what you're doing here is absolutely amazing. And I'm learning so much from you, how you're showing up. And it's so inspiring. And I'm like, oh my God, I have to be here all day because it's so beautiful. So look, I think, again, I learned from you as well. I learned through relationships. I think that's the major thing what kind of opened up my eyes, because I was a natural leader. I was always that scared one. I wasn't sure if I belonged somewhere. I felt always outside of everything and everyone. I was like, I don't belong there. I'm different. And I felt always out. But what I realized that my kind of circle of people, environment is reflection of me, or is someone here to help me to learn. So I learned so much just to seeing, I don't know, my husband, for example, or seeing friends, and realize that actually why they are the way they are is because of me. And I started to change and be actually conscious about everything what people say here, right? Conscious about our emotions, our energy, and how we influence each other, because we are influencing each other 100% of the time, all the time. So yeah, it's beautiful. I love it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And you are so supportive, and you're wonderful, the way that you encourage and the way that you connect, and how relationships are so important to you. Thank you so much. And Terry Clifton is with us. We are so glad to have Terry on. And Terry is a nurse, and she works in she's a nurse informaticist. Wow, try and say that 3 times. She's a very spiritual person, and she has a heart of gold. And so, Terry, if you could tell us how you show up in the world as a leader.
Sure. Thank you so much, first of all, Karen, for having me on here. I think Los Angeles Tribune, and it's so great to be connected here with all of these phenomenal women. I say, first of all, to show up as a leader, I have to be intentional. Intentional with actions. There has to be a methodology to it. Also with authenticity, and just to make sure that every voice is heard and that every member of the team feels that they are heard. Because when people feel that they're heard, they feel valued. And when they feel valued, they put forth their best effort and their best work. So it just makes a more productive environment for everyone.
Wow. I mean, don't we all just universally, we all want to feel seen, heard, and valued. And for you to create that is such a powerful skill as a leader. And so, Gail, you started telling us about the women in your life that were mentors for you. And I want to hear some more about the lessons that you learned from the mentors. Take about 1 minute, and then we'll go around and ask everybody that question.
Well,
one of the most important lessons that I learned is the fact that you have to see yourself as part of the team, even though you are a leader, because it's more about collaboration. And when you collaborate, you get so much more done than being that person that is just trying to manage and to make assignments for people. If they see you as part of the team, even though you are the leader, they're also going to see you as a mentor. They're also going to see you as a coach, not as someone who needs to be feared. And so that's one of the lessons. You have to be part of the team, and they have to see you pretty much as equals.
Wow, that is something. How many times you have a leader and you're afraid, and so you don't want to go in and talk to them, but yes, if you know that they are part of the team, wow, that's really powerful. How about you, Nicole?
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, making people feel safe in their space and that they're heard and all those things. What Gail was just saying, that you feel that you're part of the team. And then when you're part of the team, you want to take part and be part of the leadership too. You want the project to go really well. I think one of the skills for leadership that I always admire so much, and many of my mentors had it, was the skill of listening, was being able to really hear what you had to say and be able to make you feel seen and heard, and also part of the solution, always part of the solution, so that you are really actually invested in how everything's going to go. So that has always been one of the things that I continue to work on, is the actual listening, hearing, acknowledging, and then asking them to be part of the solution so we can do it together.
Oh, that's excellent. Yes, that listening. Oh my goodness. Listening is so important. So many times that's not happening. How about you, Terry? Who has been a mentor in your life?
My mentors for me initially were my parents. And I remember, just as Deborah Drummond had mentioned earlier about the Tupperware parties that she witnessed that her mom was leading. My mom sold Avon. She sold interior decorators. She sold so many things. And I watch her have these parties. And my dad was a military sergeant too. He was retired. But seeing their leadership, I knew from the age of 9 that I was meant to be a leader. And I could still recall making pretend business phone calls and delegating tasks to my fake secretary. I remember that. I remember every time they left the house, I would use their desk and I'd clean it off like it was mine, and I'm making all these shots. And so I knew I was called to be a leader. I just didn't know what at that time, but now I'm a leader in the world of nursing informatics.
Oh, wow. And so I want to ask you, as a leader, what is the difference that you are trying to make in your circle that you are dealing with? And I'm going to start with you, Terry. How are you making a difference as a leader?
Sure, definitely. I believe, first of all, in making a difference, you have to be the example. And so I know authenticity has been a theme throughout, and self-care has been a theme throughout today. And I do believe that if we take care of ourselves, I do believe self-preservation is key, that we can show up as our best selves. If we're authentic, and if we're not authentic, people can tell. They can really tell if you're not being transparent, if you're not being real. But in being authentic and transparent, I believe in showing up as a leader, exhibiting these character traits really helps to develop trust and rapport with team members.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Because when you're authentic, then I do know that I can trust you. And I feel that. I feel that from you. How about you, Alex? Tell us about what would you like to accomplish as a leader, and what are you doing to accomplish that?
I think from perspective of what everyone shares, I feel like I will be just continuing the same thing. But I want to say that there are such a beautiful perspectives, and I'm absolutely big fan of being conscious, being authentic, and understanding your self-worth. So don't try to fit in and become someone else, because sometimes people get leadership position and they try to become something they are not. And I think that's where we experience a lot of toxicity, because we pretend we are someone, but we are not that. So people can trust us, and trust is big foundation of the leadership. If people don't trust you, they will never follow you. So for me, it's always those beautiful relationships and trying to understand, if I don't fit with someone, if we are not a great match, don't do it, don't push it, right? Just really go in the flow, try to find the best people around you and surround yourself, in your team as well with best people, and listen to your guts, right? Like we have a feeling and intuition always. When we are trying to hire someone or we are doing something, some conversations with people, we know there is something off, and we are usually really right in our body. So I always said, just really be you and be there, be present, and build up on those relationships with vulnerability and authenticity. So everything what you said already, ladies.
Yeah. So Barbie Ray said it so well. If people don't trust you, they will never follow you. And so that trust is so crucial. You said it so well, Alex, that relationship is how we build that trust. Absolutely. And how about you, Gail? Tell us about what you hope to accomplish as a leader.
So building on that comment that Alex made in terms of trust, in order to establish that trust, you have to have transparency. So when I was in the position as a regional manager in my last organization, it was very important to me that as I talked about projects going forward as a team, my team needed to know why we were doing X, Y, Z. And in that same vein, as I am explaining why, I'm also sharing with them why it's important. So then they know it's not like just being told what to do. They understand what the overall purpose is for what they're doing. So transparency is absolutely key to being a leader.
Yes, that transparency, because again, that builds that trust. If I know that you are going to be transparent, that you're not trying to hide something or be something that you're not, that's massive. Thank you so much, Gail. Another thing that I want to know, I want to hear a story from each one of you about an obstacle that you have had to overcome in your life that has made you the leader that you are today. And I am going to start with Alex. What is an obstacle that you've had to overcome?
I had a feeling. I was like, it's coming. So for me, this is probably a very personal story. But when I was going through journey, I can't have kids, and all this kind of revealed to me. I was actually the one that kind of deal with it, but I realized that my husband, didn't deal with it, and he had really hard time, and I couldn't understand the relationship between us, and it was really hard. So for me, that was the story when I said that I'm learning from other people. When I realized I saw him and I was telling him to change, I was like, you need to be more fun. You need to, we need to do more. And was trying to change him. And I was like, no, actually, it's me who needs to change. It's actually not him. And that was probably the biggest realization. And that actually took me on the journey of conscious leadership, because I realize every day I'm influencing him and I'm pushing him to do something. And I'm actually the person that can change that. So that was my biggest learning, because when I started to, healthy diet, I was like, no, let's get us back together, because we are all like sad and depressed, and, it's not fun to live here. I was like, let's make it fun. So I had to change. And what happened, I didn't tell him to follow me. He started to do things, and we started to do it together. So for me, that was the power of, talk the talk, walk the walk, be the person you want to be, and become who you want to become. So then people can follow you, can trust you, and you can actually change the world that way, or change people. And you don't need to be a leader. It can be, anywhere, with your kids, at home, everywhere. So that was probably the biggest kind of realization. And we changed, he lost 16, 20 kilos. It was great. I was like, finally, he looks good again. So
it's it's an interesting phenomenon. We really are. We are the only one that can change, and we're the only one we have control over. And when we drop that need to try and change someone else, that's when they drop the resistance, and that is when they have the freedom to make that change. And that's exactly what happened with your husband.
I think it's the safe environment, right? That's why we are creating the safe environment. Don't push. Don't try, and just create the environment of trust and safe.
Right. Absolutely. How about you, Gail? What's an obstacle that you have had to overcome that's impacted your leadership?
Well, I have to go back to the time of the pandemic. I know that everyone has their stories of the pandemic, and they were here, and then all of a sudden everything shut down. But I had found myself with an extended stay in the hospital. And so dealing with sepsis and then double pneumonia, and then coming through that to go home and find out that 2 weeks after that, my sister had passed away. I mean, I didn't find out. She had gotten COVID and then she had passed away as well. And then at the same time, I'm coming back to lead my team. And my team also dealing with either loss or people having loss of jobs and so forth. So what I needed to overcome and to help everyone else is just to provide hope that things can get better, and to be a force that they could see that I'm moving forward despite the obstacles that I had to go through as well. So I would have to say that was the major obstacle that I had.
Yeah.
Coming back from COVID and also trying to motivate my team at the same time.
Right, because they're dealing with losses, fears. We all had so many fears and losses during COVID, and to be that leader, to step up and to be that reassurance for your team. Very powerful, Gail. How about you, Nicole?
Yeah, I can relate to what Gail was talking about at a different level, but very similar things. As 10 years ago, I did have to start over. I was a stay-at-home mom who my marriage basically ended overnight, and I had to now go back and figure out how to financially support us, but not just financially. I had to emotionally support these two little ones that were also looking at me saying our lives have changed. And so I remember thinking, oh my gosh, not only do I have to take care of them, I have to take care of myself. And then I have to find an income and I have to figure this all out. And I remember the whole time is, what I realized is I really had to get really deeply rooted into my power, what was possible. And then I had to show my children, just like Gail was talking about, the ability to hope again, that everything's going to be okay, that you can provide stability, that you can provide safety. And that takes a lot of work when you're really at a very low place in your self-esteem, in your self-confidence, is to build that again. But I know that every single step that I took showed them every single step they could take. And so as long as I was continually leading, they were going to be okay. And so I knew that was just my key, was to keep going and to be there for them and to show them the way and show them that whatever comes their way in the future, they can get through it too. And I had to be the example.
Wow, Nicole, every step that you took showed them that they could take that step. How many times do we feel that fear? But when we see someone else doing it, they give us permission to do it in our own life. What a powerful example you are for your children and for all of the women that you influence. Thank you. How about you, Terry?
Hi, for me, it was self-doubt, self-deprecating behaviors. As a woman, being a leader, we're second judged. And then sometimes being an African-American woman as a leader, you're also second judged for that reason as well. So sometimes it would cause me to doubt. And I had to really leverage the word of God for it to declare who I was. And I had to allow that to infiltrate my spirit. There's so many scriptures. I can do all things through Christ. You are beautifully and wonderfully made. For I know the plans that I have for you, says the Lord, plans to prosper, not to harm you. I had to leverage that word to actually infiltrate my spirit so that I could believe in myself and trust on his word that he has me. And wherever he placed me, he's already equipped me with whatever I need.
Yes, he has already equipped you with what you need. And I love that scripture in Jeremiah, that he has plans to prosper us and not to harm us, and that we can trust in him. He is the greatest person that we can trust in, and he is our leader. Know who our leader is. And so we can trust in the universe, source, however you describe that. But yes, we are equipped with everything that we need, and to tap into that to be able to use that. Well, for our last question, just one word answer. If you could tell me what is the most important word that you would say that a leader needs to possess, the character trait that a leader needs. And I'm going to start with Nicole.
All right. One word. I think the most important word for me is possibility. Always seeing what is possible. Always.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Possibility. That is great. How about you, Gail?
Perseverance.
Yes.
No matter what.
Yes, perseverance. How about you, Alex?
Consciousness, of course.
Of course, consciousness. Yes, conscious leadership. Absolutely. How about you, Carrie?
Resilience, I'll say. Yeah, because things will
Awesome.
change. You have to always be resilient and be flexible.
Yes. Thank you, ladies. This was such an amazing panel. You guys are great. So Terry and Gail are both new authors, and they are going to have their article in the upcoming Women's Journal. And so stay tuned, because you're going to want to hear more of what they have to say. And Alex, we want your story in there too. Nicole had hers published, but she's going to have another one too. So thank you, ladies. You're a beautiful panel, and it was wonderful to be with you today.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. It's been amazing.
Bye.
Wow. Wow. Great. That was very fun. Well, our next guest is Chef Rosie. And Chef Rosie, she was on at the very beginning. And so I just wanted to welcome her back. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you, Karen. What an extraordinary day. Like this has been, I've been watching all day. I've been hooked to my TV screen.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. My goodness, that's so rare.
What a marathon. How do you do it? So that's, you're magical. Magical. But thank you again. I'm so grateful to be here and share my story with you. Thank you.
Well, tell us more about you, because I know you are such a heart-centered leader, and I know that you do so much service in the community, feeding from Provecho, your restaurant. And so tell us more about you as a person.
I generally love people. I really have a strong connection with God, source, the universe. And I've been very fortunate. I know that my intention wasn't to become a chef, and being a chef just happened. I knew I had an aha moment when I was 9 years old that I was going to own a restaurant. And when I went to help this individual, and this was 13 years ago, I went to help him with his restaurant, and he said, make me an offer. There's 9 ways to skin a cat. And I remember thinking, like, that was the first time I've ever heard of that. 9 ways to skin a cat. And we, on a napkin back and forth, he gave me his restaurant, and I was able to pay him back in a few years. And I started my journey. And the chef that was there had bid on the restaurant, and he ended up leaving. And I remember when he handed me the key, and I thought, oh my gosh. And I had gone to culinary school, but I went to culinary school to become a mentor, to have an idea of what my chef would need, and also to finish something that has started at 19. And this was when I was 40 years old. I had made a couple of changes, and I wanted to improve my life. So I went back to school. And him leaving completely changed my life. And I called my dad that night, and I said, Dad, he left. I had nobody. And he said, well, didn't you go to culinary school? You become the chef of your own restaurant, and I'll lend you 2 cooks. Make sure you give me those 2 cooks back in 6 months. And so I got to borrow 2 of his best cooks, William and Joel. And they came in and they taught me everything. And we started that journey. A year later, I started competing, and I was lucky enough to win the Chef Open, which is an organization where chefs compete against each other. And it was Oak Grove. And I was the first chef to win the Pinnacle and the People's Choice. And because of that, the next year I was supposed to be introduced. And I think it upset some of the chefs, the European chefs that were there. And so they didn't introduce me. And I had this divine moment where I remembered that J-Lo in the movie Selena introduced herself to the public herself. And I went and I introduced myself, and Penny Davidi was there, and she actually was very excited, and she started using me to do cooking demos in Mexico. So I was able to travel to Mexico. Then Cooking Channel called and said, do you want to compete on the show? And then later Food Network called. And then because of my community service, I ended up getting an award from Barack Obama. And because of that, I got invited to go to Mexico, and the governor of Sinaloa asked me to help them improve tourism in Mazatlan. And then the president, Vicente Fox, along with Chef Latinos. Chef Latinos invited me to go cook for Vicente Fox, which completely changed my world because I didn't feel like I belonged to them. I'm an American, and then I'm cooking for a Mexican president, and I had that little bit of insecurity, and he loved my dish, and I had a ratatouille moment with him, and it changed my life. And in 2000, not too long ago, almost 2 years ago, I closed Provecho down. I just, all the signs were there, to the point where I remember praying and saying, God, give me a sign. And the next day I went into my kitchen and all the outlets were smoked out.
Oh my
and,
goodness.
Yeah. And I closed the restaurant. A week later, the restaurant that owns it now came and they made me an offer, and I sold an estate sale, and I sold them whatever was inside and my liquor license. I took 6 months off. On the 7th month, I was praying, and I was in my garage, and I was going through all my pictures, and I said, God, I thought we were going to do something by now. And I'm going through the pictures, and I said, oh my God, what a wonderful life I've had. I was 19 when I went to San Francisco, and here I am working for Carlo Medioni, and I have this craziness. Julia Child, I got to meet her, Nicolas Cage, Robin and Marsha Williams and the kids, and Annie Potts. I'm just a 19-year-old kid as a single mother with my child. So as I'm looking at all these pictures, I said, you know what, God, thank you. Your will. I surrender your will, whatever you want me to do. 4 days later, I'm dropping off flowers on my grandmother's grave. Rest in peace. She is still my everything. And I got the call. I heard you're looking for a restaurant, and that's Lady R Bistro now. So with the little, and I know there's a bigger purpose. I know it's not making enchiladas, Karen.
Oh, this is amazing. And I wanted to introduce Misty Kerrigan. She is our resident business psychologist, and we are so grateful for Misty. She has the biggest heart, and I know she loves you, Chef Rosie. So I'm going to let Misty ask some questions and let you guys have some time together. Thank you, Misty.
Absolutely.
So earlier, one of the ladies said sometimes leadership is letting go of something to take care of those that you love the most. And I know some of the more in depth of the story. I'm blessed to have you as a friend and get to know that. Yeah. But one of the things was your restaurant was so successful, they might say too successful, and you had that premonition where husband or restaurant, and you were like husband and life and things that I want to do other than just cook.
Yeah, it was that restaurant was, like I said, it was a blessing. Who looks at a person and says, you know what? Take over this restaurant. And it was truly, it taught me everything. But it got to the point after the pandemic, everything changed. The employees were no longer the same. They had their priorities. So we're looking at life a little bit different. It was harder to be in the kitchen. That restaurant, we were seeing 400 people a day. It was extremely successful. It was starting to take a toll on me. I had burnout. And it also started taking me away from the things that mattered most. It took me away from Oak Grove for a little bit there. It took me away from the Boys and Girls Club. And it took away from being a good wife and a mother, being present to my family. And I remember thinking that these are, no money in the world can is worth being separated by your husband or your son, who are my two angels. I mean, I've had visions, and I had a vision of my father when I was 5 years old that, this man was going to come and be my father. He was 22. And I was like, you're going to be my father. And he's like, oh yeah, who's your mom? And, I had the vision of my son, and being a single mother has been truly a gift for me. And then when I was, later in life, I had a vision of my husband. And I said, what's his name? And they said, Chris, show me his eyes. And they showed me eyes. And then at the end, God showed me Chris Farley in a toga, and I didn't even know who Chris Farley was. And I found out that he was an actor. And I just thought, you got a good sense of humor, God. But it just, sometimes you need to really look at the cost of that success.
Well,
money comes.
Let me pause that, because I think that is so in depth of what a lot of the messages were today, was the cost compared to the value, and having that, like, sometimes success isn't worth the price.
No.
And if you're taking that step back. And one of the things I love about you the most is your love for community.
Yes.
And your love for the people, and like the soul that comes with the food that you cook. And so the great thing about that is taking a step back is like, yes, this restaurant is successful, but I don't feel successful in this restaurant. And then taking
Right.
that step back and doing your what do they call those, like when you get to go away for 6 months and enjoying life and tasting new foods. And this new restaurant it's more of an experience. It reminds me of when you're in Europe and you take longer for the meal and you enjoy the courses and you get to talk with the chef and you sit down at the table. But it's having that time back where we see you back at Oak Grove and Boys and Girls Club and serving at-risk youth and just telling your story. So how does it feel what did it take for you to get back in the groove when you realized I was the keeper of my own success?
You know, you have to trust, you have to believe that everything is life is happening for you, not to you. And I really did believe that at that moment when I got that phone call that said, I heard you're looking for a restaurant. I just knew it was God sent. I know that, I know it's the success is going to be there and everything else. And I have to learn from my mistakes. This is another chance of having, a nice little restaurant. And that restaurant, when I built it, everything about it is I wanted women to come there and feel safe. I wanted to have, then when you go there visually, you see it. It's very feminine, and it was just that it's a gift to that community. It is a thank you for supporting us through that time, for supporting this little place. It's my platform to do bigger things. It's a very small restaurant, so I don't need as many employees as I did the last one. And I truly do believe that it gives me the opportunity to do this, to teach others, to go to schools, to talk to those kids who are 10-10 aces, to share my story and how I've, the resilience and overcoming all these things and giving them that belief that they can do it too. So this little restaurant's magical. It gives me a chance to, my husband has a job, my employees that were with me, during that process, they're there with me. But it's that gift that God gave me to cook and make something delicious. That gift is what I'm giving away. And that's how I'm able to help other people. I'm changing the world one taco at a time, Misty.
Well, we live in the same town, and a lot of the things is, I don't know about where everyone else lives in the world, but sometimes you get these chain restaurants and it's like, come and get a meal and leave. And doesn't allow sometimes for those mom and pops to really thrive because people just trying to get a quick meal and leave. But we are in such a unique community where sometimes people only leave their house because it's a retirement communities, but up next to the restaurant. Yeah. And this is where they get their connection. You might be the only person that they get to talk to, or they come to the restaurant and feel seen or feel that they have a place to connect. And I know you were telling us a story one time about how a gentleman found you because provincial was like his weekly thing to get out of the house and connect. And when you close it, he was like sad, and then he broke down when he found you again. He's like, "Oh, you're back."
You're back. And he sat down and he got emotional. He had to sit down. He got emotional. He goes, I need to go home and tell my wife. And, I remember making a promise, and when I was praying and I said, I promise to take care of your seniors. I promise to take care of those who don't have family. I'll be their family. When you're doing that negotiating with God, give me another chance.
He's going to hold you to it.
Yeah. And he's going to hold you to it too, because I have seniors that come in, and one came in at like 9:15. We were already closed. And immediately I said, didn't I promise? And I felt that I was being tested. And, that place is just, I stood there one day in the middle of the restaurant, and I was looking out at my restaurant, and it was right at opening. And I stood there and I said, you didn't answer my dreams. You answered all their dreams, because they wanted that restaurant to come back. It was, it was a heartbreak. I took something away from them, and they went through their mourning period afterwards, and I remember people being very brokenhearted and angry. They went through that, the same stages, and I did everything I could. But when it's time to close that chapter so that you can open up a chapter and serve your purpose. My purpose is not only being a chef, there's a deeper soul purpose.
Yes.
And it's in touching other souls. And it's in sharing my story. And it's in, giving that hope to that single mother, yes, you can, it's giving that, that hope to that little boy. Or that little girl. How do I know that if I just stay at the restaurant, how do I know that I'm not, by keeping that away, by not going to the schools and talking to them like I do, I don't know if I'm going to talk to the next kid who cures cancer, the next little Latino who wants to be the president of the United States, the next astronaut. I just know that by being the best me, it's going to affect others, and I need to go and share.
Oh my gosh.
And feed them.
Well, we are out of time, and I am bringing Karen back. We got 1 minute, and I want to end with, what would you tell them if we do have an audience of kids and adults, but what's one thing you would tell them about their dreams, maybe if it feels far away or that they can't achieve them?
Believe, because in believing you can create your own life. And because in believing, the right people will show up. And I truly believe all the right people have showed up. Look at where I'm at today. Look at it with Karen and with Misty. I'm doing this. We're sharing. Like, what a platform. Like, Grandma told me this would happen. Those are the good dreams.
That's amazing how God spoke to you. And so to see your husband in a toga, I mean, there were so many dreams that you received those divine downloads, and then to act on it. And, didn't I agree that I would do this? Very powerful message, Chef Rosie. And thank you for
trust the process.
Yes, trust the process. And thank you for your service. Thank you for making it such a unique experience to be in your provecho restaurant. And thank you for your big heart. We're so grateful to have you on with us today. And thank you, Misty.
Thank you, Misty. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me be here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Misty, that was really fun. What was a key takeaway that you had from that?
You know what? I've meet Rosie when she's volunteering. I go to her restaurant. I've seen her out in public. And the one thing is, and even when talking here, she's just authentically her. And sometimes, we go to different events and stuff, and it feels like you meet more than one person in one person. Not that people perform, but sometimes they feel uncomfortable in their authenticity. So they're like a little bit more into their voice or bigger words or whatever that be. But Rosie is just always Chef Rosie. No matter what she is in life, her heart shows up first.
Oh, I love that. Well, we've got some more heart-centered women that are coming on stage with us, and it is so fun to have them here. So we have Crystal Prevette and Karen Mann, and we have Sandra Horton, and I think she will be right back. But anyway, so we are very happy to have you all with us. And so Crystal, we will start with you. If you could tell us a little bit about you. I know you are the president of the BNI, and you have the Crystal Mindset. She is an award-winning author. She's doing so many things as an entrepreneur. And so tell us a little bit more about you, Crystal. Oop, I'll unmute you.
Oh, there I am.
Okay.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Karen. I love you and Misty and all of the people that are joining us today. Thank you so much for joining us. So my name is Crystal Prevette, and I have a company called Mindset Service. And I took a life of pain, trauma, and sexual abuse and turned it into being a 9-time best-selling author, featured on New York Times Square, and helping corporations and individuals just like you to release that pain, trauma, and fear so that we can become more courageous, confident, and live our very best life.
Oh my goodness. You're such an example of overcoming trauma and living your very best life. Look at you go.
Well, ironically, today is I tried to purposely never remember this date, and it's always funny because something every year brings it back up. But today was the 10-year anniversary of one of my abusers passing, which was my father. And it's always interesting to see the energy that happens behind some of those dates when that comes up. So I was so grateful to be a part of watching all of these incredible speakers and be moved and inspired by these women all day, because it just really filled a part of my heart that needed some community and connection. So thank you to you, Karen, and the Los Angeles Tribune and all the people behind the scenes that made this happen today.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for being such a connector. Thank you for giving us hope with your
What
story.
a testament to your journey to be. And I know, and one of the things we forgot to mention before we move to the next person is you are so big in nonprofits, especially with veterans, and just every time you take a step higher into a platform, you make sure that a spotlight of another nonprofit comes with you. And I've always admired that about you.
Oh, thank you, Misty. Yeah, I feel like we are so much stronger together. And I think if we learned anything from COVID and today is we were meant to be in unity and community. So thank you for creating an event like this where we could spend all day learning from one another. It's been fabulous. And to be here with Kieran and Sandra, and I love everyone on this panel. I feel like I'm at home.
I know, it's like home. Woohoo! Let's bring the energy, ladies.
Yes.
That's right. Sandra, we apologize. That was our technical mistake that you were out. And so thank you for coming back and joining us. But Sandra, tell us more about you. Sandra is an emotional intelligence expert, an award-winning author, and tell us more about you and how you show up as a leader.
You know what's so beautiful? Just take this moment. Let's breathe that in. I went out and now I'm back in. I love that. Isn't that life though? That is the life in a pivot moment. It's like, oh, I'm here, then I'm going here. So, conscious leaders, what do? Stop, observe ourselves, take a breath and go, oh, great. Okay, I'm coming back in. And so, yes, this is why I'm here. And my big, hairy, audacious goal, as Karen knows as well, is to inspire millions of people, at least 13 million leaders around the globe, to become conscious leaders. And so I'm doing that, particularly in healthcare and just, really changing. Let's bring up that vibe, bring up the energy. And I do that through my emotional intelligence, through being certified in change management and leading that change and getting really sticky in that gooiness of the uncomfortableness of change. And that's what I'm doing across a lot of organizations.
Well, and I want to toot your horn because it's not just change, it's psychologically evidence-based change that you spent years, you and you have a co-author, you guys spent years making sure you got out the right information. And I love that because there's so many books out there on leadership and change, and they're a dime a dozen, unfortunately, sometimes. But when you get that really true book that gives you results, I think that is said about the work that goes into it.
Thank you, Misty. That, that gives my heart the joyfulness of, I can't express it more because that's how we touch people, right? It's our heart. And we imagine being here. There's so many women and men allies that would want to be here to share their stories, and to be courageous. We need to take action. And it doesn't matter how long it takes. Guess what? We overcome. And today I've listened to so many beautiful women who stood up, who have learned, they've lived, and they lead. And those are the 3 L's of what we need to do.
That's awesome, Sandra. And we're asking, you got a question in the chat. What the name of your book about is the activation?
Oh, thank you. It's right here. Let me just reach over here. Oh, this is real live. Okay, just a second. No fake things in the back here for me. So it's called Activate Success: Tips, Tools, and Insights to be a leader in your niche.
Yes, and thank you so much. We're going to come back to that and talk some more. So thank you for pivoting. Thank you for being a great example of making the change and being authentic about it. We appreciate that. And 13 million leaders. Wow, what a goal. Incredible. All right, Kieran Mann, we're so glad to have you with us. Kieran is the CEO of Brower Foods and does so many things to show up in the world and empowering so many women. Could you tell us more about how you show up as a leader, Kieran?
I think before I say anything, I just want to say, wow, my cheeks hurt since I've joined, and I'm laughing like I've never laughed. I can pick the energy that is there. Kudos to you for holding this since 9 a.m. Like I was home, I flew to Orlando, I've eaten lunches, I'm here, and you're still at the screen. So kudos to you.
Big hands for
holding
Karen.
up the shoulders. And never ever I have seen the energy of so many women in one place, no matter how many women conference I've attended. This is mind-blowing, mind-blowing. So thank you for hosting it, for bringing so many women all around the world together, and all of us to give us an opportunity to share the screen with you. Thank you.
Oh, Karen, that was so gracious of you. Thank you for your
Thank you. I'm like watching and I'm like, why is my cheek hurting? Because I'm like laughing. And it's like pulled from so long that I have not released my muscles since then.
So true.
Oh my goodness. So Missy, I'm gonna let you ask the next question.
Okay. What inspires someone to take on a CEO of It's Raw Food?
Brar Foods.
It's OIC Foods. Brand name is Brars. Yes. What inspired me? I think my journey, as somebody asked me, and I had to write a blog a couple of days ago on LinkedIn because somebody asked me, why do you keep on changing? So I started as a fashion designer, was born up in a household. My dad was ex-army. So grew up in that rough and tough, discipline and time management and that kind of culture. And then wanted to be a fashion designer. Did that, moved on into joined manufacturing. So from all my pulls and satins, I went into the grease and the steels and did that for 22 years, left that, started my own consulting firm because I wanted to bring answers to all the conversations I've been part of every Friday. You gang up, you sit and you vent out, this isn't working and this customer and this boss and this employee and this supplier. And I'm like, we talk about it and then Monday we get back to work. Like, who's going to fix all these? So I wanted to figure it out. Which one can I contribute in fixing? And all of a sudden I thought auto was my first baby. And there I was one day, woke up and I'm like, I'm quitting. I'm going to figure it out what I'm going to do. Took me 3 weeks to figure it out what I'm going to do. And I started a consulting firm. So Brars was actually is one of my customers that I joined as a business advisor to the founder. And he was on for 1 year, Karen, and joined me as a CEO. And I'm like, I want to kind of do my own thing where I have the control and it's working. And I think that conversation went for a year till Mr. Dayal said, how about you run your business and run mine? And that's how we started. And food and beverage was something I had never worked before prior to 2 years ago. When I left auto, I made a mission to myself, a promise to myself, I will not call anybody that is in my phone contact because that was my comfort zone. Everybody was from manufacturing world that was in my phone book. And I was like, I'm not going to call. I'm going to push myself to get out. And I did. And it was painful. It was hard. Being a president in automotive saying, okay, guys, we have a team. We have a meeting done. Let's go do it. And tomorrow you start your own company. You're going to say, let's do it. And then you're going to say, oh, I'm going to do it myself because you're the doer and the order giver. So it was hard. It was very challenging going into rooms where I didn't know anybody. Took me a year to figure it out. And here I am working in 9 industries now. And food and beverage is my 10th one. And this one I took over as a CEO where we have a chain of restaurants expanding at the moment for franchise and also a manufacturing place where we are creating dairy snack sweets, 3 portfolios. Yes. So we're Canada national, going into US, about 10% further expanding at the moment. So I love it. I love it. I love being part of as a
I love
CEO.
how you gave yourself space to learn. Like, you're like, I don't know what to do, but I know I'm not going to fail.
As a consultant.
That was awesome. That's very inspiring to know that you can kind of start over, but you're still you.
Yeah, talk about a pivot from fashion to the food, into a massive pivot.
I have created a new word. Yeah, I think I was asked so many times that I had to figure out a word for myself. So I've stopped saying I'm changing or even pivoting. I've started saying I'm evolving. I'm just evolving. I am who I am. I'm just, as I'm learning every day, I'm growing, adding to the bucket I have and whatever I know, and then use it the way it is. So it's evolving. We all are evolving.
What an amazing word.
Thank you.
So I have a question for the panel. So to give you guys a few seconds to think about it, because we have lots of women and men worldwide listening. And I know a lot of entrepreneurs and business owners and corporations is, why would you tell someone getting started or someone getting disheartened? Someone just getting started or someone that's been doing it a while, now they're starting to get disheartened. And we'll start with Crystal.
Well, it's a great question. I think someone's touched on it earlier today about finding the fun. And I would imply maybe there's a saying that if it's not an F yes, it's an F no. So really following our gut and really listening to what our heart wants, because if it doesn't light us up, it's not going to light the rest of the world up. So really being honest and authentic with our true energy and really doing a little inventory check. Sometimes we have to do addition by subtraction. Sometimes we have to remove people from our life. Like Karen said, those people aren't part of this next step of my journey. So really being honest with ourselves and seeing, is that person serving me or am I using that as a crutch? So I would say really doing an inventory check, and honestly, you already know the answers within yourself. It's just quieting the mind and really tuning in. So I just implore everyone to really follow their heart.
Crystal, that was amazing. We've been at this since 9 a.m. Karen, you've been a real trooper, and this many hours later to still be getting things is amazing. Everyone today has just brought their A game, and thank you for that. I took notes. I need that advice.
We'll all be reaching out to Parisa later.
Anyone else want to add to that, please?
Sure.
I'll say for me, the word is knowingness. Whether it's a start, whether we're stuck, whether we are confused, whether we're looking for the next path. For me, I've always used the word knowingness. If I know who I am, that will tell me what I need to do, what I need to change, what I need to tell myself to boost, because you're in so much clarity when you're in knowingness, and that clarity brings us confidence and courage.
Oh,
and do you want me to jump into this, or do we have to shift? I just want to jump on this. Do we have time to jump into it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So one of the things that I would say, adding to what Crystal and Karen have said, is, and we haven't talked so much about this, but I love the work by Gina Hayden, who said, the first step on our journey is the journey of awakening to mastering our ego. Because the ego, for wherever you are in your journey, that is that back brain, that way of responding or reacting most times in leadership that can get us into a lot of trouble, or it can allow us to remove it, let it go, and then be in that present moment. And so many of the earlier speakers were talking about this. It's being in the now. It's imagining ourselves in the future from that present moment. And when people are going through change, which I see daily, guess what happens? They get in their own way. So wherever you are in your beautiful journey, take a breath, stop, and then ask yourself, is my ego showing up ahead of myself into the door, into my meeting? Because sometimes that can happen. I have so many stories that I could share about that happening. And it's like, how do you deal with that change resistance? You have to remove the ego. So we can come to consciousness. We can come to an understanding from a heart to heart, not a head to head.
Oh, that is so good, Sandra. And you are such a great example of that. Even with the way that you approach, challenges in relationships and your humble heart that wants to understand and that has the courage to ask the questions, to gain the information and to gain that understanding, because you set your ego aside and you went to love first. So I want to commend you for that. Thank you so much for your example.
Thank you. It truly is a powerful place. If I can just quickly pivot just for a moment on that, because for many people, and maybe this resonates for you, I just had a recent experience, like literally this last week. And I don't know for any of you, have you ever had this where you go into a meeting and someone else is showing up with their big ego? that they're showing up to belittle you or not even talk to you or like just look past you and they go to the other person. I just had that. It doesn't matter if you're in a leadership role. What does that make you feel? What do you see yourself do? Do you shrink? What do you do? And I just had that moment. It was, if I had not had the self-awareness to go within and just stop and go, hey, wait a second. Am I being triggered like my little girl may have been when I repressed my stories for 34 years? What I would have felt, I would have been heartbroken. I would have felt that loss, that sense of, I don't belong here. I don't belong. And I said, stop. Hell no. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to say, I do belong here. I am leading this project. And guess what? I'm here to build collaboration with you. And so my voice matters. But the younger Sandy would have said, oh, I'm going to go out that door and I'm going to cry. But I had that moment. I don't know if that resonates, but that's the truth. In leadership, we have to be able to be so strong, but also vulnerable and know our own stories and make choices, choose, not react.
Wow. That was wonderful, Sandra, and a beautiful example that you just reminded me about something. I used to feel that in my heart, I would recheck all my clarities, my confidence, my knowingness. And I'm kind of doing my own analysis in my plus and minus in my brain, listening to people and saying like, what are they saying? And all of a sudden, then I realized that I'm just in maybe a different vibration space. When you are polars apart at times from certain people, whatever they're saying is not who you are. So instead of judging ourselves, it's sometimes you just acknowledge it, confirm it, tell them, what you are saying is what you are saying. That doesn't define me. And then kind of just pause it at that point. Nobody defines us than us.
Yeah. Yeah. We have to look at ourselves from the inside out.
Right. Crystal, I want to hear your thoughts on setting aside our ego and dealing with that when those moments happen, like when Sandra's in this meeting.
There's a really incredible Albert Einstein quote that I love. It says, if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will go its whole life thinking that it's stupid. And I think this is so powerful because we shouldn't be judging ourselves towards others or even judging ourselves towards a past version of ourselves. It's really important to judge ourselves on our growth and on our walking in our integrity. So yeah, I think it's easy to fall into those talk tracks. I've heard a couple women today say it's hard to make women friends. And every time I heard that, I said, cancel in my mind, because look at today, look at all of these incredible women that have stepped up in community and collaboration. So if you're struggling and feeling like you want to connect with another woman, reach out to Karen, reach out to Sandra or myself, reach out to Karen. I plan already. We're not even through the day. And I'm like, I'm going to go back and rewatch all of this because I want to take more notes. I learned so much. I mean, I could see myself putting this on the background while I do chores around the house. There's just so much wisdom dropped by every single woman here today that I felt just wrapped in community. And I feel like that was such a powerful gift. And I think that we should just release judgment and be careful of, opposing beliefs. I think that's where dis-ease comes within the body. When we hear things like, women have a hard time connecting, just maybe challenge those thoughts and maybe say, no, women are born to connect. We have this gift of nurturing and being there for one another. And I grew up with all brothers. I have 2 boys, and it hasn't been until my divorce several years ago that I really found the power of female connection. And I have to tell you, it's transformed my life. So connect with one another. Let's do it.
Yes. Let's do it. Thank you. Missy, I'm going to let you ask the last question and take us out.
So one of the things that I would love to know is, not so much the self-care, I take a bath, but how do you pour back into yourselves?
Oh, can I jump in? Because I think that's the most important thing. Bring in the energy, because this is important. It's like on the 5 o'clock note, just for Karen, just so you know. So I know Jeff has to have us go, or you have to go somewhere soon. So for me, self-care is so critical. What I do is I meditate every single day. I set my intention. As soon as I get out of bed, I'm like, what do I want to do today? How easily is this going to come to me? And I meditate. I go for 10,000 steps. I do Pilates. And we have to step into ourselves to care about ourselves. And that's the number one thing. Make the choice to care about yourself.
I love that you represent it's a choice.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sandra made a really amazing point. I think I use that word too, intention. Whether you're starting your day, whether you're doing a new task, I do it for my meetings too now. On the top of the meeting agenda, I write down what is the intention of this meeting. So intention really, really has helped me getting focused, I would say. When it comes to the energy, I make a joke in my house and to my inner circle, and today I'm going to say it on the air. I travel a lot with my work, and anytime I'm out, I always say it's time to go back because I feel like I need to recharge. So my home, the trees in my house, time with my kids, time in my own room. Like humans, I don't need you for 3 hours because I need to charge myself. I literally use these words. I had too much of human time. I need to go into my charging station, which is my room or the trees in my house. So it is different for everybody. For somebody, it could be going to walks. Sometimes it's sitting by the water, reading a book by the fire. There's different energy points that we all use. Room is always my default for sure. And I think we all need to identify which one it is, what works for you. But another thing I've learned in the last few years is releasing the energy. As you're recharging and getting the good energy, you also need to release what is not working for you. So one of the things I do in my morning meditation is pray to universe, release what is not required by me, for me. What doesn't serve me, let it go, so that I can open myself to accept and allow what I need.
I love that. Accept and allow. Thank you. And our last point, Crystal, take us out. What do you do?
What don't I do? It's kind of honoring that spirit within us. I definitely, like the other ladies, I have a morning routine where I do kind of think about what intention I want to put out into the world, and also praying and asking to be used as a vessel for light and love, and to be a catalyst for someone's change. You just never know who you're going to run into that day. You never know who's going to be in a room next to you, or if you're struggling. Oftentimes, you probably know this about me, Misty. When I'm struggling, I give back. I find that the serotonin and the dopamine of giving, it helps both people, the giver and the receiver. So there's always someone that's got it worse in life than us. There's always something that could be going on a lot harder. And I always believe that when I'm struggling, I try to find someone else that's struggling too and help them. The mirror neuron aspect of that, where you get to help someone else and it also helps you. So selfishly, I guess I give back. That would be, it benefits both.
Thank you so much, ladies. We are out of time and we are going to move to our next segment. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Bye-bye.
Thank you again.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you for having us.
Bye.